Chapter 79. I admit defeat. You can do whatever you want with me today. Dugu Kwangdao threw his blood-red blade to the ground. This man could be considered a straightforward and upright man. Heavens, isn't that young man too strong? Even someone as strong as Dugu Kwangdao was defeated in one move. Since ancient times, heroes have always come from the young. I wonder who that young man is. Could he be a disciple from some top-tier family? Many people in the surroundings were discussing spiritedly. They all looked at Lin Feng with reverence. Lin Feng picked up the blood-red blade and handed it to Dugu Kwangdao. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. I also made a mistake in the past. I hope Brother Dugu can forgive me. Lin Feng was supposed to be the victor, but now he chose to keep the peace. Moreover, he was very humble. At that moment, everybody's impression of Lin Feng was much better than before. All right. If you don't mind, are you willing to be friends with me? Asked Dugu Kwangdao. Said Lin Feng, smiling. It's an honor to be able to meet a hero like you, Brother Dugu. Today, I invite you to have a drink with me as a way of apologizing to you, said Lin Feng. Haha, Brother Lin, we're family now. There's no need to apologize. If we do apologize, then we're the ones apologizing to you. You're a great person, so please don't take it to heart. Don't take it to heart, said Dugu Kwangdao with a smile. That's right, Brother Lin. I've offended you before. Please don't take it to heart, said Ju apologetically. It's all in the past. It's normal for hot-blooded men to have conflicts. Everything will be forgotten after a glass of wine. Lin Feng smiled. Let's go to the Drunken Immortal Tavern. We won't go back until we're drunk. Dugu Kwangdao and Lin Feng put their arms around each other's shoulders, looking like they were close friends. Lin Feng's group left. Many people were dumbfounded. Who would have thought that the two sides who had just been at loggerheads would become friends in the blink of an eye? That kid resolved the grudge between them with just a few words. He even won the admiration of Dugu Kwangdao and the others. Although he's still young, he's very experienced and intelligent. In the future, he'll be like a dragon emerging from the abyss. Said a middle-aged cultivator. When a dragon comes out of the abyss, it's a boundless world. Let's go, we have to report this matter to the young miss, said another middle-aged man. The two of them squeezed through the crowd and quickly disappeared. Dugu Kwangdao and the others. Lin Feng had heard a lot of snooze. According to Dugu Kwangdao's information, it was said that there would be people from the ancient aristocratic families coming to hunt the fire Qilin. Therefore, the various forces did not act rashly and were still waiting. When Lin Feng returned, it was already late at night. After washing up, Lin Feng fell asleep on his bed. He didn't wake up until he heard a knock on the door the next day. Lin Feng opened the door and saw two people standing outside. One was a waiter, and the other was a middle-aged cultivator. However, Lin Feng didn't recognize him. Lin Gongzi, I deserve to die for disturbing your sleep. It's just that this lord is looking for you. That's why I disturbed you. Please forgive me. The waiter said in fear and trepidation. It's fine. You can leave. Lin Feng said. I'll take my leave. The waiter left. Lin Feng looked at the middle-aged man, smiled, and asked, how should I address you? I'm Dong Qing, a manager of the Mercenary Association. I'm here to deliver a letter to our young miss. The middle-aged man took out a letter and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the letter and asked, who is your young miss? Lin Gongzi, you'll know once you see it. I'll take my leave. The middle-aged man cupped his fists and left. Lin Feng went back to his room and opened the envelope. There was an invitation letter inside. The contents were as follows: Qing and Lin Gongzi met yesterday. You left a deep impression on me. Today, I have something to discuss with you. Please come to the Mercenary Association. Shangguan Fei's name was written on the bottom. It's her. Lin Feng was shocked. He couldn't help but think of Shangguan Fei's beautiful face and enchanting body. Night fell, and Lin Feng arrived at the Mercenary Association. In the main hall, he saw Shangguan Fei. It had to be said that Shangguan Fei was truly a vixen. Her entire body was filled with an alluring aura. Such an aura could evoke a man's most primal desires. Even for Lin Feng, when facing Shangguan Fei, it was hard for him to stop his imagination from running wild. Lin Feng smiled at Shangguan Fei and asked, "May I know why this beautiful lady has summoned me?" Shangguan Fei said sweetly, "If there's nothing, can't you call Lin Gongzi over for a chat? A heart-to-heart talk?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "Of course not. It's my honor to meet such a great beauty like Fei." Hee hee. Shangguan Fei laughed so hard that she rocked back and forth. This woman was truly a vixen. Her every move and action was filled with such charm that it could make any man's heart race. Shangguan Fei had been secretly observing Lin Feng's every move. Although she could see Lin Feng's burning gaze, she could also see that deep within Lin Feng's eyes were a clear light. Shangguan Fei thought to herself, "This person is not as shallow as he seems on the surface." A hint of doubt arose in her heart, but the expression on her face grew even more mesmerizing. She smiled and said, "Lin Gongzi, this time, Fei has invited you here because she has a favor to ask of Lin Gongzi." Lin Feng said passively, "Miss Fei is a member of the Mercenary Association, how could she possibly have a favor to ask of me?" Shangguan Fei was exasperated. She clearly understood that Lin Feng was trying to block her from speaking further. Lin Feng indeed had such intentions. After all, he had only met Shangguan Fei once. How could her request be simple? Shangguan Fei smiled and said, "Young master is so talented, I'm sure you will be able to help Fei." Lin Feng felt rather helpless, but since Shangguan Fei had already said it to such an extent, he did not want to continue rejecting her. Instead, he asked, "I'm curious, with Miss Fei's status, what can she possibly ask of me?" At that moment, Shangguan Fei revealed a pitiful expression as she said, "My father is the head of the Mercenary Association in the Zhenwu country, and he is in charge of dozens of mercenary associations. I have 2 brothers, my elder brother is a vicious man, and my third brother is a hedonistic son. They are both born to their official mothers, and have high statuses. As for my mother, she is just a servant girl, and my father had an affair with her when he was drunk. As such, my status in the family is extremely low. Next winter, there will be a family meeting, and at that time, there will be some new power relations in the family. As far as I know, my elder brother wants to use me as a tool for marriage, so as to prevent me from fighting for power with him. In such a large family, there is always mutual deception. My third brother is useless, but my elder brother is an arrogant and conceited person, and he even made a great enemy, causing the destruction of a mercenary association, killing hundreds of people. With such a person in charge of the mercenary association, my Shangguan family's foundation will be destroyed. I hope that young master can accompany me then. No matter for myself or for the family's foundation, I cannot let my elder brother become the successor." Shangguan Fei spoke so pitifully, but in truth, this was a matter of power struggles in large families. The loser's fate was usually more tragic, and Shangguan Fei was a woman, and her mother was not of good birth. If she failed, her fate would be even more tragic. Lin Feng shook his head slightly, saying, "This is a matter of your family, and I am just an outsider. It is not appropriate for me to interfere. Furthermore, my power is not enough to help you." Shangguan Fei said pitifully, "Lin Gongzi is so talented. Next year, when winter comes, young master will definitely be a hidden dragon rising from the abyss, a dragon soaring to the 9 heavens. You will definitely have the ability to support Fei." Lin Feng naturally knew that Shangguan Fei was just flattering him. However, Lin Feng himself was extremely confident. He believed that with his talent, in a year's time, he would grow to a level that even Shangguan Fei would not dare to believe. Lin Feng looked at Shangguan Fei. Looking at her pitiful appearance, he couldn't help but feel pity for her. It had to be said that beautiful women often had a huge advantage. Shangguan Fei was one such example. Lin Feng stood up and walked in front of Shangguan Fei, pinching her snow-white chin. Shangguan Fei blushed slightly, but did not struggle free. "If you agree to become my woman, I will agree to your conditions. How about it?" Chapter 80. Lin Feng sat down on the chair, while Shangguan Fei sat on Lin Feng's lap. Shangguan Fei's body was extremely sensitive, and she had never had such intimate contact with a man before. At the same time, Lin Feng's body was also extremely sensitive. After all, he was only a 16-year-old youth, and had never truly enjoyed a woman before. When he came into contact with a woman, especially a peerless beauty like Shangguan Fei, his body would naturally change greatly. Shangguan Fei sat on Lin Feng's lap, and she could clearly feel the changes in Lin Feng's body. She twisted her body slightly, trying to get up and escape from Lin Feng's embrace. However, that only deepened the contact between them. "Don't move." Lin Feng could feel the excitement in his body, and his grip on Shangguan Fei tightened. "You can't move either," Shangguan Fei said in a trembling voice. She felt as if her body had lost all its strength, and she collapsed into Lin Feng's embrace. The two of them fell into a short silence. Shangguan Fei could feel the change in Lin Feng's body, and it seemed to have calmed down. Only then did she heave a long sigh of relief. Blushing, she turned around, her face cold. You are too much, let go of me." Lin Feng said, "If I let go of you, does that mean I will not agree to your terms?" Lin Feng's question was extremely aggressive, as if he was forcing Shangguan Fei to agree to his terms. Shangguan Fei's face was dark and uncertain. Naturally, she could not agree so rashly. After all, if she did agree, she would have to entrust her entire life to this man in front of her. This was not an easy decision to make. Lin Feng allowed Shangguan Fei to stand up. Shangguan Fei's face was red as she tidied up her messy clothes. Lin Feng walked outside and smiled. "Little Fei, my beautiful girl, I have the heart to help you, but I can't. We'll see each other later." Seeing that Lin Feng was about to leave, Shangguan Fei gritted her teeth angrily. Just now, she had been so intimate with Lin Feng. Although nothing had happened due to the clothes between them, that level of contact was already unimaginable for a woman. "Bastard, you took advantage of me and now you want to leave?" Shangguan Fei couldn't help but think hatefully in her heart. However, seeing Lin Feng walk out without any hesitation, Shangguan Fei's initial hesitation, embarrassment, and anger turned into grievance, and she said angrily, "Lin Feng, stop right there. I didn't say I didn't agree to your requests." Lin Feng stopped, looking at the blushing Shangguan Fei, a faint smile on his face. Shangguan Fei blushed as she said, "Although I can agree to your request, we have to make an agreement." "Oh, an agreement? What does that mean?" Lin Feng asked. "Firstly, before you return to the family with me, you can't do those things to me," Shangguan Fei said with a red face. "Do those things" was naturally referring to rolling in the sheets between men and women. However, as a woman, she was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Lin Feng nodded and said, "I can agree to that." Shangguan Fei continued, "Secondly, you have to love me and protect me. You can't bully me." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Of course, who would bear to bully such a beautiful wife like you?" HMPH. Shangguan Fei gave a rather cute snort with a hint of coquettishness. She continued, "Thirdly, you can't let anyone bully me." Lin Feng said, "Wife, don't worry. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll take their dog life." Hearing Lin Feng's promise, Shangguan Fei suddenly felt a sense of peace. Such a feeling was something she had never felt before. Ever since she could remember, Shangguan Fei knew what her position in the family was. Not only did she have to live for herself, she also had to live for her mother. These years, Shangguan Fei had lived a very tiring life. Under that seemingly strong exterior, she actually had a weak heart. However, when she heard Lin Feng's domineering words, Shangguan Fei's heart seemed to melt, and her tears fell uncontrollably. Lin Feng walked forward, hugging her with a pained expression. This woman, these years must have been very difficult for her. Lin Feng gently wiped away her tears, saying gently, "Fei, don't worry, I will protect you well. No one will bully you. Fei believes, Fei believes." Shangguan Fei nodded repeatedly. Looking at Shangguan Fei's luscious red lips, Lin Feng slowly inched forward. Shangguan Fei naturally knew what Lin Feng wanted to do, and she reached out to push him away, not wanting to let Lin Feng have his way so easily. However, she found that Lin Feng's strength was just too great, and she felt a little weak and powerless. In the next instant, her red lips were sealed. "Woo, big baddie, Let go of me. As soon as Shangguan Fei reacted, she started to struggle, but she was unable to break free from Lin Feng. The more she struggled, the more it aroused Lin Feng's desire. Lin Feng did not hold back at all, instead prying open Shangguan Fei's pearly white teeth and starting to ravage her, his right hand even reaching into her clothes. Such an erotic scene naturally did not last long, and Shangguan Fei finally managed to muster enough strength to push Lin Feng away, her face flushed red as she glared fiercely at Lin Feng. However, in Lin Feng's eyes, Shangguan Fei's shy and angry look was even more alluring. Looking at Shangguan Fei's shy and angry expression, Lin Feng felt his heart quicken. It was a feeling of his heart thumping wildly. The next day, news spread that the powerhouses of the ancient powers had arrived. However, they did not stop at the mercenary town, instead heading straight for the Fire Qili's hiding place. This caused quite a stir, and many people headed into the desolate forest. Lin Feng also heard the news, and decided to enter the desolate forest as well. For a vicious beast like the Fire Qili, the closer it is to death, the more terrifying it is. You must be careful. Shangguan Fei knew that Lin Feng was going to enter the desolate forest to participate in the hunt for the Fire Qili, and as such before Lin Feng left, she reminded Lin Feng worriedly. Lin Feng said, "Don't worry, I will come back in one piece." Lin Feng stroked Shangguan Fei's beautiful face, kissing her lightly on the forehead. Shangguan Fei did not reject him, instead feeling sweet. Ever since what had happened with Lin Feng yesterday, Shangguan Fei's heart had been tied to Lin Feng. Perhaps even Shangguan Fei had not noticed the change in her heart. Her dependence on Lin Feng was not just purely due to Lin Feng's help, but also an emotional dependence. Chapter 81. The ancient desolate forest was originally a place where vicious beasts roamed freely. But today, many vicious beasts had fled to the depths of the desolate forest. That was because there were too many human cultivators who had entered the desolate forest. Vicious beasts also knew how to avoid disaster. The cultivators who had entered the desolate forest were naturally here for the legendary Fire Qili. The Fire Qili's entire body was a treasure. All the major powers wanted a share of the loot. Therefore, the desolate forest was very lively. Lin Feng, Dugu Guangdao, and the others entered the desolate forest together. They went straight to the Fire Qili's hiding place. "Brother Dugu, have you seen the Fire Qili before?" asked Lin Feng. "I saw the Fire Qili from afar. It was standing at the peak of a mountain, surrounded by flames. It looked like a sacred fire beast, sacred and inviolable." Dugu Guangdao recalled seeing the Fire Qili a while ago. That scene was unforgettable for him, said Lin Feng while smiling wryly. Such a strong cultivator, in the end, will become a target for all the influential groups. Dugu Guangdao said, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Holy beasts like the Fire Qili are mysterious existences that only appear in legends. I just don't know why such a holy beast has appeared in a small place like our Zhenwu country. Moreover, this holy beast's qi is very weak. I don't know if it's seriously injured. This is a good opportunity to kill the Fire Qili. If the Fire Qili recovers, even a yin-yang cultivator will die in front of it." Lin Feng nodded. "That's true. It won't be easy to kill such an existence." The group traveled for 3 days before they finally arrived at the Fire Qili's hiding place. The temperature here had risen sharply. It should have something to do with the Fire Qili. "Look, that's the Fire Qili." Dugu Guangdao pointed at a valley. Lin Feng looked over and saw a gigantic beast surrounded by flames. The gigantic beast was as big as a mountain. It gave Lin Feng a strong visual impact. "Is that the Fire Qili? Isn't it too big? It's as tall as a mountain. Even a yin-yang expert wouldn't be able to deal with such a terrifying existence, right?" Lin Feng was speechless. If the fire unicorn was at its peak, it could kill a yin-yang cultivator with one claw, but now, it's half dead. "You should know that the fire unicorn won't be able to last for a long time. It doesn't have much fighting strength left," said the fire unicorn. Dugu Guangdao said. "Yes." Lin Feng nodded. It was indeed as Dugu Guangdao had said. The Fire Qili in front of him was lying on the ground, not moving at all. Perhaps it was because its injuries were too severe. Numerous cultivators had gathered in the surroundings. They were scattered all over the place as they watched the fire Chileen. However, no one dared to act rashly. Even though the fire Chileen was on the verge of death, it was still an ancient ferocious beast. The closer it was to death, the more terrifying it was. Ordinary cultivators simply couldn't withstand the fire Chileen's attacks. Moreover, it was still unknown whether the fire Chileen was truly injured or weakened due to other reasons. Naturally, no one dared to act rashly. Moreover, everyone was waiting for the yin-yang cultivator from the ancient factions to arrive. Whoosh! In the distance, an overwhelming golden light swept across the heavens. Amidst the endless golden light, a man in a long golden robe flew over. Jin-Chen! Someone exclaimed, recognizing the identity of this cultivator. His background was extraordinary. He was the successor of the Jin family, a famous ancient aristocratic family in the divine prefecture of the eastern region. Although he was young, his cultivation base was profound. His strength could even suppress many of the older cultivators who had been famous for a long time. Jin-Chen's golden robe fluttered in the wind. His long golden hair fluttered in the wind. He was extraordinarily handsome. He stood in the void and looked into the valley. He was not in a hurry to attack. Whoosh! In the distance, another person arrived. This was a cultivator shrouded in a black robe. Demonic fog rolled around him. Clearly, this was a demonic cultivator. It's a cultivator from the Soul Devourer Temple. Someone said fearfully. The Soul Devourer Temple was a famous demonic faction in the divine prefecture of the eastern region. Back then, the 10 ancient cities joined forces to besiege the Soul Devourer Temple, but they could not destroy this demonic faction. It was clear how terrifying the Soul Devourer Temple was. Lin Feng looked at the cultivator from the Soul Devourer Temple and could not help but frown slightly. Previously, when he entered the wild forest to train, he met Yuan Yunfeng from the Soul Devourer Temple with Murong Shui. This Yuan Yunfeng seemed to be the grandson of an elder from the Soul Devourer Temple. His identity was extraordinary. A sacred beast like the fire Chileen actually appeared in a barren land like the divine prefecture of the eastern region. It's unbelievable. In the distance, a voice came. It was a man with a long sword on his back. He looked like a sword immortal. Little sword demon, Li Beige. Someone exclaimed. This person's identity was not simple. He was a lone cultivator, but because he obtained the orthodoxy of an ancient cultivator, he soared to the sky and was very famous in the divine prefecture of the eastern region. In the blink of an eye, 3 yin-yang cultivators had arrived. Lin Feng said, "What does Li Beige mean? Why does he say that the divine prefecture of the eastern region is a barren land? The divine prefecture of the eastern region is rich in resources. Ordinary people would not be able to cross it in 10 lifetimes. There are countless resources. How can it be a barren land?" Dugu Kwong Dao smiled wryly and said, "Brother Yang, you don't know. I've heard that outside of the divine prefecture of the eastern region, there are 99 provinces, overseas, and even celestial islands." Hiss. Lin Feng gasped. "Gods! High and mighty, that was a legend recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. Now, there were deities in other states. In comparison, the divine prefecture of the eastern region was much worse than the other provinces. The king of beasts is dead, but not dead. A dying beast is like a sleeping dragon. Although the fire Chileen is not in a good situation, it won't be easy to deal with. Why don't the 3 of us work together?" said Jin-Chen. The cultivator in black robes from the Soul Devourer Temple laughed sinisterly and said, "All right, let's work together and kill the fire Chileen. As for how to divide the treasures on the fire Chileen, we'll talk about it after we kill it. Since you're all in the same boat, I have no objections," said the little sword demon, Li Beige. "Attack!" shouted Jin-Chen. Swish! A halberd appeared in his hand. He held it and flew towards the fire Chileen in the valley. The cultivator in black robes from the Soul Devourer Temple held a chain in his hand. The little sword demon, Li Beige, drew his sword and charged towards the fire Chileen. Chapter 82. The 3 strong cultivators are attacking. Many people were excited. They were all waiting for the strong cultivators of the yin-yang world to attack. Finally, the yin-yang world cultivators were attacking. The 3 strong cultivators quickly rushed towards the valley. At this moment, a suffocating aura came from the valley. Swoosh! The fire Chileen, which had been lying on the ground, suddenly opened its eyes. It had a pair of terrifying eyes. Those cold eyes looked at the 3 strong cultivators. The 3 strong cultivators felt a chill run down their spines. The fire Chileen is heavily injured. This is our best chance to kill it. If we miss this opportunity, we won't have another chance like this in our lives. Jinichen gnashed his teeth. He overcame his fear and continued rushing towards the fire Chileen. Just like Jinichen, the strong cultivator in black clothes from the Soul Devourer Palace and the little sword demon, Li Beige, also suppressed their fear and rushed towards the fire Chileen with their weapons. If they could really kill the fire Chileen, it would be a great fortune for them. Perhaps this fortune would allow them to break through the shackles of the yin-yang world and reach a higher level. Such a great temptation was enough for the 3 strong cultivators of the yin-yang world to take the risk. Dusk rain, sword falls like rain. The little sword demon, Li Beige, attacked. He stabbed with his sword and a boundless rain started falling from the sky. Each drop of rain was a sword. Rainwater sword. This kind of swordsmanship was incomparably marvelous. Lin Feng was astonished. Is this the ancient sword technique that Li Beige obtained? How powerful. That's right. This is an ancient sword technique. 1 sword, 10,000 swords will fall. It's invincible. Dugu Guangdao looked at Li Beige enviously. It was rumored that Li Beige had been an ordinary adventurer. He had coincidentally obtained an ancient cultivator's cave, which had allowed him to soar into the sky. Dugu Guangdao, who was also an adventurer, also dreamed that he would be as lucky as Li Beige one day. When Li Beige attacked, Jinichen attacked as well. He held his halberd and stabbed towards the fire Chileen. 1 spear creates a world. The ancient technique that Jinichen displayed was also extremely powerful. As he stabbed out with his spear, layers of illusory images appeared in front of him, revealing an ancient world. Jinichen's attack instantly pierced through this world. This spear seemed to be able to pierce through any obstacle. As for the black-robed expert from Soul Devourer Palace, he moved the black chain in Lundong's hand. The black chain was obviously a treasure. When the Soul Devourer Palace threw out the chain, screech! A sharp, ear-piercing cry rang out. It was like the mournful cry of a malicious spirit. Hearing this cry, even in the daytime, made people feel a bone-piercing chill. Endless demonic fog gushed out from the black chains, and within the demonic fog, there were actually countless ghosts that pounced on the fire Chileen. The Soul Devourer Palace was a demonic sect. The treasures they refined and the abilities they cultivated were all extremely evil. It was unknown how many innocent people they had to kill to refine such a treasure. When the 3 powerhouses attacked, each of their attacks were incomparably terrifying. Roar! The fire Chileen's roar shook the sky. At this moment, the fire Chileen stood up. Its body was too big. After standing up, it was actually 1,000 meters tall and 2,000 meters long. It was completely like a mountain ridge, giving people a strong visual impact. The fire Chileen raised its huge claws and slapped toward the 3 powerhouses. Boom! The 2 sides collided violently. It had to be said that the fire Chileen was really powerful. Its claws sent the 3 powerhouses flying. The 3 powerhouses' faces were very pale. The fire Chileen's attack had injured them to a certain extent. This fire Chileen is terrifying. Lin Feng was speechless. It was indeed a divine beast recorded in the classic of mountains and seas divine beast record. In such a weakened state, it still sent the 3 powerhouses flying with a single blow. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the fire Chileen was at its peak. The fire Chileen's roar shook the sky. It stepped forward, wanting to take this opportunity to kill the 3 powerhouses. However, after taking a few steps, the fire Chileen's body collapsed. This fire Chileen is really weak. It can't even stand for a long time. Dugu Guangdao exclaimed. This gave many people hope. Jinichen, the black-robed man from the Soul Devourer Temple, and Li Beige stabilized their bodies. Their faces were cold. Jin Ichen shouted, "Since you want to share, what are you waiting for? If you don't attack now, when are you going to attack? Kill!" The densely packed cultivators roared and rushed toward the valley. There were probably no less than 10,000 cultivators who came this time. It was very lively. Everyone wanted to get some benefits from killing the fire Qilin. Now, the fire Qilin's condition was obviously extremely weak. It was indeed a good opportunity to kill it. The densely packed cultivators surrounded the valley so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Then, arrows blotted out the sky and shot toward the fire Qilin. Everyone participated in this, including Lin Feng. He also joined the group that surrounded the fire Qilin. This was a huge scene. Under the leadership of 3 yin-yang realm cultivators, 10,000 cultivators were trying to kill the fire Qilin. The fire Qilin was already weak, and now it had suffered a great impact. The 3 yin-yang realm cultivators also found an opportunity to injure the fire Qilin. For example, Jin Ichen stabbed his halberd into the fire Qilin's body. Blood immediately flowed out. Li Beige used his sword to cut open the scales on the fire Qilin's body, causing great damage. The black-robed man from the Soul Devourer temple released many yin spirits and sent them into the fire Qilin's mind. They even wanted to devour its soul. The fire Qilin was greatly injured. Its body twitched violently. The fire Qilin stood up again. Because of the intense pain, it rampaged through the forest, causing mountains to collapse. "Ah! Hurry up and dodge." Many cultivators tried to dodge, but many were buried by the mountains and died miserably. Some were trampled to death by the fire Qilin. "It can't hold on for much longer. It'll die soon. Continue attacking it," shouted Jin Ichen loudly. He suddenly pulled out his halberd. The fire Qilin's blood splashed out. Countless cultivators continued attacking the fire Qilin even more ferociously. They wanted to kill it. At that moment, the fire Qilin exploded. Fire Qilin's fury. The fire Qilin's roar shook the sky. The fire Qilin's body spewed out endless flames. The flames spread in all directions, burning the sky and the earth. Many people were instantly swallowed by the flames. It was the fire Qilin. It was extremely terrifying and impossible to extinguish. Immediately, many cultivators were burned to ashes. "Hurry up and retreat." The 3 strong cultivators were astonished and quickly retreated. But the fire Qilin had gone completely crazy. It waved its huge claws as if it had gathered all its strength and attacked the 3 strong cultivators. Crack! Crack! The 3 strong cultivators were blown away by the fire Qilin's attack. Many of their bones were broken. Bang! The 3 experts slammed heavily into the mountain peaks in the distance, causing them to collapse. Hurry up and run! Countless people fled in all directions. The crazy fire Qilin was too terrifying. They didn't know if the 3 yin-yang realm cultivators had been killed by the fire Qilin. Roar! The fire Qilin's roar shook the sky. Its mountain-like body soared into the sky and flew towards the 3 strong cultivators. The fire Qilin clearly hated the 3 strong cultivators and wanted to kill them. At that moment, 3 figures soared into the sky from the collapsed ruins. It was Jin Ichen, the strong cultivator in black robes from the Soul Devourer temple, and the little sword demon, Li Beige. They had obviously been severely injured. Their chi was weak and their faces were as pale as paper. When they saw the fire Qilin rushing towards them, they didn't dare stay. Roar! The fire Qilin roared furiously. It didn't chase after the 3 strong cultivators, so it vented its anger on the ordinary cultivators. The fire Qilin rushed over and opened its mouth. It suddenly inhaled. A terrifying suction force surged out. Countless cultivators were sucked into the fire Qilin's stomach. Countless people fled in horror. It's too terrifying. The fire Qilin is worthy of being a divine beast recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. Such a terrifying existence, even if it's extremely weak, isn't something ordinary people can withstand once it's angry. Lin Feng looked at the fire Qilin in horror. Countless cultivators had been killed. The fire Qilin had gone completely crazy and was crazily devouring the cultivators. Whoosh! Lin Feng rushed into the forest and hid under a hidden crack in a huge rock. After a long time, the forest returned to normal. The fire Chiline's voice disappeared. Lin Feng walked out of his hiding place. The scene before him was a mess. Large areas of the forest had been destroyed, and there were many charred corpses on the ground. The losses from killing the fire Chiline were too great. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He didn't know if Dugu Quangdao and the others had escaped or not. Is it safe? The fire Chiline seems to have left. In the distance, there were still some cultivators hiding in some hidden places. They had escaped the disaster and were now walking out of their hiding places. When everyone saw the mess in front of them, they couldn't help but gasp. They were really lucky to have escaped this disaster. Sigh, I thought I could kill the fire Chiline. Who would have thought that it would be so terrifying? Some people sighed. They were also glad that they had survived this disaster. Lin Feng said, "Everyone, we can't stay here for long. We don't know if the fire Chiline is still wandering around. Let's leave quickly." Yes, let's leave this place quickly. The others quickly nodded. Lin Feng and a dozen other survivors quickly left the place, which was already a mess. Chapter 83. In the middle of the night, a bonfire was lit in the forest. A group of people was gathered around it. They were Lin Feng's group, and they were heading towards Mercenary Town. It was too dangerous in the forest at night, so they stopped to rest. "Little brother, when I was your age, I was still cultivating in Jialan Academy. You actually came to the wild forest to train. You're quite brave," a cultivator said. Lin Feng asked, "Big brother, did you cultivate in Jialan Academy as well?" "Yes, but my talent was limited. I couldn't enter the inner academy, so I dropped out." The cultivator sighed. There were more than 100,000 students in Jialan Academy, but they couldn't enter the inner academy. The cultivator continued, "Little brother, you seem to be cultivating in Jialan Academy as well?" Lin Feng nodded. "Yes, I've been cultivating in Jialan Academy for 3 years. Those who survive a great disaster are destined for good fortune. Little brother, you were lucky enough to escape from the fire Chiline's mouth. You'll definitely have a bright future ahead of you," the cultivator said with a smile. The group chatted and laughed. Later in the night, they found a place to rest. Lin Feng jumped onto a tree and lay down on a huge branch to sleep. But in the middle of the night, Lin Feng sensed a terrifying qi which made him feel suffocated. He opened his eyes and saw something that made his hair stand on end. In the distance, endless flames burned the sky. A terrifying beast surrounded by flames was flying towards him. "It's the fire Chiline," everyone was alarmed. Some ran towards the forest, but it was too late. The fire Chiline was too fast. It landed in an instant and killed several fleeing cultivators with a swipe of its claws. Spare me, spare me." The remaining cultivators were scared out of their wits. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging for mercy. The fire Chiline was 1,000 meters tall. It looked like a primordial beast, coldly looking down. "Lowly ants, I'm going to eat you all." The fire Chiline opened its mouth and sucked everyone up. It was then swallowed by the fire Chiline. Lin Feng hid in the big tree, not daring to squeak. He didn't even dare to breathe for fear of attracting the fire Chiline's attention. At this moment, Lin Feng only wanted the fire Chiline to leave quickly. In the face of such a terrifying existence, it was simply despairing. Just as the fire Chiline was about to leave, it suddenly looked towards Lin Feng's hiding place as if it had sensed something. "And a despicable ant," the fire Chiline said coldly. It opened its big mouth and spat out a ball of flame. It blasted towards the place where Lin Feng was hiding. "Oh no, we've been discovered." Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He quickly jumped into the distance and dodged the attack. The next moment, the place where he was originally hiding turned into a sea of fire. "Brat, do you think you can hide from me by hiding?" The fire Chiline looked at Lin Feng with a sneer. Boom! In the next moment, the fire Chiline stretched out its huge claw and slammed it towards Lin Feng. "It's over." Lin Feng's face paled. The fire Chiline's claw was like a mountain. It was impossible to dodge. Danger. The situation was extremely dangerous. At this critical moment, The mysterious demonic bead in Lin Feng's dantian suddenly flew out and floated above Lin Feng. An endless amount of demonic energy flew out and rolled above Lin Feng. Bang! The fire Qili's claw slammed into the rolling demonic energy, and the fire Qilin was forced to take 3 steps back. The mysterious demonic bead! Lin Feng exclaimed. He hadn't thought that the mysterious demonic bead would save his life at this critical moment. It had been too dangerous just now. The slightest carelessness would have led to his death. Huh! What kind of treasure is that? The fire Qilin let out a cry of surprise. Its huge eyes were filled with greed. The classic of mountains and seas once recorded that Qilins were greedy and good at collecting treasures. They fought with dragons for 10 days to seize the treasure. The classic of mountains and seas also recorded the characteristics of the Qilins. Just like the dragons, this race loved to collect treasures. There was once a Qilin who fought with a dragon for 10 days and 10 nights in order to obtain a treasure. The mysterious demonic bead floated in the air, facing off against the fire Qilin. What a great treasure! It's destined to belong to me. The fire Qilin opened its mouth, wanting to swallow the mysterious demonic bead. God dies. Demons perishes. And I will not decay. Suddenly, the mysterious demonic bead spoke intermittently. When the voice sounded, Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end. Could there be a powerful existence hidden in the mysterious demonic bead? Could it be the ancient dragonesque elephant that had been sealed by the laws of order? Lin Feng thought of the ancient dragonesque elephant in the mysterious demonic bead. Even now, Lin Feng couldn't tell if what he had seen was real or just an illusion. Did the ancient dragonesque elephant really exist? Or was it just a facade that the mysterious demonic bead had shown? The fire Qilin was startled and shouted, "Shit! Shit! Is there someone else in there? Who are you?" The fire Qilin looked at the mysterious demonic bead in shock. Born in chaos and buried in Xian. Yellow. Gods bow down to either group of saints, kneel and pay their respects. The mysterious demonic bead spoke again. The voice was faintly discernible, and Lin Feng couldn't even tell if it was a man or a woman. "You're bragging." The fire Qilin sneered. "I'll eat you first." As soon as it finished speaking, the fire Qilin opened its mouth again, wanting to swallow the mysterious demonic bead in one gulp. "Blasphemer, shall die," the mysterious demonic bead said. As soon as the fire Qilin attacked, the mysterious demonic bead spoke again. Boom! A terrifying aura filled the air as the mysterious demonic bead flew above the fire Qilin. Demonic chi surged and enveloped the fire Qilin. "Ah! How is this possible?" The fire Qilin shouted in disbelief, because it realized that the mysterious demonic bead was crazily absorbing its strength. "No! No!" The fire Qilin shouted in terror. Its strength was being rapidly absorbed, and its body kept shrinking. "Oh my God!" Lin Feng watched this scene in shock. The mysterious demonic bead was too terrifying. It could actually absorb the strength of a divine beast like the fire Qilin. After 10 minutes, the fire Qilin, which was over 1,000 meters tall, had shrunk to about a meter tall. The fire Qilin's body, which was as boundless as the sea, had been completely absorbed by the demonic bead. Chapter 84. The mysterious bead floated in the air while the fire Qilin trembled in fear. Whoosh! Finally, the mysterious bead flew back into Lin Feng's body and disappeared into his dantian. It became very quiet. Lin Feng's expression changed. The mysterious bead had many secrets, and Lin Feng was worried about it. "Brat, if you have this thing, your end result won't be any better than mine," the fire Qilin said fiercely. "T. This treasure has already recognized me as its master." Lin Feng snorted and glared at the fire Qilin. "You better shut your stinky mouth, or I won't mind chopping you up and roasting you. I heard that Qilin meat tastes good. I'm a sacred beast, how dare you eat me? Aren't you afraid of retribution?" The fire Qilin roared. Lin Feng kicked the fire Qilin and sent it flying more than 10 meters away. "Ayo, damn it, bullying the weak. Are you still a man?" The fire Chelin cursed loudly. The fire Chelin's divine power had been sucked dry by the mysterious bead, and it was extremely weak. If someone saw the fire Chelin now, they probably wouldn't believe that it was a real fire Chelin. The fire Chelin from before was 1,000 meters tall and 2 meters long. It was like a wild beast, and the pressure it emitted was suffocating. It wasn't like the fire Chelin now. It was more than a meter long, and if one didn't look carefully, they would think that it was an ordinary black beast. Swoosh! A sword light slashed at the fire Chelin's body. The fire Chelin was sent flying. However, its body was almost invulnerable, and Lin Feng's sword couldn't break through its defense. Although the fire Chelin's strength had dropped, its defense was still as strong as when it was at its peak. The fire Chelin got up from the ground and said angrily, "A dragon in shallow waters is played by shrimps, and a tiger in the plains is bullied by dogs." Lin Feng grabbed the fire Chelin and threw it on the ground, scolding, "How can you say that?" The fire Chelin was furious, but he had no cultivation now, so he didn't have the ability to take revenge. He could only gnash his teeth in hatred. Lin Feng casually threw the fire Chelin into the forest and then left the place. He didn't know if such a big commotion would attract other people. After traveling for dozens of miles, Lin Feng found a place to start a bonfire. Shaw, Lin Feng's entire body tensed up. He thought that there were ferocious beasts slowly approaching. In the dark night, Lin Feng's eyes were incomparably sharp. He was ready at any time. As long as a beast appeared, he would immediately launch a sure-kill attack. In the desolate jungle, only those who were cautious could survive. Whoosh! A pitch-black figure dashed out. It was actually the fire Chelin. "Why are you here?" Lin Feng rolled his eyes. The fire Chelin gritted its teeth and said, "That demonic orb devoured my godly power, so I have to think of a way to get it back. Naturally, I have to stay by your side. If you dare to have any other ideas, I can't guarantee that this treasure of mine will completely suck you dry. At that time, not only will you lose your godly power, you won't even be able to keep your life." Lin Feng curled his lips. The fire Chelin shrunk its neck, clearly frightened by Lin Feng's words. However, it forced itself to remain calm. "Brat, do you think I'm easily scared?" However, the fire Chelin clearly wasn't confident enough. Lin Feng looked at the fire Chelin and asked, "Where are you from?" The fire Chelin replied, "The Central Holy Sky Prefecture." The Central Holy Sky Prefecture? The legendary center of the martial heaven continent. Lin Feng was shocked. It was rumored that the Central Holy Sky Prefecture had true gods, and there were many temples dedicated to those ancient gods. The Central Holy Sky Prefecture wasn't something that the Eastern Prefecture could compare to. "Hee, brat, you're quite knowledgeable." The fire Chelin laughed mischievously. "You're a grand divine beast. How did you end up like that?" asked Lin Feng. "It's all because of this broken thing." The fire Chelin spat out a stone. It was a cyan stone the size of a palm. It had a dark brown luster on its surface as if it had been stained with blood. When Lin Feng saw that mysterious stone, his eyelids started twitching violently. He had the feeling that his heart was pounding rapidly. That stone seemed to have a strange strength which could affect people around it. "What kind of stone is that?" asked Lin Feng. "It's a divine stone from outer space. It fell from outer space and was stained with the blood of an ancient sacred emperor. The Central Holy Sky Prefecture was filled with bloodshed for this sacred emperor stone. I don't know how many top experts died, but in the end, I obtained it. I escaped from the Central Holy Sky Prefecture and came to a remote place like the Eastern Prefecture. Who would have thought that the stone would do such a strange thing? It was in my body, and it wanted to control my body. I kept fighting against it, and I almost became its slave several times." The fire Chelin's heart was still pounding. "Why is that stone so strange?" Lin Feng was astonished. A stone stained with the blood of an ancient sacred emperor must be extremely strange. It must contain a huge secret, said the fire Chelin. Said Lin Feng, "Didn't you want to stay by my side? Give me the sacred emperor stone and I'll let you follow me." "Fine, I'll give it to you." The fire Chelin threw the sacred emperor stone to Lin Feng, as if it had just thrown away a huge burden. It sighed in relief. Lin Feng took the sacred Emperor Stone and held it in his hand. Even though it was only the size of a palm, it was extremely heavy. Lin Feng had a hard time holding it. "Why is this stone so heavy?" asked Lin Feng, surprised. "It's a meteorite from outer space." "Of course it's heavy," said the fire Qilin, smiling. Lin Feng carefully observed the sacred Emperor Stone. When he saw the blood on the stone, Lin Feng sensed that his blood was boiling. His body temperature was rising rapidly, and his head felt dizzy. Lin Feng had a bad feeling, but he couldn't control his thoughts. The fire Qilin stretched out its claws and touched the sacred Emperor Stone. Lin Feng came back to his senses. "What happened just now?" asked Lin Feng. He was still scared. "That sacred Emperor Stone is very strange. It's terrifying. You can't look at it. Try not to touch it. I don't know what kind of secret it hides," said the fire Qilin. When Lin Feng thought about how his body had changed and how he had almost lost himself, his heart started pounding. It was just as the fire Qilin had said, the sacred Emperor Stone was too strange. He couldn't touch it at his current level. Lin Feng put the sacred Emperor Stone in his ring. He would wait until he became stronger, then he would study the sacred Emperor Stone. Chapter 85. I'm finally back. Seeing the mercenary town, Lin Feng smiled. "If I hadn't been devoured by the demon orb, I would have devoured this town," the fire Qilin muttered. Lin Feng said, "But you've already become like this. You better behave yourself. If someone recognizes you, I won't be able to protect you." The fire Qilin shut up. He didn't want to be disemboweled by a human. The mercenary town was still very lively. Many people were talking about the fire Qilin. This matter caused a huge commotion because the cultivators who tried to kill the fire Qilin had suffered heavy casualties. Now, the fire Qilin was nowhere to be found. "I heard that a few ancient powers are planning to send a group of experts to kill the fire Qilin. I also heard that there are experts from the Central Sacred Sky region looking for the whereabouts of a fire Qilin. The fire Qilin seems to have stolen some treasure in the Central Sacred Sky region and angered the ancient families there. I just don't know if the fire Qilin that appeared in the desolate forest is the fire Qilin that the ancient powers of the Central Sacred Sky region are looking for." Along the way, Lin Feng and the fire Qilin heard some rumors. When the fire Qilin heard the words Central Sacred Sky region, it listened very seriously. Obviously, this guy was also worried that the ancient families of the Central Sacred Sky region would find him. Lin Feng was actually a bit worried because the people of the Central Sacred Sky region were looking for the fire Qilin to get the Saint Royal Stone, but now, the Saint Royal Stone was in his hands. However, Lin Feng was relieved when he saw the fire Qilin's current state. Lin Feng arrived at the auction house. When Lin Feng returned, Shangguan Fei ran out excitedly. Ever since she knew about the changes in the desolate forest, Shangguan Fei had been worried about Lin Feng. It was only at that moment that Shangguan Fei realized that her feelings for Lin Feng were not just because of personal benefits. During this period of time, she had indeed been attracted to Lin Feng, and in her heart, there was another man. Seeing that Lin Feng had returned safe and sound, Shangguan Fei was relieved. "Let's go back and talk," Lin Feng said. There were too many people outside, so it was not convenient to talk too much. "Yeah." Shangguan Fei nodded obediently, entering the mercenary association with Lin Feng. "Damn, this brat is really awesome. He's so young and has already gotten such a hot girl." Fire Qilin muttered in its heart. Lin Feng and Shangguan Fei went to Shangguan Fei's room, and the fire Qilin followed them in. He said unhappily, "It's broad daylight. Could it be that you're doing something shameful?" "What an eyesore." "Lin Feng, I'm hungry. Hurry up and get someone to prepare some food for me." Shangguan Fei was given a fright. "Damn Qilin, scram and find your own food." Lin Feng sent the fire Qilin flying with a kick. "I curse you to be impotent." The fire Qilin cursed and left. "What's that? A talking monster?" Shangguan Fei exclaimed in surprise. "Fei, you definitely didn't expect that guy to be the fire Qilin, right?" Lin Feng said with a smile. "Ah, fire Qilin? How is that possible? Isn't the fire Qilin a terrifying beast the size of a mountain? How did it become like this? Shangguan Fei asked in shock. Something happened to that fellow's body, so its body shrunk. Now, it's following me around, refusing to leave. Later, I'll go get some Qilin blood for you to refine and raise your cultivation. Lin Feng said. Qilin blood, Shangguan Fei's eyes lit up. She naturally knew how precious Qilin blood was. In her excitement, Shangguan Fei hugged Lin Feng, and Lin Feng did not let go of this opportunity, pressing her down on the bed. What? What? You actually want me to give you some Qilin blood? Dream on. Do you know how precious the Qilin blood in my body is? That night, when the fire Qilin heard Lin Feng's request, it exploded like a barrel of gunpowder. I only need 2 drops. You can't be so stingy, right? Lin Feng said. Qilin blood is not ordinary blood, it is the essence of blood. Every drop lost is a huge loss to me, and it will take a long time to recover. You want it? No way. The fire Qilin rejected directly, leaving no room for negotiation. Lin Feng said, in that case, I want to see when the people from the sacred sky continent arrive. At that time, I'll sell you out. The fire Qilin sneered, sell me out, and you'll also die. The Saint King Stone is in your hands. He, I'll hand the Saint King Stone over as well. Who knows, it might be a great merit. Lin Feng said. The fire Qilin gritted its teeth in anger, you despicable and shameless bastard. Same here, same here. You're not a good person either. How many people have been eaten by you? Damn it, getting rid of you is also doing the world a favor. Lin Feng retorted. You win, but remember, this is the only time. There's no second time. The fire Qilin said viciously. All right, deal. Lin Feng nodded. In the end, Lin Feng obtained 2 drops of Qilin blood from the fire Qilin. Get someone to bring me wine and meat. I want to replenish myself. The fire Qilin shouted. All right, no problem. Lin Feng told Shangguan Fei about this matter. Shangguan Fei went to give the order. Then, Lin Feng took out a porcelain bottle containing the Qilin blood and gave it to Shangguan Fei. There was a drop of Qilin blood inside. Roar, from time to time, a roar could be heard from the bottle. The drop of Qilin blood transformed into a small blood-red Qilin that roared at Lin Feng and Shangguan Fei. The Qilin blood actually has a spirit. As expected of the blood of a god beast. Shangguan Fei said in surprise. Lin Feng said, there's no time to lose. Let's refine this Qilin blood. Shangguan Fei nodded. Lin Feng left Shangguan Fei's room and went to the room next door. He took out the same porcelain bottle. There was also a drop of Qilin blood inside. Currently, Lin Feng's cultivation had stopped at the 2nd heaven of the martial master realm. Lin Feng hoped that he could use the Qilin blood to break through again. He swallowed the Qilin blood. Then, Lin Feng began to circulate the ancient dragonesque elephant art. A tyrannical energy surged within Lin Feng's body. It exploded in an instant. Lin Feng crazily devoured the energy in his body. He didn't know how much time had passed. Lin Feng suddenly felt that his body was emitting waves of tyrannical energy. His own strength had also begun to increase by leaps and bounds. Boom! A terrifying aura was emitted from Lin Feng's body. Within Lin Feng's body, the power that was like a flood was quickly circulating through his meridians. Behind him, the figure of an ancient dragonesque elephant could be vaguely seen. Lin Feng's cultivation had once again completed a transformation, reaching the 3rd heaven of the martial master realm. Chapter 86. Lin Feng didn't stay in Mercenary Town for too long because Lin Feng had to go home to visit his family. After joining Callan Academy for 3 years, Lin Feng also missed his family very much. Lin Feng and Fire Qilin were on the road. 10 days later, Lin Feng arrived at Dongcheng Town. Dongcheng Town and Qingyun Town, where Lin Feng's family is located, are still 3 days away. Lin Feng plans to rest in Dongcheng Town for a day before leaving. Dongcheng Town is naturally far less lively than Mercenary Town, nor is it as large as Qingyun Town. Qingyun Town, where Lin Feng's family is located, is very close to the jungle, so it is also a very lively town. In recent years, the 4 major families of Qingyun Town have jointly written a letter, hoping to upgrade Qingyun Town to Qingyun City, and the higher-ups seem to be considering this matter. As for Dongcheng Town, it is an ordinary town, neither close to the jungle nor surrounded by precious resources. Therefore, it is a temporary place for people on the road to rest. Lin Feng and Fire Chelin walked on the street of Qingyun Town. I think we should find a place to have a big meal first, and then find a place to rest, Fire Chelin said. Fire Chelin can be said to be quite greedy. When he was in the Mercenary Association, the kitchen of the Mercenary Association became Fire Chelin's battlefield, which made the chef of the Mercenary Association want to cry but have no tears. Because some of the food just made disappeared in the blink of an eye, it was eaten by Fire Chelin. This incident caused a lot of riots, and everyone was rumored to be haunted by the Mercenary Association. Lin Feng naturally won't refuse the small request of Fire Chelin. Now he is also hungry. Lin Feng said, then let's find a restaurant to have a good meal first. Lin Feng and Fire Chelin walked towards a restaurant. Go 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 go. At this time, a group of more than a dozen people riding black and yellow horses in the distance ran wildly on the street, making a mess. Many people avoided them in a panic. If someone dodges slowly, these people will take out a whip and whip the other party out. Their methods are ruthless. A lot of people were in trouble. This group of people can be said to be extremely tyrannical. Who are these people? How dare you be so lawless? Lin Feng frowned and couldn't help but mutter. A group of people who were passing by heard Lin Feng's murmur, and their expressions sank. Brat, are you blind? You don't even know the people of the Nayland family. You actually dare to talk about the Nayland family behind my back. You're really courting death. That young master directly lashed out at Lin Feng with his whip. Pa 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 pa, the whip in his hand was like a poisonous snake, striking straight at Lin Feng's face. Crack. Lin Feng reached out and grabbed the whip. He said coldly, Nayland clan? Is it the Nayland family of Qingyun Town? There were 4 major families in Qingyun Town. They were Lin Feng's Lin family, Su Yuesh's Su family, and the Wang family. Of course, there was another family that had to be mentioned, and that was the Nayland family. This Nayland family was not simple. The Nayland family was only a branch in Qingyun Town, and the main branch was the Nayland family, one of the top 10 families in Jialan City. With the Nayland family behind them, the Nayland family was the most powerful in Qingyun Town. It often required the Lin family, Su family, and Wang family to join forces to fight against the Nayland family. The Nayland family was ambitious and wanted to annex the other 3 families and completely control Qingyun Town. Qingyun Town was a stronghold that led to the wild jungle and was very important. Controlling Qingyun Town could be said to be controlling a money-making treasure. Qingyun Town was also active with countless mercenaries and adventurers. These mercenaries and adventurers often came out of the wild jungle with a lot of things, such as medicinal herbs, beast corpses, and even some treasures found in cultivators' caves. Boy, you obviously know about the Nayland family, and you still dare to resist. Do you want to die? Let go now, kneel down and apologize, and I can spare you. Otherwise, I will let you know the miserable fate of offending me, the young man said coldly. Lin Feng knew all the younger members of the Nayland family, but Lin Feng didn't know this person, so Lin Feng guessed that he might be a relative of the Nayland family by marriage. Lin Feng wasn't afraid of the Nayland family, so how could he be afraid of the son of a relative? The Nayland family is also a big family. Is this how they teach the younger generation to behave? Lin Feng said coldly. Boy, who do you think you are? You dare to teach the Nayland family how to behave? Do you want to die? The young man's face was fierce. You bunch of trash can't do anything to me. Today, I will teach the younger generation of the Nayland family a good lesson. Lin Feng sneered and grabbed the whip in the young man's hand. Pa! Lin Feng lashed out with the whip, which landed on the young man's body. A bloody mark appeared on the young man's body. The young man screamed miserably as he was sent flying by Lin Feng's whip. Good job. Many people in the surroundings cheered loudly. Those who were just would receive more support, while those who were unjust would receive little support. These people were arrogant and despotic, so they were naturally hated by others. Lin Feng's actions made many people feel satisfied. Young master, Are you all right? The others hurriedly got off their horses to help the young man. Are you all dead? Didn't you see that I was beaten? Everyone, go and capture this boy. I will make him wish he was dead, shouted the young man furiously. He looked at Lin Feng with his long and narrow eyes filled with hatred. Yes, young master. After receiving the young man's order, a dozen guards rushed towards Lin Feng. Each and every one of them looked ferocious and ferocious. The fire Chelin covered its eyes and shouted, "It hurts my eyes, it hurts my eyes. A bunch of trash. At most, you're just a fox pretending to be a tiger." However, the guards obviously didn't think that way. How could a group of them not be able to deal with a young man? "Boy, you dare hit our young master? You must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall." That group of guards laughed evilly and moved towards Lin Feng at full speed. Boom, a dozen guards attacked at the same time and moved towards Lin Feng at the same time. As long as they could capture Lin Feng, they didn't care if Lin Feng was dead or alive. "Little brother, run quickly. These people are cousins of the Nalan family. Ordinary people can't afford to offend the Nalan family." Someone in the crowd kindly reminded Lin Feng. "It's fine." Lin Feng replied softly. Then, he looked at the guards. Lin Feng's face was cold, helping the Avildor. "You deserve to be killed." Swish. Lin Feng moved. Everyone only saw a shadow flash past them. Slap, slap, slap. Chapter 87. Who are you? The young man looked at Lin Feng in fear. "We are someone you can't afford to offend." Lin Feng looked at the young man coldly and said, "Remember, don't be too arrogant. Someone will teach you a lesson. Get lost. Let's go." The young man didn't dare stay. He got up, got on his horse, and ran away with his subordinates. "Young master, are we just going to tolerate this?" A guard said unwillingly. "Of course not. My cousin is resting in the mayor's house. Let's go see him. We'll make sure he dies a horrible death." The group of people left quickly. "Little brother, the one who was beaten up is called Li Ming. He's a relative of the Nalan clan. The Nalan clan has deep roots in Jialan City. It's not a good thing for you to offend them. You should leave quickly." "That's right, little brother. Don't let the Nalan clan stop you. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble." Someone came to tell Lin Feng what had happened. Lin Feng was touched. There were still many good people in the world. "I'll be careful." Lin Feng cupped his fist and walked away. The Nalan clan possessed extraordinary strength. Furthermore, the Nalan clan had the backing of the Nalan clan from Jialan City. Therefore, they could do whatever they wanted without any scruples. However, no one dared to provoke the Nalan clan. Even the Lin, Wang, and Su clans didn't dare to offend the Nalan clan. "Are you scared?" whispered the fire Chelin. "What am I scared of?" Lin Feng pursed his lips. "That's right. What's there to be scared of? A small clan like that can't even enter my eyes," said the fire Chelin disdainfully. Lin Feng said, "That was in the past. Now, they can skin you alive and cook you. Damn it, you still have the nerve to say that. It's all because of your demon orb. Sooner or later, I'll destroy it," shouted the fire Chelin. Lin Feng ordered a table full of delicacies, good wine, and good meat. The fire Chelin acted as if it had never eaten anything before as it wolfed down the food. "Don't stop," the fire Chelin whispered. "Waiter, continue." Lin Feng called the waiter over and instructed him to continue serving the dishes. Little second brother looked at this pair strangely and muttered in his heart, "Isn't this owner a little too good to his pet?" However, the waiter naturally liked to see this scene because the sound of the restaurant had become even better. Many diners pointed at the combination of Lin Feng and the fire Chelin. Roar! The fire Chelin seemed to be very dissatisfied with everyone pointing at it. It let out a deep roar and looked at the people around it with cold eyes. Although the fire Chelin had no divine power in its body and its cultivation had dropped, it was still a divine beast after all. Its ferocious aura was still there. With a roar, it made many people shiver in fear. They no longer dared to talk about it. They all retracted their gazes and obediently ate their meals. "What is your stomach made of?" After the fire Chelin ate the 10th table of delicacies, Lin Feng finally muttered to himself. This is called having a universe in my stomach. I can even swallow a star. The fire Chelin curled its lips. Then are you going to eat until the end of time, until the seas run dry and the rocks rot? Let's go, let's go. Lin Feng got up and went to pay the bill. Let's eat to this extent for today. When we get to your house, we'll have a full meal, the fire Chelin said. Lin Feng almost fell to the ground. It was as if he had already seen the scene of the Lin family's kitchen falling. After paying the bill, Lin Feng and the fire Chelin walked out of the restaurant. Lin Feng planned to find an inn to rest and continue his journey tomorrow. In another 3 days, he should be able to reach Qingyun town. He and the fire Chelin had just walked out when dozens of people walked over fiercely from afar. Over there, the person in the lead was Li Ming, who had been taught a lesson by Lin Feng. He saw Lin Feng and pointed in his direction. This group of people quickly rushed over and surrounded Lin Feng. The crowd separated and a young master walked out. Cousin, this is the brat who hit me. I've already reported the Naylan family, but he still attacked. He doesn't put our Naylan family in his eyes at all. Li Ming gritted his teeth and said. The young master was very handsome. He was dressed in white and had the image of a secular young master. Lin Feng, it's you. After seeing Lin Feng, the white-clothed young master was obviously very surprised. That's right, it's me. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng knew this person, Naylan Lingjun, the third son of the Naylan family's patriarch. He was the same age as Lin Feng and was a genius at the same time as Lin Feng. Lin Feng had joined Jialan College and Naylan Lingjun had joined Tianlei College, one of the 9 colleges. Now, the two sides hadn't seen each other for 3 years. Their relationship was naturally not good. The Naylan family was very ambitious and wanted to annex the Lin, Wang, and Su families. Therefore, the Lin family and the Naylan family were not on good terms, and the younger generation was naturally the same. You hit my cousin, said Lin Feng. Naylan Lingjun looked indifferently at Lin Feng. This guy made a fool of himself, so I had to help the Naylan family teach him a lesson. Lin Feng shrugged and said, if he continues to use the Naylan family's reputation to commit crimes outside, the Naylan family's reputation will be ruined. Of course, you don't need to thank me, I just helped him. Naylan Lingjuan's mouth twitched violently. Then, he looked glum. He looked at Lin Feng coldly and said, do you think the Naylan family needs to be taught a lesson by you? Lin Feng, we're old friends, so I won't make things difficult for you. I'll let Li Ming hit you the same way you hit him. You better cooperate and I'll forgive you. If you don't know how to appreciate kindness, I won't let you off so easily today, said Li Ming with a ferocious smile on his face. He was holding a long whip in his hand and violently moved towards Lin Feng. They're going to attack. Many people were astonished. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng with pity. In the eyes of the crowd, Lin Feng's side was weak, while Naylan Lingjuan's side had more people. Once there was a conflict, they would be at a disadvantage. Now, perhaps he could only endure being whipped by the other party in order to avoid this calamity. Boy, I'll let you have a taste of my whip. Li Ming smiled ferociously. His whip was already lashing out. Naylan Lingjun looked at Lin Feng with a sneer. In Naylan Lingjuan's eyes, Lin Feng wouldn't dare to resist. Because the consequences of resisting would be even worse. Crack. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would grab Li Ming's whip and snatch it away? I've spared you once, but you don't repent. Since that's the case, I'll teach you a lesson again. I'll make you remember that there are some people you can't afford to offend. Crack. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng lashed out with his whip. This whip ruthlessly lashed Li Ming's body. Li Ming's entire body was sent flying. Crack. The sound of bones breaking was heard. Who knew how many of Li Ming's bones were broken by the whip? Thump. Chapter 88. He really dares to attack. The crowd exclaimed. No one had expected Lin Feng to counterattack. After all, Lin Feng was alone, while the other side had more than 20 people. Counterattack. Wasn't that just courting death? He's too impulsive. Although it's humiliating, it's not life-threatening. Now that he's counterattacked, Nalan Lingyu won't let him off easily. I think this young man is going to be unlucky today. With the Nalan family's style of doing things, he'll either be beaten to death or crippled. Someone shook his head and sighed. Lin Feng, you dare to fight back? Nalan Lingyu's face darkened. His eyes were ice cold. I'm not stupid. Why wouldn't I fight back? Do you want me to stand here and let you beat me? Lin Feng curled his lips. Good, good, good. Since you're so shameless, don't blame me for attacking you. Guards, teach this boy a lesson. Break his limbs. Let him know the consequences of offending the Nalan family. Nalan Lingyu waved his hand and smiled ferociously. Nalan Lingyu had the Nalan family behind him, so even though they were both from Qingyun town, he didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes. Yes, young master. Immediately, 5 or 6 guards behind Nalan Lingyu jumped out and surrounded Lin Feng. They all looked ferocious. Boy, you're courting death by offending our young master. The guards had ferocious smiles on their faces. They all pounced on Nalan Lingyu like wolves and tigers. Asterisk pa, 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 asterisk Lin Feng sneered and waved the whip in his hand. One person was sent flying with each whip. Mournful screams were heard. Silhouettes were sent flying. How could the Nalan family's guards be a match for Lin Feng? They were all sent flying. How can this young man be so strong? Many people looked at the scene in front of them in shock. Even though Lin Feng was using a whip, he was still able to send a person flying. Besides, none of the guards of the Nalan clan could dodge his attacks. It was enough to show how strong Lin Feng was. Nalan Lingyu's face was extremely gloomy. All of you, attack. The remaining 20 or so guards all made their moves. More than 20 people are surrounding him. This is going to be troublesome. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, let alone 20 powerful guards. Many people's expressions changed when they saw this scene. Lin Feng was surrounded by a group of guards, but he was as calm as a cloud and as calm as a gust of wind. Pa pa pa, he cracked his whip at Lun. Whip after whip lashed out. Every whip was able to send a guard flying. These guards were generally at the 4th or 5th level of the martial artist realm. To ordinary people, they were naturally experts. But in Lin Feng's eyes, they were as weak as ants. 20 whips were lashed out. More than 20 guards were sent flying. One by one, they were whipped to death by Lin Feng. The whip in Lin Feng's hand was already broken. It was obvious that Lin Feng didn't show any mercy when he attacked. He threw the broken whip on the ground, then looked at Nalan Lingyu indifferently and said, "These dogs of yours are not obedient. I'll help you teach them a lesson. As for you, you better disappear from my sight now, because I can't guarantee that I won't take care of you as well." Only then did the people who were watching the show come back to their senses. Isn't that too powerful? This young man is so strong. Many people exclaimed. At the side, the fire Chalene curled its lips, as if the battle in front of it was rather boring. Once in existence at the level of the fire Chalene fought, it would be a battle that would move the stars, move the mountains, and move the seas. It would cause the heavens to fall and the earth to rend. Naturally, it felt that the battle in front of it was very boring. Nalan Lingyu's face was very gloomy. The scene in front of him was completely out of his expectations. He originally thought that his subordinates would have no problem taking down Lin Feng. As the saying goes, if you want to beat a dog, you have to look at its master. But now, so many of his subordinates had been defeated by Lin Feng. As the master, Nalan Lingyu didn't look very good. Lin Feng's words had infuriated Nalan Lingyu even more. "It seems like you've improved a lot in the past few years at Jialan University." Nalan Lingyu looked at Lin Feng coldly. "Not bad." Lin Feng nodded. "No wonder you dared act so impudently in front of me." Nalan Lingyu smiled coldly. Swish. Nalan Lingyu moved. He walked towards Lin Feng step by step. Nalan Lingyu's body emitted a terrifying aura. Many people's faces turned pale when they felt Nalan Lingyu's qi. Some people were so intimidated by Nalan Lingyu's qi that they directly knelt on the ground. Ordinary people simply couldn't withstand Nalan Lingyu's terrifying qi. "What? Do you want to fight too?" Lin Feng frowned. Nalan Lingyu's strength wasn't bad, but in his opinion, he was still too weak. Lin Feng, you've already infuriated me. Today, I'll let you know the price you have to pay for infuriating me. Nalan Lingyu walked towards Lin Feng. His qi was getting stronger and stronger. Nalan Lingyu was in high spirits. Obviously, he was very confident in his own strength. In the past few years, Nalan Lingyu had shown that he was very talented in cultivation. Therefore, the Nalan family in Jialan City had provided him with a lot of cultivation resources. Nalan Lingyu's strength had also increased by leaps and bounds. Among his peers, he was definitely one of the best. If I were you, I wouldn't fight. You're just courting death. Lin Feng curled his lips. Lin Feng, who do you think you are? How dare you act so impudently in front of me? Nalan Lingyu's face suddenly sank. Beast fist. In the next moment, Nalan Lingyu exploded. Nalan Lingyu threw a punch. A terrifying qi emerged from Nalan Lingyu's body. What's that? Someone shouted in fear. Above Nalan Lingyu, a ferocious beast condensed. It was 100 meters long and looked extremely ferocious. Many people felt the ferocious beast's qi and started trembling. Everyone's face was filled with shock. That ferocious beast was condensed by Nalan Lingyu's beast fist. That beast fist condensed a ferocious beast's beast fist. When the ferocious beast and man fused into one, it could explode with incredible power. Nalan Lingyu's punch was too terrifying. I only need one move to defeat you. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows in the face of Nalan Lingyu's attack. He took a step forward and raised his right hand. Lin Feng threw a punch at Nalan Lingyu. He didn't use any martial skills, it was just an ordinary punch. Bang! Lin Feng and Nalan Lingyu collided. Everybody was shocked. Such an ordinary punch had actually sent Nalan Lingyu flying. Nalan Lingyu flew a dozen meters away and then fell on the ground. He didn't get up for a long time. Chapter 89. Oh my god, he defeated Nalan Lingyu in one move. Isn't he too strong? Many people around exclaimed in surprise. Nalan Lingyu was a genius among geniuses, but now, he couldn't even withstand one move from the young man in front of him. How strong was this young man? Everyone in the Nalan family looked at Lin Feng in horror, afraid that Lin Feng would kill him. Lin Feng didn't bother to pay attention to these people. Let's go, Lin Feng said. The fire Chalene swaggered behind Lin Feng. Everyone made way for Lin Feng. Hey, do you still want to stay in the inn? The fire Chalene asked. Troubled times, let's hurry back to the family, Lin Feng said. 3 days later, Lin Feng finally saw Qingyun town. It was called a town, but it was more like a city. Qingyun town is surrounded by tall city walls. This city has a radius of 30 miles. Although it couldn't be compared to a county city like Jialan City, it could be called a county town. Qingyun town was a stronghold in the wild forest, so it was very lively here. When they arrived at the gate of the city, Lin Feng saw 3 big words written on the gate, Cyan Cloud City. It changed from a town to a city. Lin Feng was surprised. 3 years ago, when he left the family to cultivate at Jialan Academy, it was still Qingyun town. Now, it had become Qingyun City. In the past 3 years, it seemed that Qingyun town had undergone great changes. Haha, little brother, you haven't been to Qingyun City for a long time, right? As early as a year ago, Qingyun town was changed to Qingyun City, an adventurer said. I haven't been back for 3 years, so I was a little surprised to see it changed from a town to a city. Lin Feng said with a smile. Get out of the way, get out of the way. At this time, a group of cultivators came quickly from the distance. At the front were a dozen cultivators riding horses, and behind them were 5 or 6 young men and women in brocade clothes. Everyone was scattered on both sides of the road, making way for this group of people. Su Yueshi. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. It was actually her. She had also returned to Qingyun City. Beside Su Yueshi was a handsome young man in white. Haha, you must be the young master of the Bai clan, Bai Shentian, right? At this time, a group of dozens of people rushed out from Green Cloud City. The leader was a middle-aged man, Su Yueshi's father, Su Dongtang. Bai Shentian? Is this the eldest young master of Sangharama cities by clan? That's right, that should be the case. I heard that Bai Shentian went out to cultivate with a mysterious expert. To think that he would return. But why is he with Su Yueshi? This is the Su family. Could it be that he's related to the Bai clan? If that's the case, the Su clan is going to become rich. Bai Shentian is going to become the next leader of the Bai clan. Around them, many people were discussing animatedly. Hello, uncle. Shen Tian greets you. Bai Shentian jumped off his horse and smiled. He was very elegant. Nephew, don't be so polite. We've already prepared a banquet to welcome you back. We hope that you won't dislike the simple food here, said Su Dongtang. Bai Shentian smiled. Uncle, you're too polite, said Bai Shentian with a charming smile. The Su clan welcomed the people of the Bai clan into Qingyun City. How strange. Why did the Bai clan come to Qingyun City? Lin Feng frowned. The fire Chelin was interested and asked, What? What's your relationship with those people? Tell me. I'll explain it to you. Lin Feng told the fire Chelin everything that had happened recently. The fire Chelin sneered and said, Most likely, they're targeting your Lin clan. Of course, they could also have other motives, but I think the former is more likely. According to my observations, you can be considered a genius. The Bai clan is already afraid of you and wants to get rid of you as soon as possible. What can they not do? All right. Lin Feng nodded. He entered Qingyun City without stopping and went straight to the Lin clan's territory. When he saw the residents in the northwest of Qingyun City, Lin Feng was overjoyed and excited. It had been 3 years. He was finally back. Young Master Feng is back. The guard outside saw Lin Feng. Even though they hadn't seen each other for 3 years, Lin Feng's appearance hadn't changed much. He recognized Lin Feng immediately and shouted excitedly, I'll go and report to the master. A guard ran into the courtyard. Another guard came forward to greet him. Young Master Feng, you're finally back. The elders of the clan missed you so much during these 3 years, said the guard excitedly. Haha, brother Dianyo, you've become much stronger after 3 years, said Lin Feng with a smile. The guard scratched his head embarrassedly. Lin Feng entered the residence he hadn't seen in 3 years. Even though he had been away for 3 years, he was still very familiar with the Lin clan. At that moment, a group of people came out from the inner courtyard. The leader was a tall and sturdy old man. He was Lin Feng's grandfather, Lin Tsungqiong. Next to Lin Tsungqiong was a middle-aged man with a pale face. He looked lonely. He was Lin Feng's father, Lin Baitian. In addition, the great elder, the second elder and the other elders of the clan, as well as some uncles and aunts, all came out to welcome Lin Feng. Back then, Lin Feng had shown that he was much more talented than his siblings. Therefore, the Lin clan had spent a lot of money to send Lin Feng to Jialan Academy. For a small clan like the Lin clan, they had limited financial resources. They could only send one disciple to Jialan Academy. The rest of the disciples could only stay in the clan. That was the power of the clan. As long as one disciple of the clan became successful, they would be able to support the development of the clan. It could be said that Lin Feng shouldered the hopes of the entire clan. Seeing his family members, Lin Feng couldn't help but cry. No matter how much pain he had gone through outside, at home, he only felt the warmth and care of his family members. Grandpa, father, great-grandpa, second grandpa, elders, uncles and aunts, Feng'er is back. Lin Feng bowed deeply to the elders of the clan. My child, it's good that you're back, said Lin Tsungqiong kindly while patting Lin Feng's head. Feng'er, you must be hungry. Quick, tell the servants to prepare some food, said the great elder. Thank you, great-grandpa, said Lin Feng with a smile. Silly child, why are you thanking me? Said the great elder kindly. I'll tell the servants to prepare Feng'er's room, said Lin Feng's third aunt, smiling. Lin Feng's heart was moved by the warmth of his family. Lin Feng's heart was filled with gratitude. Chapter 90. When Lin Feng came back, the entire Lin clan was bustling with noise and excitement. Everybody had a feast to welcome Lin Feng. Lin Feng's return cleared away the haze in the hearts of the Lin clan. Feng, how have you been in Jialan Academy for the past 3 years? Do you have enough money to spend every month? Lin Tsungqiang asked with concern. Everything is good. I have enough money to spend, Lin Feng said with a smile. Actually, they didn't have enough money to spend. For example, Lin Feng had to rely on himself to cultivate in the cultivation tower. He didn't ask for money from the Lin clan because it was already a huge expense for Lin Feng to cultivate in the cultivation tower. The Lin clan couldn't pay for Lin Feng to cultivate in the cultivation tower unless they sold their ancestral property. Brother Feng, there must be many powerful people in Jialan Academy, right? I heard that there are many disciples of influential families there. A young fatso said. He was 2 years younger than Lin Feng and was 14 years old. His name was Lin Dong and he was the only son of Lin Feng's third uncle, Lin Xiong. Yes, there are many people who are extremely strong, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. Feng, how's your cultivation in Jialan Academy? Lin Feng's third aunt asked. This was a topic that everyone was concerned about, but some of the elders were too embarrassed to ask. However, this matter was related to the rise and fall of the Lin clan. Feng didn't disappoint the elders. I've already broken through to the third sky of the martial master layer. Lin Feng said. In the main hall, there were cries of surprise. Everyone was shocked beyond words. The strongest person in the Lin clan was Lin Tsungqiang, but he was only at the 8th sky of the martial master layer. Lin Feng was only 16 years old, but he had already broken through to the 3rd sky of the martial master layer. Feng, really? Don't joke with us, said the second elder in a trembling voice. Feng wouldn't dare to lie to the elders. Lin Feng said, and with a flick of his finger, a stream of Zhen Qi flew out of the hall, and a rockery in the courtyard was instantly pierced through, and collapsed with a loud bang. External release of true energy. Only a martial master could reach such a level. The heavens bless my Lin clan, the heavens bless my Lin clan. A few of the clan's elders wept, inwardly wiping away their tears, extremely moved. A new expert had appeared in the clan. Perhaps this would allow this clan to flourish. Little Feng, go back and have a good rest. Tomorrow, we'll worship the ancestors and tell them the good news. Our Lin clan finally has an incredible descendant. Lin Tsungqiang said. Yes, Grandpa. After the banquet was over, Lin Feng and his father returned to their small courtyard. Cough, cough. Lin Feng was coughing violently. His father had been coughing for as long as Lin Feng could remember. Father, are you all right? Lin Feng asked worriedly. It's an old problem. It's not a big deal. Lin Beitian waved his hand. Lin Feng and his father sat at a table and drank tea. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, Father, did something happen in the clan? Something did happen, but don't worry, the elders will take care of it. Lin Beitian said with a smile. Is it the Su clan? Asked Lin Feng. Lin Beitian nodded. It's the Su clan. I don't know why, but they've been drifting away from the Lin clan and the Wang clan. Lin Feng sighed. It all started because of his bad relationship with Su Yueshi. Lin Feng remembered that the Lin clan and the Su clan were allies, so he didn't deliberately make things difficult for Su Yueshi. He also didn't tell the elders about what had happened in Jialan University so that they wouldn't worry. However, he hadn't thought that the Su clan would be the first to betray them. Now, they had joined forces with the Bai clan and wanted to attack the Lin clan. Lin Feng's heart was filled with murderous intent. The Su clan better not do anything to the Lin clan. Otherwise, I, Lin Feng, will destroy your entire clan. Family was everything to Lin Feng. For the safety of his family, Lin Feng was willing to do anything. Even if his hands were stained with blood. He wouldn't hesitate. Father, since the Su clan is drifting away from the Lin clan and the Wang clan, we have to be careful in case they stab us in the back, said Lin Feng. All right, the clan is on guard. It's getting late, you should rest early, said Lin Beitian. Then I'll take my leave. Father, you should rest early too. Lin Feng got up and walked out of his father's room, then closed the door behind him. Our child has grown up. He has really grown up, After Lin Feng left, Lin Beitian murmured. He seemed to be immersed in some memories, and his eyes were filled with pain. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Beitian coughed violently. He covered his mouth with a handkerchief. When he finally stopped coughing, there was a pool of blood on the handkerchief. My Dao injury is getting worse. Lin Beitian murmured. Lin Beitian's gaze became deeper and deeper, as if he was weighing the pros and cons, as if he was about to make a difficult decision. After a long time, only a sigh could be heard in the room. Next door, Lin Feng couldn't sleep for a long time after hearing his father's coughing. Are you worried about your father? Hihi, I didn't expect you to be such a filial son, said the fire Qilin. Don't joke about my father, Lin Feng said coldly. Your father's internal injuries are very serious. It's not easy to heal them, said the fire Qilin. What? My father's internal injuries? Lin Feng suddenly sat up and stared at the fire Qilin. Of course. Do you think I'm wrong? The fire Qilin pouted. Lin Feng crawled out of bed and went to the fire Qilin. It's been so many years. My father's health has been deteriorating day by day. You can see that he's injured, so you must be able to heal him, right? I do have a way to heal your father, but I need a main ingredient. You can't get it, the fire Qilin said. What do you need? Lin Feng asked. Flood dragon blood, the fire Qilin said. Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. Flood dragons were recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. They could control the clouds with one turn of the hand, ride on the clouds, fly into the sky, and swim in the sea. They were omnipotent. With your talent, you might be able to reach the yin-yang layer within 100 years. Then, you might be able to obtain flood dragon blood, but after 100 years, your father will be dead. The fire Qilin said. Do you have a way to help me? Asked Lin Feng, taking a deep breath. He had never been this serious before. In the darkness of the night, the fire Qilin's red eyes were staring at the determined young man. The young man was determined, serious, and even pleading for the sake of his family. The fire Qilin's heart was already cold. Maybe I can try, but I need to prepare some things. Chapter 91. The market was the meeting place of the 4 great clans in Qingyun City. It was also the busiest place in Qingyun City. People came and went, and there were rows upon rows of shops. Many mercenaries would come to the market to sell their loot after killing ferocious beasts in the wild forest. Lin Feng came to the market to collect the things the fire Qilin needed. In the depths of the wild forest, there was a powerful flood dragon. It was the king of beasts. Lin Feng had heard about it before. But it wasn't easy to get the flood dragon's blood. Fortunately, the fire Qilin said there was hope. The fire Qilin needed dozens of spiritual herbs. The fire Qilin had lost its strength and its strength was limited, but it still had all the abilities it had before. The fire Qilin needed to use these spiritual herbs to concoct a medicinal liquid. After taking it, it would recover its strength for a short period of time. It was just the aura that had returned to its peak, not the strength. Sensing its strength, the fire Qilin seemed to still be an extremely powerful divine beast. In reality, the fire Qilin's strength hadn't changed. To put it bluntly, the fire Qilin wanted to scare the flood dragon. Lin Feng didn't know whether this method would work or not, but he had to try. He didn't have much time left. As long as he could get the flood dragon's blood, Lin Feng was willing to try any method. Its young master Feng, there were guards patrolling the market. When they saw Lin Feng, they all came forward to greet him. Lin Feng had returned to the clan. Naturally, the news of his return had spread throughout the clan. Feng, did you come to the market to buy something? Asked Lin Feng's third uncle, Lin Xiong, with a smile. There are some things I want to buy, said Lin Feng. Write down what you need and let the servants help you collect them, said Lin Xiong. Lin Feng nodded. He wrote down the spiritual herbs he needed and gave it to a guard. Let's go and have a look, said Lin Xiong with a smile. Third uncle, please lead the way, said Lin Feng with a smile. The market square was a place guarded by the 4 great clans of Green Cloud City. Those who did business in the market would receive the protection of the 4 great clans. Of course, These shops would have to pay a certain amount of taxes every month. For a small family like the Lin family, their main income came from the taxes collected from the market and some of the family's businesses. Their annual income was around 5 to 600,000 taels of silver. However, the Lin family, including the main bloodline, branch bloodlines, servants, and guards, still had more than 1,000 people. The expenses were enormous. As for Lin Feng, he spent 150,000 taels of silver a year to train in Jialan Academy. This was why a small clan like the Lin clan could only afford to send 1 or 2 people to train in Jialan Academy. In addition to offering basic cultivation resources, there were some precious cultivation resources that a small family like the Lin family could not afford. Fortunately, Lin Feng had always been diligent. Coupled with the fortuitous encounters he had encountered, his cultivation had improved rapidly. He did not disappoint the expectations of his family. Lin Feng patrolled the market with his third uncle, Lin Xiong, mainly to prevent people from causing trouble in the market. After all, many of the people who came to the market were mercenaries. These people had bad tempers, and it was very easy for them to get into conflicts with the shop owners. At times like this, the Lin family had to step in to settle things and prevent the situation from escalating. "Third master, you're here. Come in and have a drink before you leave." When they passed by an antique shop, the shopkeeper greeted Lin Xiong with a smile. "Haha, old man, do you have some good tea again?" said Lin Xiong with a smile. "This year's new tea leaves have just arrived. Third master, come in and have a taste. If you like the taste, I'll pack some for you and bring it back to the clan for you to taste," said the shopkeeper with a smile. "It's fine if I drink your tea. How can I bring it back?" Lin Xiong shook his head. "It's all thanks to the Lin family's protection that I can do business in peace." "What's a few tea leaves?" said the shopkeeper with a smile. He invited Lin Xiong in. "Are you young Master Lin Feng?" asked the shopkeeper respectfully as he looked at Lin Feng. "Do you know me?" asked Lin Feng, surprised. "I have a relative who's studying in Jialan Academy. A while ago, I went to Jialan City to buy goods and stayed at my relative's place to rest. I heard from my nephew that you were Lin Feng, Lin Gongzi. I heard that Lin Gongzi was invincible during the inner courtyard competition of Jialan Academy. Today, I'm able to meet you, Lin Gongzi. I'm really lucky," said the shopkeeper flatteringly. He knew that Lin Feng was only 16 years old and had already broken through to the martial master layer. In the future, the Lin clan might not be able to stay in Qingyun City. The shopkeeper was so polite because he wanted to establish a good relationship with the Lin clan. "Haha, my nephew is the hope of the Lin family," said Lin Xiong with a smile. Cough, cough. "He's not as amazing as the rumors say. It's normal for students to win and lose," said Lin Feng with a smile. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt someone tugging at his trousers. He looked down and saw the fire Chelin. "Third master, Lin Gongzi, please take a seat in the inner courtyard," said the shopkeeper. Lin Feng felt that the fire Chelin was tugging at him for something, so he said, "I prefer looking at the antiques here," said Lin Feng, pointing at the dazzling array of goods. "Lin Gongzi, take your time. If you see anything you like, just tell me," said the shopkeeper. Lin Feng nodded. The shopkeeper and Lin Xiong entered the inner courtyard. "What's wrong?" asked Lin Feng. "There's a piece of bronze on the counter over there, buy it," said the fire Chelin. Lin Feng walked over to the counter. There were many trinkets on the counter. "Lin Gongzi, everything here was unearthed from an ancient tomb. Do you see anything you like?" asked the shopkeeper with a smile. "Unearthed from an ancient tomb?" Lin Feng was surprised. A year ago, a cultivator found a tomb. Many strong cultivators went in to search for treasures. It's said that many people died. These things were unearthed from there, said the shopkeeper. "Let me see that piece of bronze." Lin Feng pointed at the bronze the fire Chelin was talking about. The shopkeeper gave the bronze to Lin Feng. This piece of bronze was obviously a broken piece. Some vague imprints could be vaguely seen on it, indicating that it was from a very long time ago. "I'll take this." Lin Feng gave the banknotes to the shopkeeper and took the bronze. "Lin Gongzi, The shopkeeper said that you can't take money, said the shopkeeper. He wanted to return the money to Lin Feng, but Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's fine, just take it." Lin Feng went into the inner courtyard and greeted his third uncle, Lin Xiong. He asked the guards to buy his things and deliver them to his house. Lin Feng then left the antique shop and walked towards his house. He wanted to ask the fire Qilin about the bronze. What was the origin of the bronze that made the fire Qilin value it so much? Chapter 92. Qilin, what is this bronze? On the way, Lin Feng and the Qilin talked. The fire Qilin laughed mischievously. "You're really lucky. This is a treasure. Let's talk about it when we get back." At that moment, there was a commotion in front of them. "Stop that kid. Don't let him escape." A group of 4 or 5 people were chasing a young man. In the end, the group of people caught up to the youth. "Beat him up. Beat him to death. He dares offend the Naylan family. He's courting death," shouted someone arrogantly. Then, the 5 of them surrounded the young man and beat him up. "Didn't you want to run away to get help? Why don't you keep running?" A tall youth sneered as he viciously kicked the youth who had been beaten to the ground. Many people who were watching the show were pointing and gossiping. But who would dare to stop the Naylan family? Wasn't that just courting death? In Qingyun City, the Naylan family was the #1 family. Even if the Lin, Wang, and Su families joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for the Naylan family. The most terrifying thing about the Naylan family was that they had a powerful backer in Jialan City, the main branch of the Naylan family. Bang, bang, bang. The 5 disciples of the Naylan clan were all incomparably arrogant. They kicked the youth on the ground one after another. The youth who was being beaten was very unyielding. He didn't cry out for mercy. Instead, he clenched his teeth and shouted, "Naylan Xian, unless you kill me, I will definitely get my revenge for today's incident." "Fuck, you're quite stubborn. Let's see if your mouth or my fists are harder," sneered the young man called Naylan Xian. He and the other 4 continued to beat the young man. The young man's face was swollen and his mouth and nose were bleeding. He looked miserable. "Lin Kuan, if you kneel down and beg for mercy, I'll let you go. What do you think?" Naylan Xian looked down at the young man who was being beaten. "You want me to kneel down and apologize to you? Maybe in your next life." The young man who was being beaten was very stubborn. "I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. Keep beating him," said Naylan Xian coldly. The disciples of the Naylan family continued to beat Lin Kuan. Lin Kuan. At this moment, the crowd was pushed aside and a youth squeezed in. When he saw Lin Kuan being beaten up by Naylan Xian and the others, the youth's face immediately became extremely gloomy. The newcomer was Lin Feng. Lin Feng, who was walking towards his family, saw the conflict and squeezed his way in to see what was going on. He didn't expect that it was actually a fellow clan brother of the Lin family who was being humiliated and brutally beaten up by Naylan Xian and the others. Lin Kuan was the 3rd elder's grandson and Lin Feng's playmate since childhood. Big brother Feng, after seeing Lin Feng, Lin Kuan's eyes lit up. "Why aren't you stopping?" Lin Feng shouted coldly. Naylan Xian looked at Lin Feng and was surprised. After a moment of shock, he sneered and said, "I was wondering who it was. So it's you, Lin Feng. I haven't seen you for 3 years, but you've become bolder after coming back from Jialan Academy. You actually dare to shout in front of me. Do you believe that I won't beat you up too?" Lin Feng naturally knew Naylan Xian. He was the grandson of the Naylan family's first elder and had been cultivating in Jialan Academy for many years. He was very strong. The Naylan family was backed by the Naylan family, one of the 10 great families of Jialan City. Their family had more than 10 direct descendants who were able to enter various academies to cultivate. This kind of foundation wasn't something the Lin, Su, or Wang families could compare to. But so what? With Lin Feng's current strength, someone like Naylan Xian was nothing in his eyes. They weren't even on the same level as Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered. He didn't even want to waste his breath on Naylan Xian. He directly rushed towards Naylan Xian. His own brother had been beaten to such a state. How could he tolerate that? Of course not. When Naylan Xian saw Lin Feng attack, He had a ferocious smile on his face. Lin Feng, you want to fight against me? You really don't know what's good for you. Attack. Beat him up as well. Nailan Xian waved his hand. Brother Xian, don't worry. Leave him to us. The other 4 members of the Nailan family jumped out and surrounded Lin Feng. The Nailan family and the Lin family are having a conflict. This is going to be interesting. They're all members of aristocratic families, but the Lin family is weak. That young master of the Lin family is probably going to be humiliated by the Nailan family like his brothers. They're going to beat him up. The onlookers were whispering amongst themselves. They were all looking at Lin Feng with pity in their eyes. Little brat, you don't know what's good for you in front of Brother Xian. Today, I'll show you the consequences of offending Brother Xian. The members of the Nailan clan were smiling coldly and attacking Lin Feng at the same time. Chumph, you don't know what's good for you. Lin Feng sneered. Swish. Everybody could see that Lin Feng was moving. Fast. He was really too fast. Like a white steed flashing through a crack. Everyone only saw an afterimage flash before their eyes. Bang 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 bang. After that, there were 4 consecutive sounds of collision. Ah! Mournful screams rang out one after another. Everyone saw that the 4 disciples of the Nailan family were all sent flying. The 4 members of the Nailan family had their arms broken when they fought Lin Feng. Their bones were exposed. They looked extremely miserable. The 4 of them fell heavily on the ground and screamed miserably. You hit my brothers. I'll make you pay 10 times over. Lin Feng looked coldly at the 4 members of the Nailan family who had been crippled by him. His eyes were ice cold. Oh my God, the young master next door is so strong. Exclamations were heard as everyone looked at Lin Feng in shock. Lin Feng, you dare to cripple the members of the Nailan family? You're courting death. Nailan Xian's face was extremely gloomy. Nailan Xian leaped out and charged at Lin Feng. He used the pressure of Mount Tai on Lin Feng. Nailan Xian's strength was not to be underestimated. He was even stronger than Nailan Feiyang. Nailan Xian had already broken through to the 10th layer of the warrior realm. He could be considered a genius even in the major academies of the Zhenwu country. The power of this attack was extremely terrifying. The aura emitted from Nailan Xian's body made many people around him unable to breathe. Everyone looked at Nailan Xian in shock. They were all shocked by Nailan Xian's terrifying strength. Facing Nailan Xian's powerful attack, Lin Feng moved. Lin Feng stepped forward and waved his right fist, punching towards Nailan Xian. Everyone was astonished and shook their heads. Nailan Xian had such terrifying strength, but the young master of the Lin family had actually dealt with it so casually. He was probably going to suffer a great loss, right? However, before the onlookers could even think about it, they saw Lin Feng and Nailan Xian collide. Lin Feng stood in his original position without moving, but Lin Feng sent Nailan Xian flying with a punch. Catcher, catcher. The arm that collided with Lin Feng was broken just like the other 4. He fell to the ground, twitching and screaming. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in shock. No one would have thought that Lin Feng would be so powerful. He easily dealt with a group of experts from the Nailan family. Lin Kuan was also astonished. He knew that this brother of Lin Feng's was astonishingly strong, but he hadn't thought that he would be so strong. This gave Lin Kuan hope. He said anxiously, Big brother Feng, little sister Lan and the others have been blocked by the Nailan clan. I'm worried that little sister Lan and the others will fall into their hands and suffer a great loss. What's going on? Lin Feng's expression suddenly sank. It's Nailan Zissou, Nailan Lingjun, and the others. Nailan Lingjun has been pestering sister Lan for a while now, and even proposed marriage to our family. Brother Feng, you know that Nailan Lingjun is a scumbag. Who knows how many women he has harmed. He also has an engagement, and he only proposed marriage to sister Lan to be his concubine. Our Lin family naturally wouldn't agree. Today, this bastard saw sister Lan and cornered her in a corner. He wanted to humiliate sister Lan in broad daylight, and even tore her clothes. Luckily, Lin Dong and I came out today and saw this. If we hadn't discovered it early, sister Lan innocence would have been sullied. If such a thing really happened, the family could only betroth Sister Lan to that bastard for the sake of our family's reputation. After we found out, these people even complained, saying that Sister Lan seduced Nalan Lingjun. Lin Dong and I couldn't accept it and tried to reason with them, but we were beaten up. They surrounded us and didn't let us leave, so I escaped to inform them. When he heard this, Lin Feng was about to explode from anger. When he thought about how the pure and cute Sister Lan was almost sullied by Nalan Lingjun, Lin Feng felt a raging fire in his chest. Bring me over to have a look. Lin Feng's gaze was extremely gloomy, and his voice was ice-cold. Chapter 93. At the corner of a street, this place was originally a filthy slum. Other than those who lived at the bottom, very few people would come here. Therefore, Nalan Lingjun was not afraid of others knowing that he was committing violence here and with people watching over him. He had never expected that Lin Dong, Lin Kuan, and the rest would pass by a shop not far away and bump into this matter. Lin Lan was born cute. Although she was still young, she was already so charming. When she grew up, she would definitely be a beauty. Although Lin Lan was only a disciple of the Lin family's side branch, her talent was outstanding and the family still valued her. Now that there was a conflict here, it was already surrounded by people. Lin Lan's face was pale and she was about to cry. She was held in the arms of another girl from the Lin family. That girl was called Lin Yuqing. She was also a talented girl from the Lin family's side branch and had a good relationship with Lin Lan. Bitch, how dare you seduce my brother? Don't you know that my brother is engaged? How dare you seduce my brother? The Lin family is indeed lowly. From the main branch to the side branch, all of them are bitches. A girl in purple pointed at Lin Lan and scolded. This person was Nalan Zissou. Many people around were pointing and whispering to each other. Boo-hoo, Lin Lan was almost humiliated by Nalan Lingjun previously. Now that Nalan Zissou was slandering her for seducing Nalan Lingjun, she cried in grievance. Damn it, God is watching. It's not that karma won't come, it's just that it's not time yet. After doing such a heartless thing, you still dare to slander our sister Lan. You will suffer retribution sooner or later. Lin Dong was a hot-tempered person and immediately scolded. Nalan Lingjuan's face changed slightly. He was really afraid of retribution. Retribution? I think you are the ones who will suffer retribution. A bunch of bitches from the Lin family. Nalan Zissou scolded. Nalan Lingjun stood out and looked coldly at Lin Dong. He sneered and said, Lin Dong, you trash. Who are you mocking? How dare you slander me? Today, I will let you know the consequences of slandering me. Previously, Nalan Lingjun had a conflict with Lin Feng in Eastern City. Originally, he wanted to humiliate Lin Feng, but he didn't expect to be defeated by Lin Feng. Nalan Lingjun, with his arrogant temperament, was defeated by Lin Feng. This made Nalan Lingjun feel incomparably sullen and angry. During this period of time, he had been harboring hatred in his heart and wanted to take revenge, but he didn't find the opportunity to do so. Seeing that Lin Feng dared to scold him, Nalan Lingjun was extremely confident. Furthermore, there were only 4 people from the Lin family present. They were Lin Dong, Lin Yang, Lin Lan and Lin Yuqing. On the other hand, there were only a dozen people from the Nalan family. With a sinister smile, Nalan Lingjun charged towards Lin Feng. Boom, Nalan Lingjun took a step forward, and a terrifying aura immediately gushed out. With Nalan Lingjuan's strength at the 9th heavenly layer, it was too easy for him to deal with Lin Dong, who was at the 4th heavenly layer. This battle was simply one-sided. Nalan Lingjun walked towards Lin Dong step by step, and a terrifying pressure spread out. That pressure was like a mountain, pressing down on Lin Dong's body, as if it wanted to force Lin Dong to kneel on the ground. Lin Dong's legs were trembling, but his back was still straight. He struggled to resist the terrifying pressure emitted by Nalan Lingjun. Lin Dong raised his head and said coldly, "Haha, you want me to kneel? In your next life. Then you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you don't kneel, I will beat you until you kneel and beg for mercy." Nalan Ling's handsome face was filled with a sinister smile as he sent a slap towards Lin Dong's face. That slap was so powerful that it caused the air to emit a series of sonic booms. If this slap landed on Lin Dong's face would be smashed by Nalan Lingjuan's slap. Lin Dong, Lin Yang, Lin Lan and Lin Yuqing's faces turned pale, and they looked at Lin Dong worriedly. Nalan Lingjuan's mouth was filled with a sinister smile. It was as if he could already see the scene of Lin Dong being slapped half to death by him, and the slap was about to land on Lin Dong's face. But at this moment, crack, Nalan Lingjuan felt as if his arm was clamped by a tiger, and a heart-wrenching pain swept through his body, causing Nalan Lingjuan to scream. Nalan Lingjuan turned his head, and his face was filled with horror, because the person who came was none other than Lin Feng, whom he hated to the bone. "Brother Feng!" Lin Dong shouted in surprise. He originally thought that the outcome would be quite miserable, but he did not expect Lin Feng to arrive in time. Lin Lan Lin Yuqing, and Lin Yang's eyes lit up. Lin Feng looked at Lin Lan When he saw that Lin Lan was all right, he felt relieved. He still remembered when he was a little girl, she used to follow him around. She used to wear her hair in braids. She looked like a jade carving. Just looking at Lin Lan's pale face, Lin Feng's heart surged with dense killing intent. Nalan Lingjuan regained his senses after a short moment of shock. Although Lin Feng was very powerful, he had more than 10 people on his side, and they had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. What was there to be afraid of? Nalan Lingjuan looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "You'd better let me go, or none of you will be able to leave today." "Lin Feng, hurry up and let him go, do you want to die?" Nalan Zissou screamed. "Let him go, or you won't be able to bear the consequences," the rest of the Nalan clan members shouted with arrogance. "Let him go. Is this guy in my hand even human?" Lin Feng's face was filled with a sinister expression. If Lin Kuan and the others hadn't seen Nalan Lingjuan humiliating Lin Lan and dealt with her in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. How would Lan live in the future? When he thought of this, the coldness in Lin Feng's eyes intensified. He suddenly exerted force on his wrist, and with a crack, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. "Ah!" Nalan Lingjuan screamed. His wrist had been broken by Lin Feng. Bang! Next, Lin Feng kicked Nalan Lingjuan's right leg. Crack! Nalan Lingjuan's right leg broke into two. With a plop, Nalan Lingjuan fell to the ground. "Brat, how dare you treat me like this? You're dead." Nalan Lingjuan glared at Lin Feng and roared. "Is that so? I'd like to see who will die first." Lin Feng's face was filled with a sinister smile. He raised his right foot and stomped on Nalan Lingjuan's left arm. Crack! Nalan Lingjuan's left arm was broken. Next, Lin Feng raised his right foot and stomped on Nalan Lingjuan's other leg. Crack! Nalan Lingjuan's second leg was broken. In the blink of an eye, all 4 of Nalan Lingjuan's limbs had been crippled by Lin Feng. Everyone was dumbfounded. They stared at the scene in front of them, dumbfounded. "I'll cripple you, you animal." Lin Feng smiled coldly and threw a kick at Nalan Lingjuan's crotch. Bang! Everybody could see that Lin Feng had violently kicked that vital part of his body. "Ah!" Nalan Lingjuan screamed and fainted. Blood instantly flowed out of Nalan Lingjuan's crotch. "It's over. He's completely crippled. He can't even be a man." Many people gasped in shock. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng in awe and veneration. That guy was way too cruel. Nalan Zissou came back to her senses and looked at the crippled Nalan Lingjuan. She was about to go crazy. "Kill him. Kill him for me." Chapter 94. Is that young Master Lin Feng from the Lin family? That's right, that's young Master Lin Feng. I heard that he was cultivating in Jialan Academy. I didn't expect him to come back. Young Master Lin Feng is so cruel. He actually crippled Nalan Lingjuan. I heard that Lin Lan and Lin Feng were close since they were young. Seeing that Lin Feng was almost humiliated, Lin Lan must have been furious. I really admire him. Many people who were watching the show were talking about it. Brother Feng is too awesome. Lin Dong and the rest were filled with excitement. Crippling a scum like Nalan Lingjuan was like getting rid of an evil for the people. At that moment, 2 people from the Nalan family walked out. Their auras were extremely powerful. Nalan Shun, Nalan Yuan. Many people exclaimed when they saw the two people. Although Nalan Shun and Nalan Yuan were from the side branches of the Nalan family, they were extremely talented. Moreover, both of them were at the 10th celestial layer of the warrior realm. They were geniuses among geniuses. Many people were worried for Lin Feng when they saw the two people attacking. The onlookers didn't have a good impression of the arrogant and despotic Nalan family. Instead, they had a good impression of the Lin family because the members of the Lin family were very approachable. Even among the younger generation, there were no hedonistic sons. Unlike the Nalan family, which was a group of hedonistic sons who were wicked beyond redemption. Nalan Shun and Nalan Yuan were very experienced in fighting. They cooperated well and attacked Lin Feng from the left and right. Powerful energy surged out, causing the faces of Lin Dong and the others to turn pale. They couldn't help but worry for Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered and took a step forward, instantly arriving in front of Nalan Shun and Nalan Yuan. Bang, bang, he threw out 2 punches consecutively, colliding with Nalan Shun and Nalan Yuan's fists. Along with the tyrannical sound of the collision. Everyone saw it. Nalan Shun, Nalan Yuan and Nalan Shun were forced to retreat. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Many people exclaimed. Their faces were full of shock. Lin Feng was only 16 years old. He actually repelled Nalan Shun, who was at the 10th layer of the martial artist realm. Nalan Yuan. Furthermore, he was able to defeat 2 of them by himself. This level of cultivation was simply too terrifying. Big Brother Feng is that strong? Lin Dong, Lin Yang, and the rest also looked at Lin Feng in shock. Of course, they knew that Lin Feng was a genius student of Jialan Academy. However, they never thought that Lin Feng would be so strong. Big Brother Feng is amazing. Lin Lan'er's pretty face regained some color as she looked at Lin Feng in shock. Lin Yuqing nodded. Obviously, Lin Yuqing was also deeply shocked by the strength displayed by Lin Feng. All of you, attack. Nalan Zisu's face turned red, and she screamed. The rest of the Nalan family members also attacked. More than 10 people rushed towards Lin Feng. It's over. Lin Feng is surrounded by more than 10 people. He's definitely going to lose. Seeing more than 10 Nalan family members rushing towards Lin Feng, the crowd's expression changed greatly. In their opinion, Lin Feng couldn't withstand the attacks of more than 10 people. You're just an ant. At that moment, Lin Feng moved. His expression was extremely cold. Lin Feng activated his devouring spirit. A powerful confinement force gushed out and enveloped the dozen or so people of the Nalan family. I can't move. What's going on? My body has been sealed. Come out, martial spirit. Why is this happening? I can't move and I can't use my martial spirit. This guy knows sorcery. All the members of the Nalan clan were looking at Lin Feng with deathly pale faces. They were all panic-stricken. What's going on? The onlookers were dumbfounded. At that moment, Lin Feng had already rushed into the crowd. Boom, 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 he threw punches after punches. Bang, 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 it was accompanied by a series of muffled sounds of collision and the sound of bones cracking. One by one, the Nalan family members were blown away. Whoa! They spat out mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground, their bodies twitching. Silence. There was a deathly silence. Lin Feng had killed a group of people in seconds. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Nalan Zisu was trembling in fear. Lin Feng looked at Nalan Zisu. It was Nalan Zisu who had slandered Lan for seducing Nalan Lingjun. She had also insulted the Lin family members. It didn't matter if she was a woman or not, he couldn't let her go. Nalan Zisu, you bitch, kneel in front of Lan and apologize, said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He then jumped forwards and grabbed Nalan Zisu. Nalan Zisu was trembling in fear. Lin Feng was about to grab her. He wants Nalan Zisu to kneel. Lin Feng is too strong. He crippled so many members of the Nalan family and he wants Nalan Zisu to kneel. If Nalan Zisu kneels, the Nalan family's dignity will be trampled on. The Lin family and the Nalan family don't get along. There have always been conflicts between the younger generation. In the past, it was the Naylan family who suppressed the Lin family. Nobody would have thought that a genius like Lin Feng would emerge from the Lin family. Besides, Lin Feng is so strong. Indeed, it's going to be a good show. Many onlookers started discussing. He looked at Lin Feng, who was trying to grab Naylan Zissou. How dare you? However, at this moment, a cold shout suddenly rang out. Immediately after, a silhouette appeared in the middle of the crowd and threw a punch at Lin Feng. A terrifying qi filled the air. That qi was monstrous and brutal. The person who had just attacked was a cultivator of the martial teacher layer. Huh! Lin Feng frowned. His reaction speed was extremely fast. He turned around and threw a punch. Bang! The two of them collided fiercely, and the earth seemed to tremble violently at this moment. It's the Naylan family's genius. Many people were astonished. Lin Feng looked at the person who had attacked. It was a young man around 20 years old. He looked extremely handsome. He was standing 3 meters away from Lin Feng and looked at him coldly. Chapter 95. Naylan Tianjiao's arrival changed the situation. Naylan Tianjiao's reputation was incredible. Besides, he had been studying in the Imperial University for a few years. Nobody knew how strong he was now. There were 9 universities in Zhenwu. Only the universities in the Imperial University were considered universities. They were the strongest universities in the Imperial University. They were the cradle of strong cultivators. Many people were excited to see Naylan Tianjiao. The younger generation of the Naylan clan and the Lin clan were going to get more and more intense. Lin Feng, you dare injure people from the Naylan clan? Naylan Tianjiao looked at the members of the Naylan clan who had been beaten half to death by Lin Feng. He looked glum. So what if you're injured? A group of people against me, and I defeated you. You're a bunch of trash, said Lin Feng aggressively. Even though he was facing a genius like Naylan Tianjiao, he didn't back down. So what if he was the most famous genius of the Naylan clan? In the past year, Lin Feng had been through all kinds of situations. He wasn't afraid of Naylan Tianjiao. Lin Feng, you think too highly of yourself. If I wanted to cripple your cultivation, do you think you'd still be standing here talking to me? I didn't cripple your cultivation because I didn't want people to say that I'm bullying the weak. But I can't let this matter go so easily. Cripple one of your arms, otherwise I'll have to do it myself. It won't be as simple as crippling your arm. Naylan Tianjiao clasped his hands behind his back and looked at Lin Feng arrogantly. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, I'll give you a chance. Make Naylan Zissou kneel in front of my little sister and kowtow and apologize. Otherwise, I won't let this matter go. Many people looked excited. Naylan Tianjiao and Lin Feng didn't intend to back down. Lin Feng and Naylan Tianjiao didn't intend to back down. Naylan Tianjiao narrowed his eyes. Naylan Tianjiao was an extremely famous genius in the Zhenwu country. He was proud and arrogant, so he obviously didn't care about Lin Feng. But now, Lin Feng had infuriated him. Naylan Tianjiao looked at Lin Feng coldly and said, Little boy, do you think you can act arrogantly in front of me just because you're strong? What a joke. Today, I will teach you a lesson that you will never forget. I will let you know that there is always someone better than you. Shua. Naylan Tianjiao attacked. Lin Feng. Naylan Tianjiao's strength could be said to be unfathomable. The moment he attacked, the terrifying aura emitted from his body caused many people to pale. That qi was too terrifying. Many people looked at Lin Feng with pity. They thought that although Lin Feng was very strong, there was still a big gap between him and Naylan Tianjiao. The gap between them was especially obvious. Many people even thought that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to last more than 3 rounds against Naylan Tianjiao. Brother, you must break his limbs, shouted Naylan Zissou. She looked at Lin Feng in a cold and evil way. Naylan Zissou wasn't only beautiful, but she also had a heart as venomous as a snake and a scorpion. Bang! At that moment, Lin Feng and Naylan Tianjiao collided. Everybody saw that Lin Feng and Naylan Tianjiao had collided, but surprisingly, Lin Feng hadn't been injured at all. Na Lan Tianjiao's attack had been casual, but he was one of the strongest cultivators in Zhenwu. Even if he had only used 30% of his strength, he should have been able to defeat Lin Feng. But the fact was that Lin Feng had blocked his attack. How is that possible? Na Lan Tianjiao's face looked extremely gloomy. Lin Feng had blocked his attack. Na Lan Tianjiao felt humiliated. Na Lan Tianjiao regretted. He should have used 50% of his strength to defeat Lin Feng, instead of 30%. Na Lan Tianjiao was about to attack again when Lin Feng moved towards Na Lan Zissou. Ah! What are you doing? Na Lan Zissou's face turned pale when she saw Lin Feng rushing towards her. Especially, Na Lan Zissou saw the sinister look in Lin Feng's eyes. Na Lan Zissou's arrogance disappeared without a trace. Now, there was only fear in her eyes. She had thought that Na Lan Tianjiao could easily defeat Lin Feng. She hadn't expected that Na Lan Tianjiao would fail to defeat Lin Feng. Instead, he had allowed Lin Feng to get closer to her. Bitch, don't you know what I'm doing? How dare you humiliate my Lin family and slander my sister Lan Er? No one in this world can save you. Lin Feng laughed sinisterly. Na Lan Tianjiao's face changed. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to rush towards Na Lan Zissou. Na Lan Tianjiao wanted to stop him. But compared to Lin Feng, who had golden wings, Na Lan Tianjiao's speed was too slow. Lin Feng's golden wings didn't just give Lin Feng the ability to fly. Lin Feng's movement speed, running speed, reaction speed, and so on had all been greatly improved. It wasn't something an ordinary person could compare to. Even Na Lan Tianjiao was far from it. Swoosh! Lin Feng instantly appeared in front of Na Lan Zissou and reached out his right hand to grab her. Na Lan Tianjiao shouted coldly, "Let's see if you dare to attack. If you dare, I'll take your life today." Lin Feng sneered, "You dare to say that you'll take my life? What a joke." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He didn't even care about Na Lan Tianjiao. His large hand reached out and directly grabbed Na Lan Zissou in his hand. Na Lan Tianjiao's face darkened. He had personally made a move, but he hadn't been able to take down Lin Feng. Instead, Lin Feng had captured Na Lan Zissou. If he really made Na Lan Zissou kneel, Na Lan Tianjiao wouldn't be the only one who would lose face. Na Lan Tianjiao regretted that he hadn't used more power to deal with Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, if you dare to touch Zissou, I'll make you regret being born." Na Lan Tianjiao looked coldly at Lin Feng. "I'm going to touch her today." Facing Na Lan Tianjiao's threat, Lin Feng's face was full of disdain. He kicked Na Lan Zissou's right leg. There was no need to be polite to such a bitch. Na Lan Tianjiao's leg twitched. Chapter 96. You dare hit me, shouted Na Lan Zissou. She looked at Lin Feng with hatred. She was the young lady of the Na Lan clan. She had never been hit by anyone before. But now, in front of so many people, Lin Feng had slapped her. Na Lan Zissou couldn't accept it. She felt like she was going crazy. "You're such a vicious bitch. So what if I hit you?" Slap. Slap. Another slap landed on Na Lan Zissou's face. That was a slap to the face. Na Lan Tianjiao had just threatened Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng turned around and slapped Na Lan Zissou twice. He wasn't just slapping Na Lan Tianjiao's face. He was also slapping the Na Lan clan's face. Na Lan Tianjiao looked extremely gloomy. If looks could kill, Lin Feng would have been killed by Na Lan Tianjiao's glare. As for Na Lan Zissou, Lin Feng had slapped her twice. She didn't dare make a sound. He really slapped Na Lan Zissou. He completely ignored Na Lan Tianjiao's threat. This is going to be very interesting. Let's see how this is going to turn out. Many of the onlookers started to discuss. Everybody looked at Lin Feng and Na Lan Tianjiao excitedly. Na Lan Tianjiao wouldn't give up so easily. "Little boy, you want to die," shouted Na Lan Tianjiao furiously. He threw a punch at Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. Na Lan Tianjiao was very confident in his attack. He was convinced that he could destroy Lin Feng's defense. How terrifying. Na Lan Tianjiao is really strong. Lin Feng is going to die. Everybody looked at Lin Feng with pity. Nobody believed that Lin Feng could block Nalan Tianjiao's attack. Collapsing fist. Lin Feng attacked Nalan Tianjiao again. He immediately used an earth-level skill, collapsing fist. A terrifying strength exploded in his body and poured into his right fist. That strength exploded in a flash. Bang! Lin Feng and Nalan Tianjiao collided. Everybody saw that both of them were pushed back 3 steps. Nalan Tianjiao didn't kill Lin Feng in one hit. Everybody couldn't believe their eyes. Lin Feng is so strong. One of the onlookers said in a trembling voice. Damn it, Nalan Tianjiao pulled a long face. He had attacked Lin Feng twice, but he hadn't been able to injure Lin Feng. Nalan Tianjiao's Nalan Tianjiao's Tianjiao. That was unacceptable. Very good, very good. I didn't think that I would be wrong. Tianjiao's Tianjiao Tianjiao. Tianjiao Qi. The terrifying aura it emitted was many times more powerful than before. Obviously, Nalan Tianjiao was going to use his full strength. Nobody knew how terrifying Nalan Tianjiao was when he used his full strength. Lin Feng, I only used 50% of my strength. Now, I'll use my full strength. I'll crush you like an ant, said Nalan Tianjiao with a hideous smile. Lin Feng smiled coldly. Nalan Tianjiao was really strong, but so what? If he used his full strength, he wouldn't necessarily lose, said Lin Feng smiling coldly. Bah! You're really shameless. 50% of your strength is all you've got. Just now, I only used 30% of my strength. Let's see how I'll beat you, said Lin Feng mockingly. Nalan Tianjiao pulled a long face and stepped forwards. His qi was becoming more and more powerful. At that moment, Lin Feng also started using his 3 black holes. He was getting ready to fight. Even though Lin Feng looked down on Nalan Tianjiao, he was just trying to provoke him. He knew how terrifying Nalan Tianjiao was. He had to use his full strength to defeat him. Just as the 2 sides were about to draw their swords, a loud shout came from afar. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! 2 groups of people were rushing towards them. It's third uncle, shouted Lin Yang excitedly. The people from the Lin clan were Lin Xiong, Lin Feng's third uncle and Lin Dong's father. A group of people from the Nalan clan arrived as well. The leader of the group was Nalan Wuji. He was also one of the higher-ups of the Nalan clan. They had received reports from their subordinates and hurried over. They were just in time to see Lin Feng and Nalan Tianjiao. Third uncle. Lin Feng stopped releasing his qi. Nalan Tianjiao looked glum. He knew that with so many strong cultivators, the battle couldn't continue. Once they started fighting, it would become a war between the 2 clans. What's going on? Asked Nalan Wuji when he saw that the Nalan clan had been beaten half to death. He looked glum. 7th uncle, it's Lin Feng's fault. He slapped me twice. He doesn't put the Nalan clan in his eyes. 7th uncle, you have to avenge us, shouted Nalan Zissou. Nalan Wuji looked glum. He didn't look at Lin Feng, he looked at Lin Xiong and said coldly, Lin Xiong, you have to give the Nalan clan an explanation, otherwise, we won't let you off, said Lin Feng smiling coldly. Explanation? What explanation? It was your Nalan clan who attacked first. You attacked together, but you were beaten up. You're not as strong as them, but you want an explanation. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. How dare you, little brat? Nalan Wuji was furious. He looked at Lin Feng icily. If looks could kill, Lin Feng would have already been killed by Nalan Wuji. A little brat dared talk to him like that. Nalan Wuji felt like he had lost face. Lin Feng smiled coldly. You're shameless, and you still have the nerve to call me arrogant. You want to die, little brat, shouted Nalan Wuji furiously. It seemed like he wanted to attack. Lin Xiong stepped forward and sneered, looking at Nalan Wuji and said, What? You want to attack? Do you want to exchange a few moves with me? Nalan Wuji looked glum. Lin Xiong was in the top 3 of the 4 great clans. Nalan Wuji had no chance of winning. Lin Xiong, you're siding with him. The Nalan clan won't let you off. Let's go, said Nalan Wuji. He helped the injured members of the Nalan clan stand up. Then, the members of the Nalan clan squeezed through the crowd and left. Nalan Tianjiao looked at Lin Feng coldly and smiled coldly. I have to say that you're very lucky. You've escaped today, but you better pray that you don't see me again, because the next time we meet, you won't be as lucky as today. Lin Feng said indifferently, Is that so? I'm looking forward to seeing you again. Then wash your neck and wait for your death, said Nalan Wuji. Nalan Tianjiao's lips curled into a cold smile. All right, I'll wait. But when the time comes, we won't know who will win, said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. Said Nalan Tianjiao glancing at Lin Feng coldly. He then turned around and left. Are you all right? Asked Lin Xiong, looking at Lin Feng with concern. Lin Feng shook his head and said, I'm fine, but Lin Kuan is injured. Third uncle, we'll go back and treat Lin Kuan. All right, be careful. Lin Feng nodded and left with Lin Dong, Lin Kuan, Lin Lan and the others. Chapter 97. The fire Chelin was quite capable, and it even knew how to concoct pills. It had asked Lin Feng to gather the ingredients, and after returning to the clan, the fire Chelin started concocting pills himself. In the end, the fire Chelin concocted a small bottle of spirit liquid. Is that what we need? Lin Feng was surprised. The fire Chelin nodded and said, Indeed. Whether or not we can get the flood dragon's blood will depend on this bottle of spirit liquid. So, when are we leaving? Asked Lin Feng. Get ready, we'll leave tomorrow, said the fire Chelin. All right. Lin Feng nodded. The desolate forest was boundless, vast and boundless. Who knew how many ferocious beasts lived in it? The flood dragon was one of the overlords of the jungle. In the flood dragon lake, there was a flood dragon hibernating there. The flood dragon lake was located in the middle of the jungle. It was a gigantic lake. It was rumored that there was a flood dragon living in the depths of the lake. It was said that it was extremely strong. Lin Feng and the fire Chelin quickly walked towards the lake. Roar. One day, an earth-shattering roar came from the distance. Lin Feng looked over and was astonished. He saw two extremely strong beasts fighting each other. One of them was a gigantic tiger. It was 100 meters long and had 2 wings. It was a winged tiger, an extremely rare species. The other one was a bird. This bird's body was even larger. When it spread its wings, it was at least 200 meters long. Sky-splitting eagle. Lin Feng was astonished. That flying beast was the sky-splitting condor, which had the blood of an ancient ferocious bird flowing in its veins. It was rumored that in the ancient times, the sky-splitting condor could hunt down deities. Of course, with the passage of countless years, the sky-splitting condor's bloodline had gradually thinned, and it was difficult for it to reproduce the glory of its ancestors in the ancient times. Even so, the sky-splitting condor in front of them was extremely terrifying. It possessed the power to destroy heaven and earth. The winged tiger and the sky-splitting eagle are both overlords of the jungle, right? Why are they fighting each other? Lin Feng looked up at the sky and couldn't help but mutter to himself. The fire Chelin narrowed its eyes and said, The overlords of this wild jungle fight each other, either for the sake of natural treasures or for the sake of territory. The battle between the winged tiger and the sky-splitting condor was earth-shattering. The mountain peaks were destroyed under the attacks of the two ferocious beasts. In the end, everything turned into ruins. It was hard to imagine how powerful the winged tiger and the sky-splitting condor were. This level of existence was at least at the level of a yin-yang realm human expert. They might even be stronger. Lin Feng quickly left to avoid being affected by the battle. He continued on his way, heading towards Jiaolong Lake. At the same time, Bai Shentian, who had followed Su Yueshi to Qingyun City, also entered the desolate jungle. Bai Shentian naturally had his own reasons for coming to Qingyun City. Over the years, he had paid a huge price to search for the treasures left behind by a strong cultivator. Now, he had finally found some information. The last place that strong cultivator had appeared was a dangerous area in the desolate jungle. That area was filled with ferocious beasts. Many strong cultivators didn't dare to rashly enter that area. However, in order to obtain the treasures left behind by that strong cultivator, Bai Shentian was willing to take the risk and enter that dangerous area. Lin Feng walked through the forest for 10 days. He was getting closer and closer to Jiaolong Lake. As he went deeper into the desolate jungle, Lin Feng would occasionally encounter powerful ferocious beasts. Lin Feng would be careful when dealing with these ferocious beasts. Many of these ferocious beasts were comparable to human generals and martial kings. Screech. That afternoon, when Lin Feng was resting, he suddenly heard a sharp, ear-piercing screech from afar. Then, a huge creature flew over from the sky. Skysplitter condor. Lin Feng looked at the huge creature. It was the skysplitter condor that he had encountered a few days ago. The skysplitter condor soared high in the sky, its sharp and cold eyes sweeping downwards. Suddenly, the skysplitter condor charged towards the forest. "Oh no, let's go. This skysplitter condor must have discovered us," the fire Chileen exclaimed. The skysplitter condor itself was a ferocious bird. It used to feed on deities. The current skysplitter condor naturally couldn't reach the level of its ancestor. However, the tradition of hunting and killing human cultivators had taken root in its bloodline. Whoosh! Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate. He quickly ran into the distance. The fire Chileen shouted as it ran, "We must have run into the skysplitter condor's territory. These skysplitter condors are extremely possessive of their territory. Without its consent, anyone who trespasses into its territory will be attacked by the skysplitter condor. I think that the winged tiger was attacked by the skysplitter condor in the same way." Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He ran wildly in the forest, avoiding the skysplitter condor's pursuit. If it weren't for the fact that the skysplitter condor's body was too big and couldn't easily rush into the forest to capture Lin Feng would have been captured by the skysplitter condor long ago. Whoosh! The skysplitter condor spat out bolts of lightning toward Lin Feng to kill him. Large areas of the forest were destroyed by the skysplitter condor's attack. Lin Feng suffered the skysplitter condor's ferocious attacks. There were a few times when he was extremely close to being killed by the skysplitter condor. Fortunately, Lin Feng dodged in time. He rushed all the way into a mountain range shrouded in white fog. Screech! The skysplitter condor let out an ear-piercing screech. It circled outside the white fog mountain range. Its cold eyes flashed with hesitation, as if it was afraid. It didn't rush into the mountain range to continue chasing Lin Feng. The skysplitter condor has stopped. Could there be something even more terrifying than the skysplitter condor in the white fog mountain range? Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. The skysplitter condor was circling outside. Lin Feng couldn't leave, so he decided to find a new way out. Lin Feng traversed through the white fog mountain range. "Hey, there's a cave up ahead," the fire Chileen said as it stretched out its claws and pointed into the depths of the mountain range. Lin Feng nodded and walked into the depths of the cave. Outside the cave, there was a large pile of skeletons. Some of the skeletons were at least 100 meters tall. They were obviously ferocious beasts in the forest. Could it be the cave of some terrifying existence? Lin Feng's heart trembled slightly. "Let's go in and take a look," the fire Chileen said. Lin Feng nodded and entered the cave. The cave was extremely large, and the passageway was deep. Lin Feng walked for a few hundred meters and entered the belly of a huge mountain. Waves of heat rolled about. In the depths of the mountain, there was an abyss. Within the abyss, there was boiling lava. Chapter 98. From time to time, intense waves of heat were emitted from the boiling lava. Lin Feng was sweating profusely. "Hey, look. What's that?" Suddenly, the fire Chileen pointed at the world of lava. Lin Feng looked over and saw a huge creature floating in the lava. However, the creature's body was swallowed up by the lava, so Lin Feng couldn't see what it was. Said Lin Feng, "Why does it look like a ferocious beast? Think of a way to get it out." The fire Chileen said. Lin Feng said, "I can't go down in this lava world. Go get it out and take a look." The fire Chileen rolled its eyes and said angrily, "I'm not here to do chores for you." Although the fire Chileen was unhappy, it still jumped into the lava in the end. The fire Chileen was a divine beast born of flames, so it naturally wasn't afraid of lava. Bang! The fire Chileen dragged the creature to the shore and pulled it up. The fire Chileen climbed up as well. It was a beast covered in fiery red scales and had 2 heads. The left head was like a tiger, and the right head was like a lion. This was a flaming tiger lion. According to the classic of mountains and seas, there was a beast covered in fiery red scales that lived in lava. It had 2 heads, with the left head being a tiger and the right head being a lion. This beast was called the flaming tiger lion. Lin Feng said, "It's actually a flaming tiger lion. Legend has it that it's an ancient variant that's abnormally powerful. It lives in the lava world, so this flaming tiger lion should be the overlord of this area, right? Even the skysplitter vulture doesn't dare to enter this area. It seems like the skysplitter vulture is also afraid of the flaming tiger lion's strength. But how could such a powerful beast die here?" The fire Chileen said, "Look, there's a wound on the flaming tiger lion's abdomen." Lin Feng looked over and saw a huge wound on the flaming tiger lion's abdomen. The flaming tiger lion was 100 meters long and looked like a small mountain. Even though it was dead, its aura was still extremely terrifying. Because the scales of this kind of dire beast had a strong defensive power. Therefore, it was very difficult to break the defense of this kind of fierce beast from the outside. Lin Feng said, "Could it be that this flaming tiger man swallowed something? Then, that thing attacked the flaming tigan from its abdomen, and in the end, both sides were injured. Both died. Cut open the flaming tigan's abdomen and take a look." Fire Chileen said. "Yes." Lin Feng nodded. He took out a dagger from his spirit ring and slowly cut open the flaming tigerman's abdomen. Buzz! A shockingly cold chi shot out from the flaming tigan's abdomen. Its power was extremely shocking. The cold air shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng reacted quickly and dodged to the side. The cold air flew into the distance and pierced through the stone wall. Hiss! Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. What shot it out from? Wasn't this power too strong? Lin Feng continued to cut open the flaming tigan's body with the dagger. Finally, Lin Feng cut open the flaming tigan's body. A pitch-black sword appeared in Lin Feng's sight. "It's a sword!" Lin Feng exclaimed. The sword was lying inside the flaming tigan's body, emitting a cold chi that could make one's soul tremble. "Look, there's a corpse inside the flaming tigan's body. It seems that the flaming tigan had a battle with a human expert. This fierce beast swallowed the human expert in one gulp, and before the human expert died, he killed the flaming tigan." Fire Chileen said. Lin Feng nodded. He took out the sword. It was 37 inches long, 4.5 inches wide, and 0.9 inches thick. It was heavy, and Lin Feng estimated that it weighed about 400 pounds. What a heavy sword! Lin Feng was shocked. "This is the Black Dragon Sword." Fire Chileen was shocked. "Black Dragon Sword? What kind of sword is that? Is it famous?" Lin Feng asked. "Have you heard of the Godly Sword Manual?" Fire Chileen looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng shook his head. This was the first time he had heard of the Godly Sword Manual. Fire Chileen pursed its lips and said, "That's right, it's normal for a lowly cultivator like you not to have heard of it." Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "Tell me about it." The Godly Sword Manual is a book passed down in the 99 prefectures. It records 108 types of swords, and any one of them can be considered a supreme treasure. Fire Chileen looked at the Black Dragon Sword in Lin Feng's hand and said, "The Black Dragon Sword is ranked 72nd in the Godly Sword Manual. This sword was forged from a meteorite from outer space. At the same time, the blacksmith killed a black dragon and extracted the dragon's soul and inserted it into the Black Dragon Sword, making it the sword spirit of the Black Dragon Sword." "What? He killed a dragon? As the sword spirit?" Lin Feng's hand trembled, and the Black Dragon Sword almost fell out of his hand. "You're very lucky," Fire Chileen said. "You need to use blood as a sacrifice to refine the Black Dragon Sword." Lin Feng nodded. He bit his finger and dripped his blood on the Black Dragon Sword. In an instant, Lin Feng and the Black Dragon Sword formed a mysterious and close connection. Slash! Lin Feng shouted and slashed out with his sword. 100-meter-long sword ray appeared. it condensed in an instant and slashed into the distance, piercing through a 100-meter-tall boulder. A casual slash can produce a 100-meter-long sword ray? Lin Feng was dumbfounded. The Black Dragon Sword. Wasn't it too powerful? Do you think that the swords in the Godly Sword Manual are all worthless? Any one of them is enough to make the clan of the ancients go all out, said the Fire Qilin. But I've heard that the Black Dragon Sword was injured in a great battle and fell into a deep slumber. I didn't think that it would appear here. If the Black Dragon Sword awakens, the Black Dragon Sword will be even more powerful. With your current level of cultivation, if the Black Dragon Sword awakens, you'll be able to kill a general in one strike. Ah, so powerful. Lin Feng was both shocked and delighted. No wonder the Black Dragon Sword was ranked 72nd in the Godly Sword Manual. He put the Black Dragon Sword away and quickly left. Lin Feng crossed the valley and got rid of the Skysplitter Condor. He then continued towards the Flood Dragon Lake. One day after Lin Feng left, a person arrived in the valley. It was the young master of the Bai clan, Bai Shentian. This is the place. Black Dragon Sword, I'm coming. Bai Shentian entered the cave and saw the flaming Tigan's corpse. He quickly ran over to look for the Black Dragon Sword. Its abdomen has been cut open. Could it be? When Bai Shentian saw the flaming Tigan's abdomen, his expression changed. He thought of a possibility and his face became extremely gloomy. He searched the flaming Tigan's body, but he couldn't find the Black Dragon Sword. Bai Shentian roared like a madman. How could this be? I, Bai Shentian, spent a total of 3 years and countless efforts to find the whereabouts of the Black Dragon Sword. Who is it? Who stole it first? Who stole my Black Dragon Sword? Chapter 99. Lin Feng naturally did not know that not long after he left, Bai Shentian had entered the cave to search for the Black Dragon Sword. He was so angry that he vomited blood. If Lin Feng knew about this, he would definitely clap his hands in joy. His relationship with the Bai family was practically irreconcilable. The Bai family would definitely not let Lin Feng off so easily. Perhaps Lin Feng would have a direct confrontation with Bai Shentian in the near future. If the Black Dragon Sword fell into Lin Feng's hands, it would greatly increase Lin Feng's strength. If it fell into Bai Xuantian's hands, it would definitely be a disaster for Lin Feng. Fortunately, none of this happened. 5 days later, Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin finally arrived at Jiaolong Lake. The huge Jiaolong Lake stretched as far as the eye could see. The surroundings were also quiet. This was where the Jiaolong lived. Naturally, no other Jiaolong dared to come here unless they wanted to become the Jiaolong's dinner. Give me the bronze, the Fire Qilin said. Lin Feng handed the bronze he had obtained from the market to the Fire Qilin. The bronze seemed to have a great origin. Lin Feng did not have the time to ask about it. At this moment, the Fire Qilin mentioned the mysterious bronze. Lin Feng asked, "What is this?" "This is a fragment of an ancient bronze ancestral artifact. As long as you pour your energy into it, you can use it to instantly destroy all defenses," the Fire Qilin said. So powerful. Lin Feng was shocked. Of course. The Fire Qilin said, however, this bronze is very strange. Every time it is used, it will devour all the energy in your body. You can either kill your opponent in one strike or be killed by them. Lin Feng was speechless. However, such a heaven-defying treasure seemed to have some flaws. The reason why the bronze had such a huge flaw was probably related to its fragmentation. After all, this mysterious bronze was only a part of the ancient ancestral artifact. Damn it, I finally recovered a bit of energy, but I have to sacrifice it again to fulfill your wish, the Fire Qilin said indignantly. Lin Feng replied, "Hihi. I'll remember your kindness. At least you have some conscience. Go away and wait. Don't get too close," Fire Qilin said. Lin Feng nodded. He moved 20 miles away and came to a small mountain peak in the distance to watch. The Fire Qilin swallowed the spiritual liquid he had refined in one gulp. The Fire Qilin's body began to grow rapidly. Boom, a terrifying aura burst out and loomed over the place. The Fire Qilin quickly grew to a height of several thousand meters. His feet were on the ground, and his head was in the sky. He used his body to support the backbone of the world. The fire Cheline seemed to have turned into the fire Cheline whose divine power had not been devoured by the demonic orb. Powerful. Like an immortal god. Even though they were far apart, Lin Feng could still feel the aura emitted by the fire Cheline, which made his soul tremble. Of course, Lin Feng knew that the current fire Cheline was completely strong in appearance but weak in reality. The divine power in his body had already been devoured by the mysterious demonic orb. His current strength was just an illusion created by swallowing the spiritual liquid. The fire Cheline's aura was very powerful. However, its strength was trash. Roar, a high-pitched dragon's roar resounded through the world. Splash. Waves surged in the lake. Then, a dragon that was 3,000 to 4,000 meters long flew out. The dragon's body coiled in the air like an undulating mountain ridge. Heavens! Why is this flood dragon so huge? Lin Feng was shocked. Dragons had a long lifespan and cultivated for 1,000 years, but their bodies were less than 100 meters long. The dragon in front of him was more than 3,000 meters long. It had probably cultivated for tens of thousands of years. This flood dragon was definitely an overlord-level existence in the desolate world. The fire Cheline's mouth twitched violently when it saw the dragon. Back when the fire Cheline was in the middle sacred sky continent, it had heard that there was a dragon in the desolate forest of the East County. It was even stronger than many dragons. However, the fire Cheline didn't think much of it. It thought that the dragon was at most a dragon that had cultivated for 10,000 years. Now that it saw it with its own eyes, it realized that it was wrong. This dragon was probably as strong as it was at its peak. Fire Cheline. It's you. I've heard that you caused a disaster in the middle sacred sky continent and were hunted down by the clan of the ancients. It turns out that you've come to the East County. Why are you showing off here? The dragon looked at the fire Cheline coldly, not showing any fear. The fire Cheline braced itself and said, I need a drop of your dragon blood. Fire Cheline, you've gone too far. The dragon's expression immediately turned cold. Killing intent filled the air. The fire Cheline felt weak, but it knew that it couldn't reveal any flaws. Otherwise, it would die a horrible death. The fire Cheline said unyieldingly, I need a drop of your dragon blood. Don't tell me you want to become enemies with a fugitive. Fire Cheline, are you trying to threaten me? I'm not afraid of you. I've heard that the fire Cheline clan has Samadhi True Fire, which can burn the world and even kill gods. I'd like to see if your Samadhi True Fire is stronger than my 3,000 weak water, shouted the dragon. It stretched out its right claw and slapped at the fire Cheline. It's over. Lin Feng's heart sank when he saw that. The fire Cheline probably couldn't even defeat Lin Feng. It was just holding on. If the dragon attacked, wouldn't the fire Cheline be slapped to death? Swoosh. At this moment of incomparable danger, a beam of green light shot out and collided with the dragon's claw. Pu. The flood dragon's mountain-like dragon claw was actually pierced through. Ah! You actually injured me. What is that? Cried the dragon in pain. It quickly retracted its claw and looked at the mysterious green light that was circling the fire Cheline. That's an immemorial ancestral artifact fragment. I offended many clans because of that treasure. Do you still want to fight me? Said the fire Cheline coldly. You. The fire Cheline was furious, but it couldn't do anything. It knew how terrifying the immemorial ancestral artifact fragment was. The fire Cheline forced out a drop of dragon blood from its injured claw. The flood dragon blood turned into a drop of blood-colored flood dragon that danced in the air and issued a resonant dragon cry. This was the flood dragon blood, it had its own spirit. Get out of here, said the fire Cheline angrily. Ha ha, I won't disturb you any longer. The fire Cheline took the blood and quickly left. The flood dragon plunged into the flood dragon lake with endless anger and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 100. That was close, but at least we got what we wanted. After the fire Cheline returned, its body once again became more than a meter long. It had a lingering fear on its face. It had been very dangerous just now. If they hadn't been careful, they would have died at the flood dragon's hands. Luckily, everything had gone smoothly. Lin Feng and the fire Cheline didn't stop, they quickly went out of the forest. This time, not only had Lin Feng obtained the flood dragon's precious blood, but he had also obtained the black dragon sword. For Lin Feng, it could be said that he had gained a lot. After returning to the clan, Lin Feng started to prepare the ingredients for the 9 Spirits Saint liquid. According to the Fire Chelin, the 9 Spirits Saint liquid was a precious healing liquid. It had miraculous effects and could heal any injury. The flood dragon's blood was the key to success. Now that it had obtained the flood dragon's blood, the Fire Chelin waited for Lin Feng to finish gathering the rest of the ingredients before immediately starting the refinement. Lin Feng bought all the ingredients he needed. When he returned to the clan, he coincidentally met a few elders and his third uncle, Lin Xiong, who were leading dozens of experts away from the clan. Lin Feng saw Lin Dong and asked, "Second grandpa, where are third uncle and the others going?" Seventh grandpa said that he found the nest of a golden feather eagle in a mountain range. After the golden feather eagle laid its eggs, it was attacked by a chisel-tooth fierce beast. The golden feather eagle and the chisel-tooth fierce beast fought fiercely. The chisel-tooth fierce beast was seriously injured and fled. I don't know if the golden feather eagle is dead or not, but if it is, then the eggs will be ours. Second grandpa and my father are going to that mountain range to see if the golden feather eagle is dead or not. The golden feather eagle was an overlord of the sky with the blood of ancient ferocious beasts. It was extremely powerful. An ordinary adult golden feather eagle had the strength of a martial king. Some golden feather eagles with extremely powerful bloodlines could even reach the yin-yang realm. If the egg really hatched, the Lin clan would raise the golden feather eagle. At that time, the Lin clan would have a martial king or even a yin-yang realm expert. They would be like the protector of the Lin clan. It was no wonder that several of the family's elders and Lin Xiong had personally taken action for this matter. To the Lin family, this was an extremely important matter. I hope that second uncle and third grandpa will be able to get the eggs. Lin Feng smiled. He bid farewell to Lin Dong and returned to his residence. Chelin, when will we make our move? Lin Feng asked. Let me rest for 3 days and recuperate. It's not an easy task to refine the 9 spirits holy liquid. Moreover, my current state is still in a rather terrible state. The Fire Chelin said helplessly. Lin Feng nodded. The Fire Chelin's divine power had been devoured by the mysterious demonic bead. In the past, he could do many things as he pleased, but now, for the Fire Chelin, it was full of difficulties. Time flew by. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the Fire Chelin was finally ready. Lin Feng took out the herbs that the Fire Chelin needed. Inside the room, the Fire Chelin began to refine the spiritual liquid. Hey, kid, are you interested in learning alchemy from me? I guarantee that you'll become a powerful alchemist. The Fire Chelin laughed mischievously. Lin Feng said, as long as you teach me, I'll learn. Kid, you should have prepared a big meal to bribe me. The Fire Chelin's mouth twitched. Very quickly, the Fire Chelin calmed down and began to refine the 9 spirits holy liquid. Alchemy was also something that consumed a lot of energy, especially when refining a high-grade elixir like the 9 spirits holy liquid. After 5 days, the Fire Chelin came out of seclusion. Was it a success? Lin Feng asked excitedly. Of course. The Fire Chelin pointed at the porcelain bottle on the table and said, the 9 spirits holy liquid is in the bottle. This kind of spiritual liquid needs to be mixed with water and absorbed little by little. It will take about 3 days to completely absorb it. At that time, your father's injuries will be as good as new. Thank you very much. I will remember this kindness, Lin Feng said solemnly. Since he was young, Lin Feng had no mother. That was why he loved his father. It was priceless. The 9 spirits holy liquid was a treasure that could save his father's life. Kid, at least you have a conscience. I need to rest. You can give the 9 spirits holy liquid to your father. The Fire Chelin said. Lin Feng walked out of the room. Feng, what have you been doing in the room? Lin Baitian asked worriedly. He thought that Lin Feng had made a mistake in his cultivation. Lin Feng didn't answer his father's question. Instead, he said, Father, this bottle is called 9 spirits holy liquid. It can heal any injury. Pour it into hot water and your body can slowly absorb it. Once you finish absorbing the 9 spirits holy liquid, you will be as good as new. What? Lin Baitian's body shook. Obviously. Lin Feng's words. Lin Baitian was shocked and moved. He had never thought that one day, his son would take out a bottle of 9 spirits holy liquid and say that it could heal his injuries. Moreover, Lin Baitian. He had never thought that his son would know that he was injured. Even the entire Lin clan, except for his father. Everyone thought that he was sick instead of suffering from a Dao injury that was difficult to heal. It's the fire Qilin, Lin Baitian said. Lin Feng had a talkative fire Qilin by his side. He might be able to fool the other members of the Lin clan, but he couldn't fool his father, Lin Feng, who lived with him day and night. Therefore, Lin Feng told his father about the fire Qilin. After a short moment of shock, Lin Baitian accepted the fact that Lin Feng had a divine beast by his side, even though the divine beast looked extremely weak. Father, let's try it now. I hope it will work. Lin Feng said expectantly. Lin Baitian patted Lin Feng's shoulder, his eyes filled with relief. Time passed. 2 days later. Lin Baitian came out of seclusion. Father, how do you feel? Lin Feng asked nervously. I feel much better, but my body is still weak. Lin Baitian said with a smile. The fire Qilin came out and said, you've just recovered from a serious injury, so of course you'll be weak. Rest for a month and you'll recover. Try not to move during that time. Thank you for the information. Lin Baitian bowed respectfully. The next day, the Lin clan was enveloped in a heavy atmosphere. Lin Feng felt it during breakfast. After breakfast, the Lin clan organized a group of 30 people. Lin Feng asked Lin Dong what had happened. So, 10 days ago, the second elder, Lin Xiong, and the others had gone into the jungle and hadn't come back. They didn't know if something had happened to them, so the Lin clan sent people to look for them. Grandpa, let me go with you to look for second uncle and third uncle. Lin Feng said. Nonsense, the savage forest is dangerous. Everyone can go there, but you can't. Lin Tsangqiong refused. The Lin clan's 30 people followed the fifth elder into the jungle to look for the second elder, Lin Xiong, and the others. Lin Feng had a feeling that things weren't as simple as they seemed. He and the fire Qilin followed the Lin clan's group into the jungle. Chapter 101. Under the night sky, a bonfire rose. A group of people from the Lin clan gathered around the bonfire, eating their rations. Their expressions were solemn. Obviously, everyone was worried about the Lin clan who had lost contact with them. Among that group of people were the second elder, the seventh elder, the eighth elder, Lin Xiong, and more than 50 experts of the Lin clan. If something really happened to them, it would be a heavy blow to the Lin clan. Rustle. Suddenly, a soft sound came from the forest. The fifth elder was a martial master at the fifth firmament, and his ears could hear the sounds of ants fighting 100 meters away. Thus, the rustling sound did not escape his ears. Be on guard, the fifth elder said in a deep voice. The people from the Lin clan quickly stood up and took out their weapons, looking around solemnly. In this forest, fierce beasts ran rampant. They had to be careful, or they could be killed. Whoosh! A figure flew out. Fifth elder, it's me. Lin Feng said with a smile. When they saw that it was Lin Feng, everyone sighed in relief. It's you, kid. We thought it was a fierce beast. The patriarch didn't let you come out, so why did you come out on your own? When you go back, I'm afraid the patriarch will put you in confinement. The elders of the Lin clan teased him kindly. Lin Feng said, of course I want to do something for the Lin clan. Nonsense. The fifth elder said in a deep voice. We don't know what we'll encounter on this trip. It might be very dangerous. What if something happens to you? We'll return to the Lin clan tomorrow. Lin Feng said, fifth elder, I've already gone so deep into the forest. If you let me go back, won't you be worried that I'll encounter a fierce beast on the way? This. The fifth elder hesitated. He was indeed worried. Lin Feng was the hope of the entire Lin clan. In the fifth elder's heart, anyone in the Lin clan could die. However, Lin Feng could not. He shouldered the responsibility of protecting the Lin clan. Fifth elder, with my strength, I shouldn't have any problems protecting myself, right? I'll be careful, Lin Feng said. The fifth elder could only say, all right then, you better behave yourself and don't run around. Yes, I'll follow fifth grandpa's orders, Lin Feng said. You brat. The fifth elder shook his head, feeling both angry and amused at the same time. He said, I'm sure you're hungry too. Come and eat something. Speaking of food, after the fire Chileen arrived, it had already grabbed a large piece of meat roasted over the bonfire and started chewing. The Lin family members also knew that Lin Feng had a strange beast by his side. Although he didn't know the fire Chileen's true origins, he wasn't too surprised by it. After all, exotic beasts were psychic. The exotic beast by Lin Feng's side didn't display anything particularly outstanding. The next day, just as dawn broke, Lin Feng and the others continued their journey towards the depths. 50 miles away, a group of more than 40 people from the Lin clan was rushing through the forest. Most of them were injured. This was especially true for the second elder. One of his arms had been chopped off, and he looked quite miserable. The Lin clan originally had more than 50 people in the wild forest, but now there were only 40 left. It was obvious that more than 10 of their clansmen had been killed. Second uncle, how are you feeling now? Lin Xiong looked at the second elder worriedly. The second elder had lost an arm and lost a lot of blood. His face was pale and his aura was weak. He said, I won't die yet. Tell everyone to hurry up. I hope we can escape this calamity. Lin Xiong gritted his teeth and said, if we escape this calamity, we will definitely find the Nalan clan and take revenge. Ha 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 ha, escape? Where do you think you're going? Today, all of you will die here. A cold voice sounded. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Following that, more than 300 people rushed out from the forest and surrounded the 40 people from the Lin clan. 2 people walked out from the Nalan clan. One of them was a tall and sturdy old man. This old man was called Nalan Yuanshu. He was the great elder of the Nalan clan. The other person was the super genius of the Nalan clan, Nalan Tianjiao. Nalan Tianjiao was currently cultivating in the Imperial College. He was considered a rare genius that only appeared once in 100 years. Even in the Imperial College, they were all famous geniuses. His strength was also unfathomable. Old bastard, are you trying to kill us all? The seventh elder looked at Nalan Yuanshu coldly. Nalan Yuanshu sneered. Blame yourselves for daring to snatch the golden feather eagle's egg from our Nalan family. What's more, other than our Nalan family, there's another discovery. Anyone who knows about it will die. A spirit mine. The second elder's face was filled with coldness. 5 days ago, the Lin clan had arrived at the nest of the golden feather eagle, but it had died from serious injuries. One of the eggs of the golden feathered eagle was obtained by the Lin family. However, they hadn't expected that the Nalan clan would also come for the egg. The Lin clan had arrived first. The Nalan clan had relied on their numbers. Therefore, he wanted to kill the Lin family members and steal the eggs. The Lin clan was heavily outnumbered. As they fled, the Lin clan and the Nalan clan discovered that there was a spirit mine in the valley where the golden feather eagle had built its nest. A rare spirit crystal could be extracted from the spirit mine. This spirit crystal was formed from the energy of heaven and earth. It was 10 times or even 100 times more effective than the great strength latent dragon pill when used for cultivation. A spirit mine could bring endless wealth to a clan. The golden feather eagle could become a clan's guardian. A spirit mine could bring great benefits to a clan. Therefore, this strengthened the Nalan clan's resolve to exterminate the Lin clan. After a great battle, the Lin clan lost more than 10 experts. They fled, but they were still surrounded by the Nalan clan. That's right, a spirit mine. The golden feather eagle's egg is enough to kill you 1,000 times over. Attack! Nalan Yuanshu shouted coldly. Kill! The experts of the Nalan clan shouted loudly and rushed towards the 40 people of the Lin clan. Fight them to the death. The Lin clan's blood boiled. All of them fought with their lives on the line against the Nalan family's people. Kill! 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 Lin Xiong shouted. He wielded his long blade and killed a Lin clan expert with a single slash. Clearly, Lin Xiong also knew that the odds were against him this time. He was completely fighting without any regard for his life. However, there were too many people from the Naylan family. Although Lin Xiong had killed many people from the Naylan family, he had also suffered many wounds and was dripping with blood. The other elders were also besieged by the people from the Naylan family. The second elder was in the worst situation. He had lost an arm and was very weak. Now that he was fighting again, it was like he was about to die. Sure, at that moment, a light flashed in Naylan Tianjiao's hand. A huge bow appeared in his hand. Runes swirled around the giant bow. Naylan Tianjiao took out a magical arrow and pulled the bowstring. A dazzling light condensed. The energy of heaven and earth gathered and was absorbed by the bow. The giant bow was a precious treasure called the Great Solar God Splitting Bow. It was a powerful spirit weapon, even more precious than an immortal flying sword. Whoosh! The arrow flew out. Pu. One of the Lin family's experts was pierced through. The arrow sent that expert flying dozens of meters away, nailing him to a cliff. Lin Shan. The second elder roared. Lin Shan was his nephew. But now, he had been killed. The second elder was like a crazy lion. He held his blade and attacked the Naylan clan members. Pu. The Naylan clan's experts were killed by the second elder's blade. Old bastard, it's your turn. Naylan Tianjiao's face was filled with a sinister smile as he drew his bow and shot another arrow. Whoosh! The second arrow was shot. It was as fast as lightning towards the second elder. Uncle, be careful. Lin Xiong was furious. The second elder had just killed an expert of the Lin family. At this moment, an arrow was shot towards the second elder's chest. The second elder couldn't dodge it. Die! Naylan Tianjiao's face was filled with killing intent. It was as if he could already see the second elder being killed by his arrow. The second elder sighed. He had thought that he was going to die. But at that moment, a silhouette jumped out of the forest and landed in front of the second elder. Kei. It was a handsome young man. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed the arrow that was about to pierce the second elder's chest. Chapter 102. Feng Er. The second elder was astonished to see Lin Feng appear in front of him. Originally, he thought that he would be killed by an arrow. But he didn't expect that Lin Feng would appear here at this time. Kill! In the distance, battle cries could be heard. The fifth elder led more than 20 experts of the Lin family into the battlefield and joined the rest of the Lin family. Fifth uncle. Seeing the fifth elder's figure, Lin Xiong's eyes lit up, as if he saw the hope of survival. Second grandpa, your arm. Lin Feng saw the second elder's severed arm and tears flowed out. In his mind, the image of his second grandpa was still the kind old man who took him and Lin Dong's brothers to buy candy 10 years ago. But now, his second grandpa, who treated him like his own grandson, had ended up in such a miserable state. An arm was chopped off. Kill, kill, kill. Lin Feng's heart was filled with endless killing intent and endless hatred. Now, he only wanted to take revenge. He wanted to avenge his second grandpa. Who is it? I'm going to kill him. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and said. No, he won't die. Feng Er, nothing can happen to you. You are the hope of our Lin family. Fifth brother, let's break out. Lin family, let's break out. The second elder shouted. Even though he was seriously injured. But the second elder still worked hard and straightened his back. Break out. The fifth elder shouted. On the Lin family's side, including the clan members who came later, there were still about 60 people. Everyone gathered together and tried to break out of the encirclement. However, the Naylan family had the advantage in numbers. They wanted to break out of the encirclement. It wasn't an easy thing to do. Naylan Tianjiao sneered and said, Lin Feng, we meet again. Your second grandpa's arm was cut off by me. Haha, I cut off his arm with one slash. The scene at that time, TSK, was amazing. Blood spurted out and even sprayed on my face. You deserve to die. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and looked at Naylan Tianjiao. Then come out and fight me. Naylan Tianjiao sneered. Lin Feng really wanted to cut Naylan Tianjiao into pieces. However, He knew that the bigger picture was more important. After all, the Lin family was at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Breaking out of the encirclement was the best strategy. You want to break out? What a joke. Today, no one will be able to leave. All of you will die. Nalan Yuanshu sneered. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. For every person you kill, you'll be rewarded with 10,000 taels of silver and a courtyard. The more you kill, the more you'll be rewarded. Kill. Under the temptation of a huge reward. The people of the Nalan family roared and rushed towards the people of the Lin family. They were completely crazy. His actions were extremely ruthless. The Lin family's people were pushed aside by the Nalan family's people, and a chaotic battle broke out. Whoosh! Light flashed. A blood-colored saber appeared in Nalan Tianjiao's hand. The name of this saber was Soul Severing. This was a spiritual weapon with astonishing power. The reason why Nalan Tianjiao was so powerful was greatly related to soul severing. Soul severing. It could greatly increase Nalan Tianjiao's combat power. Nalan Tianjiao held soul severing and slashed. Pu. An expert of the Lin family was hit by Nalan Tianjiao, and his body was covered in blood. Nalan Tianjiao waved soul severing and was about to kill the member of the Lin family. Right at this time, Lin Xiong went up to greet, brandishing the broadsword in his hand and slashing over. Lin Xiong was one of the strongest people in Qingyun City, and his saber skills were amazing. He slashed out 13 times in a row, but they were all blocked by Nalan Tianjiao. Break! Nalan Tianjiao roared and jumped up. His soul-severing saber was covered in blood-red light. This was the power of the demonic saber. It was completely displayed. Boom! A terrifying power erupted. Soul-severing saber and Lin Xiong's saber collided. Lin Xiong's was just an ordinary saber. When the saber slashed down, there was a cracking sound. A cracking sound could be heard. Lin Xiong's saber was directly broken by Nalan Tianjiao's soul-severing saber. Saber chi vibrated. It instantly pierced through Lin Xiong's body. Lin Xiong was sent flying, and he was severely injured by Nalan Tianjiao. Die! Nalan Tianjiao sneered and waved his soul-severing saber, attacking Lin Xiong again. He wanted to directly behead him. Third uncle. Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. He stabbed the Nalan clan expert who was attacking him to death with his sword, and then quickly rushed over. At that critical moment, Lin Feng finally arrived. Clang! The saber and sword collided, and sparks flew everywhere. After one attack, Lin Feng quickly caught the falling Lin Xiong. Lin Feng, are you here to die? You uncle and nephew will die in my hands today, Nalan Tianjiao sneered. Uncle Lin Chen, take care of my third uncle, Lin Feng shouted to a member of the Lin family not far away. A few members of the Lin family rushed over and protected the severely injured Lin Xiong. Feng be careful. Lin Xiong shouted with a pale face. Don't worry. Lin Feng nodded and turned to look at Nalan Tianjiao. He pointed his sword at Nalan Tianjiao. Today, I will kill you. Shameless boasting, eat my saber. Nalan Tianjiao sneered. Boom. He slashed with his saber. Nalan Tianjiao completely exploded. Saber breaking heaven and earth. Shattering the heavens. With one slash, no one was left alive. Nalan Tianjiao's saber was fatal. Its power was unimaginable. That dazzling saber slashed down. Its power was so terrifying that it made people tremble in fear. Swish. Lin Feng pulled out his sword. His sword had changed to the Black Dragon sword. This was a divine sword from the Godly Sword Manual. The soul-severing saber in Nalan Tianjiao's hand was a priceless spirit weapon. But compared to the famous divine swords in the Godly Sword Manual, it was simply trash. Brat, do you really think you can fight against me? Ever since I started wielding the soul-severing saber, I have never been defeated, and today is the same. You are destined to die in my hands. Nalan Tianjiao sneered again and again. That terrifying saber slashed down. The surrounding people, whether it was the Lin family or the Nalan family, all looked over. This was a collision between the two young geniuses of the two families. The people on the Nalan family's side were naturally full of confidence. They believed that Lin Feng was destined to be killed. The people on the Lin family's side looked at Lin Feng worriedly. After all, even the second elder and Lin Xiong were seriously injured by Nalan Tianjiao, who wielded the soul-severing saber. Nalan Tianjiao was too terrifying. Although Lin Feng's progress was very fast, compared to Nalan Tianjiao, there was still a big gap. At this moment, everyone saw Lin Feng and Nalan Tianjiao fiercely colliding. Clang! The sonorous sound of the collision was heard. A scene that everyone found hard to believe appeared. When Lin Feng and Nalan Tianjiao collided, the soul-severing saber in Nalan Tianjiao's hand was actually cut in half by Lin Feng's black sword. Puff! Lin Feng held the sword with both hands and slashed forward. With a slash, Nalan Tianjiao's head was chopped off. Blood spurted out. Chapter 103. He's dead. Young Master Tianjiao is dead. Many people from the Nalan family shouted in disbelief. In their eyes, Tianjiao was an invincible existence. But now, he had been killed with a single slash. This was a heavy blow to the Nalan family. How could this be? Tianjiao, you died so miserably. Nalan Yuanshu roared and rushed towards Lin Feng. Tianjiao. He was the hope of the Nalan family. He was the one who led the Nalan family to glory. But now, he had been killed with a single slash. This was a huge blow to the Nalan family. Nalan Yuanshu only wanted to kill Lin Feng to avenge Tianjiao. Young Master killed Tianjiao. Young Master Feng is too powerful. On the Lin family's side, it was a different scene. Everyone was overjoyed. Feng be careful. Seeing Nalan Yuanshu rushing towards Lin Feng, the second elder and the fifth elder shouted. They were worried for Lin Feng. Nalan Yuanshu was a seventh firmament martial master. His strength was outstanding. Once he attacked, he was extremely difficult to deal with. Moreover, he had rich battle experience. Tianjiao couldn't be compared to him. Nalan Yuanshu slashed down with his broadsword. It was as if he was going to split Mount Hua and leave no one alive. The power of his attack was terrifying. Facing Nalan Yuanshu's attack, said Lin Feng while smiling coldly and taking a step forwards. His devouring martial spirit revolved. Rumble. A devouring black hole instantly appeared. The black hole formed a powerful magnetic field and surrounded Nalan Yuanshu. Nalan Yuanshu's movements were greatly hindered. Brat, what kind of demonic technique did you use? Nalan Yuanshu's expression changed. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Lin Feng didn't give Nalan Yuanshu the chance to retreat. He rushed forward. Scorching Sun Sword technique. Lin Feng used his most powerful attack. After all, Nalan Yuanshu's cultivation had reached the 6th heavenly layer of the martial master realm, which was 3 levels higher than Lin Feng. If one wanted to kill an expert of this level, they would have to end the battle quickly. Kill him before he had a firm foothold and was unprepared. Once Nalan Yuanshu broke free from the devouring black hole, he would not be able to escape. It wouldn't be easy to kill this person anymore. Therefore, Lin Feng also exploded. His trump card was the devouring martial spirit. His trump card was the scorching sun sword technique. He unleashed all of them. Boom! As the scorching sun rose into the sky, the divine sword appeared. The blinding light illuminated the earth. I can't open my eyes. Many people were unable to open their eyes due to the glare of the scorching sun. They covered their eyes and screamed. Poof! Lin Feng struck out with his sword. It pierced through Nalan Yuanshu's neck. I never thought that I would die at the hands of a brat like you. Nalan Yuanshu was still in disbelief before his death. The light dissipated. Plop! Everyone saw Nalan Yuanshu fall to the ground, dead. He had been stabbed to death by Lin Feng. Even Nalan Yuanshu was killed by Feng. The people of the Lin clan were dumbfounded. No one had thought that Lin Feng would be so strong. After a brief moment of shock, they were wild with joy. The Lin clan had such a child. How could they not prosper? The first elder is dead. Run. Hurry up and run. When the rest of the Lin clan saw that Nalan Tianjiao and Nalan Yuanshu were killed one after another, their morale plummeted. They turned and ran. Kill. Leave no one alive, shouted the fifth elder. He chased after them and killed an expert of the Nalan clan with a single slash. On the Lin clan's side, their morale was greatly boosted. They were full of energy as they fought against the Nalan clan cultivators. Lin Feng, in particular, picked up Nalan Tianjiao's great sun-splitting bow. He drew his bow and shot arrows. Poof, 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 poof. Although the Nalan clan had more people, their morale was low and they were completely defeated. The Lin clan's experts chased them for an entire day. The Nalan clan had a total of 327 people, but they were all killed. Not a single one escaped. In a mountain valley. Second grandpa, third uncle, how are you feeling? Lin Feng led the people of the Lin clan back and looked worriedly at the second elder and Lin Xiong. We're much better. Feng don't worry. How are the Nalan clan's people? Asked the second elder. They were all killed. Not a single one escaped, said Lin Feng. Good. These people deserved it, said Lin Xiong fiercely. How are our casualties? Asked the second elder. The fifth elder said, second brother, we've also suffered heavy losses. 23 people died, 29 were heavily injured, and the rest were injured. But at least we survived. We weren't completely annihilated. The second elder sighed. The seventh elder said, it's all thanks to Feng Er's timely arrival. Otherwise, the Nalan clan would have annihilated all of us. Said the eighth elder. I didn't think that Feng Er would be so powerful. He could even kill Nalan Yuanshu. Lin Feng said modestly, it's all luck. Elders, we should quickly return to the clan. Said the second elder. There's no time to lose. We have to return to the clan now. 3 days later, Lin Feng and the others returned to the Lin clan in Qingyun City. When Lin Feng and the others returned, the upper echelons of the Lin clan finally relaxed. However, when they saw that the Lin clan had suffered heavy losses and that so many people were injured, Lin Sangqiong and the others' expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly arranged for people to treat everyone's injuries. Clan leader, our injuries aren't urgent. We have important matters to discuss, said the second elder. The second elder said solemnly. Let's go to the meeting room. Said Lin Sangqiong. The upper echelons of the Lin clan all appeared. Lin Feng was the only junior, and he sat next to his father. Lin Xiong took out an egg first. This is the egg of a golden-feathered eagle? The eyes of the upper echelons of the Lin clan lit up. Said Lin Xiong. That's right, it's an egg. Good, good, good. Lin Sangqiong nodded. To the Lin clan, the golden-feathered eagle's egg was too important. As long as it was nurtured successfully, this was equivalent to having an additional guardian deity. Said the second elder. Apart from the egg, we also made an important discovery. What discovery? Asked the third elder. We had a deadly battle with the Nalan clan because of this discovery. The second elder took a deep breath and said, we found a spiritual mine. What? A spiritual mine? Almost everyone cried out in surprise. A spiritual mine? Such a resource. It was only in the hands of a few top powers. For example, ancient powers like the 10 great ancient cities of the East Province. The upper echelons of the Lin clan naturally knew what a spiritual mine meant. Is the Nalan clan aware of this matter? Asked Lin Sangqiong. The Nalan clan members were all killed, but we can't rule out the possibility that they sent a message back to the clan. Said the second elder. Chapter 104. This spirit or vein is of great importance. Although it's tempting, I'm afraid we won't be able to protect it, Lin Baitian said. There was silence in the hall. Indeed. The Lin family was just a small family. Spirit or veins were very rare and precious. Not to mention the Lin family, even Zhanwu country might not be able to protect it. To the Lin family, the spirit or vein could be a disaster, not a blessing. Then what should we do? Seventh elder asked. Now, we should think about it. The Nalan family has also received news of the spirit or vein, and they have suffered heavy losses this time. They will definitely be able to find out that it was us who did it. We have to guard against the Nalan family's revenge. Lin Baitian said. Second elder said, We can talk to the Wang family. Everyone nodded. The Wang family and the Lin family were allies, and they needed to know about this matter. But what about the spirit or vein? Lin Xiong asked. Everyone frowned slightly. It would be a pity if they ignored the spirit or vein. But with the Lin family's power, they would not dare to take it for themselves. Once the news got out, it would be a disaster for the family. I have a few friends in Jialan Academy. I'll contact them and discuss a plan. Lin Feng said. All right. Lin Tsangqiong nodded. Lin Feng wrote a letter, and one of his uncles personally brought it to Jialan Academy. Lin Feng wrote a letter to Su Zimo. Su Zimo was Lin Feng's good friend in Jialan Academy. The two of them had gone through life and death together, and they were friends. Su Zimo's family was not ordinary. They were the strongest of the 10 families in Jialan City, and they were much stronger than the Bai family. Moreover, the Su family had a lot of connections, and this matter could be discussed with the Su family. Lin Feng's letter was very simple. He only wrote that there was an important matter to discuss, and he asked Su Zimo to invite someone in charge of the family. Su Zimo was shocked when he saw the letter. He said, "Uncle Lin, is this matter very urgent?" Lin Feng's uncle said, "It is indeed very urgent. Young Master Su, please communicate with the elders in the family." "All right, I'll go back now." Su Zimo hurriedly returned to the clan and told this matter to his father, Su Qianfeng. Su Zimo was the only son of the Su family's patriarch, Su Qianfeng. Moreover, he had a son at an old age. With regards to his son, Su Qianfeng was naturally very concerned. Moreover, Su Zimo was also quite capable. Among the children of aristocratic families, regardless of whether it was his character or ability, he was quite outstanding. Even in the aspect of making friends, Su Qianfeng was very satisfied. Su Qianfeng had heard the name Lin Feng from Su Zimo more than once. Su Qianfeng clearly knew what it meant to have such a promising youth like Lin Feng. Therefore, he was very supportive of Su Zimo building a good relationship with Su Qianfeng. After hearing about this matter from Su Zimo, Su Qianfeng asked, "What's the matter that made you so anxious to meet with my Su family?" Brother Lin has always been calm and steady. He wouldn't act like this unless it was extremely urgent. "Father, please make a decision quickly," Su Zimo said. "Let the great elder go with you to the Lin clan." Su Qianfeng said. "Yes." Su Zimo went to look for the grand elder. Then, a group of more than 20 people from the Su clan hurriedly rushed to the Lin clan. Qingyun City, Nailin clan. Reporting to the patriarch, "We didn't find any traces of the grand elder and the genius prince. We only found traces of fighting and bloodstains in the mountain forest." The atmosphere in the Nailin clan's hall was heavy. The upper echelons of the Nailin clan were all present. An expert of the Nailin clan reported the results of their investigation into the wild forest. The Nailin clan's patriarch, Nailin Zhenghong's expression was incomparably gloomy. He held a piece of paper in his hand. On it was written, "A spirit vein was found in the wild forest." At the same time, people from the Lin clan were besieging them. In just a few dozen words, too much information was revealed. This was the information that the Grand Elder had sent back to the clan. But now, the Nailin clan had more than 300 people, but none of them had returned. Including the Grand Elder, and the Nailin clan's genius prince who was the hope of the Nailin clan. He was also together. He had completely disappeared without a trace. Although he was unwilling to admit it, but it seemed, the Nailin clan's people must have really met with misfortune. Lin clan, Lin clan. Nailin Zhenghong almost roared out. His murderous intent was monstrous. "We must destroy the Lin clan and avenge the Grand Elder, the genius prince, and the 300 people of the Nailin clan." The second elder of the Nailin clan said coldly. "That's right, the Lin clan must be annihilated by the Nailin clan. Only then will we be able to avenge them." The third elder of the Nailin clan said. The sixth elder said coldly, "What's more, there's a spirit or vein involved in this matter. This matter involves too many people. The Lin clan must be destroyed and the spirit vein must be controlled by us. Report. The Su clan's patriarch wants to see you." While the Nailin clan's upper echelons were having a meeting, A voice came from outside. The Su clan and the Lin clan seem to have fallen out recently. I don't know why, but why are they here now? The fourth elder was puzzled. Let them in, Nalan Zhenghong said. Yes. The messenger left. Not long after, the Su clan's patriarch, Su Dongtang, and a dozen strong cultivators of the Su clan entered the hall. Brother Nalan, please forgive us for disturbing you. Su Dongtang cupped his fists. Brother Su, what brings you here today? Nalan Zhenghong asked. This is the young master of the Bai clan, Bai Shentian. The young master of the Bai clan has brought many strong cultivators here to destroy the Lin clan, Su Dongtang said with a smile. Destroy the Lin clan? The eyes of the Nalan clan's upper echelons lit up. They had heard about the enmity between Lin Feng and the Bai clan. They had never thought that the Bai clan would want to destroy the Lin clan. Not only the Lin clan, but the Wang clan as well. When the time comes, only the Su clan and the Nalan clan will be left in Qingyun City. Won't that be better? Bai Xuantian's lips curled into a cold smile. All right. Nalan Zhenghong clapped his hands and said, the Nalan clan has been wanting to deal with these two clans for a long time. Since we want to form an alliance, let's share a secret. What secret? Bai Shentian and the others looked at Nalan Zhenghong. The Lin clan discovered a spirit vein. Nalan Zhenghong said. A spirit vein? Bai Shentian and the others' expressions changed drastically. After that, Bai Shentian smiled viciously. Then, the Lin clan should be destroyed even more. A smile appeared on Nalan Zhenghong's face. He knew that the Nalan family would not be able to obtain the spiritual mineral vein because such a family would not be able to keep it. Revealing the whereabouts of the spiritual mineral vein would make the Bai family hell-bent on dealing with the Lin family. Once the Lin family was destroyed, the information of the spiritual mineral vein would be shared with the ancient families. At that time, it would be a great merit. This was simply killing two birds with one stone. Chapter 105. The Lin family's meeting room, the Su family, the Wang family, the Lin family. The upper echelons of the three families were gathered here. The upper echelons of the Wang family had already known about this. Thus, their expressions were still relatively calm. The Wang family and the Lin family had been allies for more than 300 years, so they were trustworthy. The Su family's great elder, Su Changtian, asked, when I received the news, I immediately rushed over. What does the Lin family want to discuss? Lin Tsangqiang replied, the Lin family has discovered a spirit stone mine. They discovered a spirit or vein, and the Lin family has sealed it off. What? A spirit stone mine? Su Changtian's eyes widened. He naturally knew what a spirit stone mine meant. Is that true? Su Changtian asked excitedly. Of course it's true. Lin Tsangqiang nodded. Good, good, good. Su Changtian said 3 times, then asked, what do you plan to do, Lin family head? Lin Tsangqiang smiled, then looked at Lin Feng and said, I heard from Feng'er that the Su family seems to have some relations with the ancient powers. We hope to provide them with information about the Spirit Stone Mine. The Spirit Stone Mine was a very important matter. Even Zhenwu country couldn't protect it. If news of this spread, it would be a disaster for Zhenwu country. They needed an ancient power to guard this place. Otherwise, if the demonic powers found out, they might massacre Zhenwu country for the Spirit Stone Mine. Su Changtian said, indeed, there are people from my family who are guards in the ancient powers. Is it Sky Saint City? Or Sun Moon City? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Sky Saint City and Sun Moon City were allies, and they protected each other. These two ancient cities were both ancient powers. Zhenwu country would pay tribute to the two ancient powers every year to seek protection. Previously, demons were causing trouble. Sky Saint City and Sun Moon City's experts had been mobilized. In Sun Moon City, Su Changtian said. Lin Feng said, since that's the case, there's no time to lose. Please send the news quickly. All right, I'll send the news to the clan now. They will send people to Sun Moon City. We'll wait here. Su Changtian said. Then, Su Changtian wrote a secret letter and ordered someone to deliver it to the Su family. Can we go take a look at the spirit or vein now? Su Changtian asked. Of course. Lin Sangqiong nodded. Su Changtian and the rest left the city with the Lin clan's third elder, heading towards the mine. Over the next few days, Jialan City was calm and peaceful. This made Lin Feng feel that something was amiss. At night, while the father and son were drinking tea and chatting, Lin Feng voiced his doubts. Father, logically speaking, the Nailan clan shouldn't have let this matter rest. They should have even taken revenge. Why hasn't there been any movement? Lin Baitian frowned and said, That's strange. It's too peaceful. If it's that peaceful, the Nailan clan must be planning something even bigger. The next day, Lin Feng began to purchase some precious array formation materials. He planned to use the formation to envelop the entire Lin family. If there was any danger, the array could ensure the safety of the Lin family. Lin Feng planned to set up 3 types of formations, namely the 9 Heaven Maze Formation, Great Black Tortoise Formation, Great White Tiger Formation. The 9 Heaven Maze Formation was an illusory formation. Once inside, one would be confused and unable to extricate themselves. The Great Black Tortoise Formation was a defensive formation. The Great White Tiger Formation was an offensive formation. Lin Feng's 3 deployment spells could be used to attack, defend, and create illusions to protect the Lin clan's mansion. When Lin Feng was setting up the formation, he attracted the attention of many people in the Lin clan. Lin Sangqiong asked, Feng what are you doing? Said Lin Feng. I'm casting a gigantic deployment spell around the entire Lin clan, said Lin Feng. Ah, you're setting up a formation? Lin Sangqiong stared at Lin Feng, dumbfounded. He naturally knew what setting up a formation meant. Only a great array formation master could do that. Only an array formation master could set up a formation. In the entire Zhenwu country, the number of array formation masters could be counted on one hand. His own grandson? And an array formation master at that. Feng you. Lin Sangqiong felt that his lips were dry and cracked. Lin Feng said, I've been learning array formations from the Dean for a long time. Now, I'm a golden rank array formation master. Beginner rank. A medium rank array formation master can set up 23 different formations. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Lin Sangqiong was pleasantly surprised. Array formation master. Ha ha ha, I didn't think that a great array formation master would appear in our Lin family. This news quickly spread throughout the Lin family. The entire Lin family was filled with a joyous atmosphere. Array formation master. That was the greatest existence in the entire continent. Lin Feng spent 3 days to set up the 3 formations. Then, he told his grandfather, Lin Sangqiong, and the other higher-ups of the clan how to activate the formations. Once the Lin family was in danger, they could activate the formations to protect the Lin family. Feng can you set up a formation around the spirit mine? Especially an illusory formation to completely hide the spirit mine. I'm worried that the Nailan family won't let this go. Perhaps they'll bring experts to seize the ownership of the spirit mine. Lin Sangqiong said. All right, I'll go to the spirit mine now. Lin Feng nodded. Spirit mine. Lin Feng's father, Lin Baitian, 3rd elder, 4th elder, and 5th elder. Wang family's grand elder, Wang Kuei. Su family's grand elder, Su Changtian, and the rest were guarding the spirit mine. Lin Feng and Su Zimo arrived at the spirit mine together. Then, Lin Feng began to set up the formation. Feng what are you doing? The 3rd elder and the others were all dumbfounded. Haha, don't you know? Lin Feng is a spirit array formation master. Su Changtian said with a smile. Su Zimo often talked about Lin Feng in the family, so Su Changtian knew a lot about Lin Feng. Ah, a spirit array formation master? That's great, that's great. Feng is a spirit array formation master. The heavens are really protecting our Lin family. 3rd elder and the rest were so excited that they started to speak incoherently. The elders of the Lin family naturally knew what it meant to have a spirit array formation master in the family. Lin Baitian's eyes also showed a gratified expression. The people from the Wang family and the Su family looked at the people from the Lin family enviously. They really hoped that there would be a spirit array formation master in their family. But to become a spirit array formation master, it was 1 in a million. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. Lin Feng said humbly, Feng is lucky to have met a good teacher in the school. I'll set up the formation now to guard the spirit mine. Just as Lin Feng was setting up the formation, the Nalan, Su, and Bai families had joined forces and split into 2 groups. One group headed for the Lin family, while the other group headed for the spirit mine. Obviously, the 3 families were going to attack the Lin family together. Chapter 106. The sky gradually darkened. There were fewer people on the streets. Outside the Lin family mansion, it was quiet. However, in the darkness, there were many pairs of cold eyes looking in the direction of the Lin family mansion. The Nalan family's patriarch, Nalan Zhanghong, personally led a group of experts. Together with the Su family's experts led by the Su family's great elder Su Qinghe and the Bai family's experts led by the Bai family's young master Bai Shentian, they were ready to encircle the Lin family. The 3 forces were determined to win this battle. In the darkness, Su Yueshi's eyes were cold. She was excited when she thought that Lin Feng would be kneeling in front of her. In Jialan Academy, Lin Feng's rise was a huge blow to Su Yueshi. When a person made a mistake but didn't want to admit it, the best way was to destroy them. Now, Su Yueshi wanted to destroy Lin Feng. Perhaps, only then could she prove that she hadn't made a mistake. In the dead of night. Attack! Nalan Zhenghong waved his hand. Swoosh swoosh, arrows suddenly shot out in the dark night, shooting towards the 4 guards outside the Lin family's mansion. Pu. The arrows pierced through their bodies mercilessly. The 4 guards of the Lin clan fell to the ground. Then, a total of 500 to 600 experts from the 3 major forces moved out and charged toward the Lin family mansion. The 3 forces had been preparing for a long time. This time, they were going to kill the Lin family mansion. The experts of the 3 forces rushed into the Lin family mansion. Who is it? Shouted the guards who were patrolling the Lin family mansion. Oh no! Enemy attack! When the guards saw the intruders, their faces changed and they quickly hit the gong in their hands. Kill them! Shouted Nalan Zhenghong. Nalan Zhenghong shouted coldly. The experts of the 3 major forces rushed over and fought with the guards of the Lin family. Dong dong dong! At that moment, the sound of the gong alerted the entire Lin family mansion. The members of the Lin family woke up from their sleep. What happened? Asked Lin Tsungcheong. Patriarch, it's the Nalan family and the Su family mansion. They led a large group of people to attack the Lin family mansion. A guard ran over in a panic. Leader, the Nalan clan and the Su clan have joined forces to kill us. They're really aggressive. I'm afraid they want to destroy our entire Lin clan. The second elder and the others also came to Lin Tsungcheong with gloomy faces. They had already guessed the revenge of the Nalan family. However, they didn't expect that the Su family was also involved. Although the Lin family and the Su family were drifting apart, there wasn't much conflict between them. Before this, they were still allies. Now, the Su family had turned around and attacked. The higher-ups of the Lin family hated him to the core. Open the Great Formation and trap them all inside, said Lin Feng. Lin Tsungcheong shouted angrily. The higher-ups of the Lin family rushed out and activated the array that Lin Feng had set up in advance. Buzz. The entire Lin family mansion was suddenly shrouded in fog. The dense fog covered the entire Lin family mansion. What happened? The people from the 3 major forces were originally aggressive, but now they suddenly panicked. The unknown was the most terrifying. They charged left and right. But he found out. In the end, they could only go in circles. And the people of the Lin family had all disappeared without a trace. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Arrows were shot from all directions. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of flesh being pierced was heard. Ah! Mournful screams resounded one after another. The experts of the 3 major forces who were trapped inside the Great Formation were attacked by the Lin family and suffered heavy losses. Wild forest, spirit or vein. At this moment, a fierce battle was also taking place. The head of the Su family, Su Dongtang, was leading the experts of the Su family. The second elder and the other elders of the Nalan family were leading the experts of the Nalan family. The first elder of the Bai family, Bai Chang Lei, was also rushing over from Sangharama city. This Bai Chang Lei, he looked very similar to the vice principal of the Sangharama Academy, Bai Chang Feng. This person was Bai Chang Feng's brother and had a very high status in the Bai family. This time, he personally led the experts of the Bai family here. First, it was to seize the spirit or vein, and second, it was to eliminate the Lin family. On the other side of the spirit or vein, there were experts from the Lin and Wang families, as well as the Su family from Sangharama city. The two sides were engaged in a fierce battle and there were casualties everywhere. Bai Chang Lei coldly shouted, "Su Chang Tian, this is a matter of Green Cloud City, your Su family should stay as far away as possible. If you leave now, you can still save your life. Otherwise, only death awaits you." Humph. Bai Chang Lei, you think I'm afraid of you? You think my Su family is afraid of your Bai family? Don't forget, among the 10 major families of Sangharama city, my Su family is the number one. Your Bai family can't compare to my Su family. Quickly retreat with the rest of your people and there will still be a chance to turn the situation around. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning hostile. Su Chang Tian sneered. Haha, ridiculous, a trapped beast still can't escape death. Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, I'll wipe you all out today. Bai Chang Lei sneered again and again. The attacks of the three major forces were getting fiercer and fiercer. Retreat, retreat, Lin Feng shouted. The experts of the Lin family quickly retreated to the valley where the spirit or vein was located. If we make a move here, the situation in Green Cloud City will be very bad. Fifth elder said worriedly. Don't worry, I've already arranged a great formation in the family. Lin Feng said. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the people of the Lin family felt relieved. Kill. The experts of the three major forces rushed into the valley. Great formation, activate, shouted Lin Feng furiously. He immediately activated the deployment spell he had set up. Buzz. Formation runes intertwined. White mist lingered. The entire valley was shrouded in white mist. Lin Feng had arranged the Green Dragon Great Formation, the Nine Heavens Maze Formation, and the Sword Ocean Great Formation. Among them, the Great Azure Dragon deployment spell was the strongest one Lin Feng could use. Not good, it's a great formation, there's a great formation here. Quick, retreat. The experts of the three major forces were shocked. They naturally knew how terrifying a great formation was. However, it was too late to retreat now. Lin Feng activated the Sword Ocean Great Formation. Dense sword chi appeared in the valley and shot toward the experts of the three great clans. Puff, puff, puff. Tearing sounds could be heard one after another. It was accompanied by a series of screams. Under the attack of the Sword Ocean Great Formation, the experts of the three major families fell to the ground and died on the spot. Too powerful. The people of the Lin family, the Wang family, and the Su family were stunned. No wonder. A spirit array master was the greatest existence in the entire continent. A spirit array master could create such an effect by arranging a great formation. This was simply too inconceivable. Su Changtian was happy that the Su family and the Lin family had formed an alliance. Even though the Lin clan couldn't compete with the Su clan at the moment, Su Changtian was convinced that Lin Feng would rise to power very quickly. The Lin family's status would rise and they might even become a superpower one day. At that time, the Su family would rise together with them and they would not be limited to their own forces in Jialan City. Clang, clang, clang. The experts of the three major forces defended against the Great Formation's attack. However, Lin Feng's Great Formation was too powerful. It was not easy to defend against it. The three major forces suffered heavy losses. In a short time, half of their experts were dead, and the rest were injured. Wiping out all the experts of the three major forces seemed to be right in front of them. At this moment, Bai Chang Lei suddenly shouted, "Ancestor, save us." Keik. In the distance, a ghostly laughter could be heard. A skinny old man walked over from afar. He could move 100 meters with each step. It was as if he could shrink the ground into an inch. Not good, it's the old man from the Bai family. He's a martial general. Seeing the old man, Su Chengtian's expression changed. What? An expert at the general level? Everyone's face was filled with shock. Everyone knew what it meant to be a martial general. Chapter 107. A warrior in the martial general realm had the strength to pull up a mountain. A warrior in the martial general realm could shrink the ground into an inch. A warrior in the martial general realm had a body like metal. A warrior in the martial general realm exhaled like a sword. The martial general realm. This was a major transformation. Once one transformed to this realm, their cultivation would undergo an earth-shattering change. No matter how strong a martial master realm cultivator was, in front of a martial general realm cultivator, he was still like an ant. The Bai family's ancestor had personally made a move. Lin Feng and the others were about to face the attack of a martial general. This was an extremely dangerous thing to do because a martial general was simply too powerful. This old man didn't plan to make a move, but I didn't expect that there would be someone among you who knows how to set up a formation. The Bai family's ancestor's sinister voice sounded. Whoosh! The Bai family's patriarch was bold and daring as he dashed into the grand array. Sound wave technique. Roar! The Bai family's ancestor showed his might and roared loudly. Sound waves rippled out. Clang 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 clang. The Bai family's ancestor's sound wave technique formed a powerful sound wave that collided with the sword chi released by Lin Feng's Sea of Swords formation, producing a series of clanging sounds. The Bai family's ancestor was indeed worthy of being a martial general. He was simply too powerful. With his own strength, he was actually able to block the attack of Lin Feng's Sea of Swords formation. Hurry up and get out! The Bai family's ancestor shouted loudly. The survivors of the other three families all rushed out of the formation in an extremely sorry state. What do we do now? Everyone's gaze was on Lin Feng. Unknowingly, Lin Feng had become everyone's backbone. Lin Feng knew that in the face of the attack of a martial general, they could only rely on the formation to win. Otherwise, they would definitely lose this battle. He said, "Everyone, spread out in the various formation cores. Listen to my instructions later. Inject your true chi into the formation cores and activate the formation with me to deal with this person." Okay, everyone nodded. Under Lin Feng's command, everybody quickly spread out in all directions. Every martial master led a dozen or so people to guard the eye of the formation. Great formation. The core of the formation was called the eye of the formation. The operation of the formation was closely related to the formation eye. In the eye of the formation, Lin Feng buried many materials for setting up the formation. These materials were connected together to form a large formation, maintaining the operation of the large formation. 9 Heavens Maze Formation. Sword Sea Array. Lin Feng shouted, and everyone poured their true chi into the large array. Buzz. White mist filled the air. The 9 Heavens Maze Array was the first to be activated. This 9 Heavens Maze Array was an illusory array. When it was activated, it was surrounded by white fog. Elder Ancestor Bai walked through the formation as if he had entered a maze. No matter where he went, he seemed to be going in circles. The Bai clan's ancestor said coldly, "Little child from the Lin clan, I've heard that you've learned the art of spiritual arrays from Sun Tiantu. I didn't think that you'd be able to reach such a high level in such a short period of time. Today, I must kill you, or else you'll become a great threat to us." Lin Feng did not answer. Instead, he activated the Sword C formation with everyone else and attacked Elder Ancestor Bai. At this moment, the Sword C formation was even more powerful. Dense sword chi shot out horizontally towards the Bai clan's ancestor. HMPH, insignificant skill, the Bai clan's ancestor sneered. Then, a terrifying aura exuded from his body. That aura was suffocating. A stream of chi gushed out from the Bai clan's ancestor's body and protected him. When the dense sword chi slashed onto the Bai clan's ancestor's body, a series of clanging sounds could be heard. On the other hand, the Bai clan's ancestor. He did not suffer any damage. Protective chi. Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. It was rumored that powerhouses in the martial general realm could find chi that was born between heaven and earth and cultivate it into their body to form their own protective chi. Once the protective chi was activated, it was almost invulnerable. At this moment, the Bai clan's ancestor had activated his protective chi. Lin Feng and the others activated the Sword C formation to attack the Bai clan's ancestor, but it did not cause any damage to the Bai clan's ancestor at all. That was the terrifying thing about the protective chi. "Ha, trash like you think you can hurt me? What a joke," said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. The Bai clan's ancestor laughed. He did not care about Lin Feng and the others at all. Whoosh 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 whoosh. At this moment, the Bai clan's ancestor moved. He flashed around in the valley. "Oh no, the Bai clan's ancestor can break my 9-heaven maze formation." Seeing the Bai clan's ancestor moving around in the formation, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. A powerhouse in the martial general realm. Powerful indeed. "Green dragon formation," shouted Lin Feng furiously. He started using the third deployment spell. This was the most powerful formation that Lin Feng had mastered. This formation was very difficult to activate because the green dragon formation needed to absorb a huge amount of energy to be truly activated. Everyone continued to pour their true chi into the formation. Roar! A loud dragon's roar resounded through the cloud. A huge creature appeared in the valley. Although the white mist had covered the gigantic creature, everyone could still vaguely see a gigantic beast hovering in the air. Its body was like a winding mountain ridge. A terrifying dragon's aura filled the valley. A dragon, a dragon. Outside, many people cried out in surprise. They could see the huge green dragon in the white fog, and many of them were shocked. Su Changtian's expression was ugly as he said, "Will the ancestor be okay?" Bai Changlei sneered, "The ancestor is a martial general, how can there be a problem? Although the Lin clan has set up a formation, so what? With the ancestor's strength, breaking the formation is only a matter of time. Once the formation is broken, everyone will die." That's right, a martial general is an invincible existence. The Lin clan is doomed. The second elder of the Nalan clan agreed. The green dragon circled in the air, its cold eyes looking at the ancestor Bai in the middle of the formation. Rumble. At this moment, the green dragon formation. The green dragon raised its huge claw. A claw struck towards the ancestor Bai. This move was called Green Dragon Claws. The huge dragon claw was like a mountain, fiercely striking towards the ancestor Bai. The ancestor Bai's expression was cold as he faced the green dragon claws. The ancestor Bai punched out. Bang! The Bai family's elder ancestor clashed with the azure dragon's claw. The Bai family's elder ancestor lived up to his reputation as a martial general. He managed to block the azure dragon's claw attack. Green dragon tail whip. However, at this moment, the ancestor Bai's second attack exploded. The green dragon tail whip swept across the sky. The huge green dragon's tail whipped towards the ancestor Bai. Chapter 108. The green dragon great array was the core of the array, and it was also the most powerful part. If they wanted to defeat the Bai family's elder ancestor, they would need to rely on the Green Dragon Great Array. The power of the Green Dragon Great Array was indeed strong enough. Under Lin Feng's control, all kinds of attacks were launched continuously, erupting with tyrannical attack power. For example, the Green Dragon Tail whip in front of them. The dragon tail swept over and fiercely whipped towards the Bai family's elder ancestor. However, the Bai family's elder ancestor's strength was too strong, and his reaction was too fast. When the green dragon tail whip swept over, he used the great capture move. He suddenly grabbed. He actually caught the green dragon's tail. Ha! The Bai family's elder ancestor roared and used both hands to pull the green dragon up. Bang! The azure dragon, which was as huge as a mountain ridge, was smashed into a mountain peak. Boom! The mountain peak collapsed with a bang. Everyone was aghast. This was the strength of a military general. It was simply beyond everyone's imagination. Isn't that too powerful? Outside, the Su family and the Nalan family were also stunned. It was the first time they saw a military general expert make a move. In their hearts, there was only deep shock. The battle strength of a military general expert made everyone feel a sense of extreme shock. Bai Changlei said with a hint of pride. Of course, a military general expert has such a powerful strength. Then we'll wait for the elder ancestor to finish off the Lin family. When that time comes, we'll see how they die. The Nailan family's second elder said with a sinister smile. Su Dongtang also laughed out loud. The Lin family and the Wang family are eliminated. These two families are destined to be eliminated, and these two families will be wiped out from Qingyun City. Inside the Great Array, the Bai family's elder ancestor displayed his invincible might. His strength even suppressed the Green Dragon Great Array set up by Lin Feng. A military general expert was too powerful. Release the arrows. Lin Feng shouted loudly. The scattered cultivators immediately took out their bows and arrows. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a dense number of arrows shot towards the Bai family's elder ancestor. At the same time, Lin Feng once again controlled the Azure Dragon to attack elder ancestor Bai. Azure Dragon spits water. Whoosh. The Azure Dragon opened its bloody mouth and spat out a mist that filled the sky. The water mist turned into countless water droplets that shot toward elder ancestor Bai. If a martial master cultivator were to face such an attack, they would have been killed in an instant. However, elder ancestor Bai was a powerhouse in the martial general realm. He had an extremely powerful shield of vigor. When all the attacks came crashing down, elder ancestor Bai immediately activated his shield of vigor. Clang clang clang, the sound of metal colliding could be heard. All the attacks, like arrows and water droplets, were blocked by elder ancestor Bai's chi shield. It was as if no matter how powerful the attack was, it would not be able to break through elder ancestor Bai's defense. This made everyone's expression turn even uglier. It was as if elder ancestor Bai was carrying a tortoise shell. There was no way to break through his defense. They were in big trouble now. This was a battle of life and death. If they did not die, they would die. If they could not take down elder ancestor Bai after a long time, then Lin Feng and the others would be the ones to die in the end. Lin Feng and the others knew this very well. Therefore, at this moment, the crowd was filled with anxiety and uneasiness. A bunch of ants, trying to use a mere yellow rank formation against me. How laughable and foolish. If you go against me, you will only end up dead. As soon as he finished speaking, elder ancestor Bai rushed to the left. He broke through the restraints of the 9 heavens maze. In an instant, he was in front of more than 10 cultivators. These cultivators were from the Wang clan, the Lin clan, and the Su clan of Sangharan City. Oh no! When they saw elder ancestor Bai breaking out of the maze formation and appearing in front of them, the expressions of the cultivators changed drastically. Die, all of you! Elder ancestor Bai laughed sinisterly and attacked with his palm. Let's fight it out with him. The cultivators roared and slashed at elder ancestor Bai with their weapons. Rushing thunder palm. Elder ancestor Bai roared and struck out with his palm. This palm strike was accompanied by rolling thunder. It was simply too powerful. Bang! His palm enveloped more than 10 cultivators, and the tyrannical force slammed into the bodies of the cultivators. Screams of agony rang out one after another. More than 10 cultivators were killed by elder ancestor Bai's palm strike. They died tragically on the spot. The Lin family and the others are fighting like cornered beasts. The people from the 3 major forces who were watching the show were excited. They could already see the scene of the Lin family being killed by elder ancestor Bai one by one. They felt a burst of excitement when they thought of this scene. Dragon roaring in the 9 heavens. Lin Feng roared and controlled the Azure Dragon to attack elder ancestor Bai. Everyone was desperately pouring their true chi into the formation. Groan. A loud dragon roar resounded through heaven and earth. The Azure Dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws, pouncing towards elder ancestor Bai. The Azure Dragon displayed its strongest power and strongest attack. Splitting Mount Hua. Elder ancestor Bai sneered and leaped out. He attacked with his palm. Bang! He collided with the Azure Dragon again, and it was like 2 mountains colliding fiercely. The Azure Dragon was actually destroyed by elder ancestor Bai's attack. Phut! Everyone in the formation felt as if they were struck by lightning. This time, everyone suffered from the backlash. Many people spat out large mouthfuls of blood, suffering heavy injuries. Elder Ancestor Bai's combat strength was too heaven-defying. Whoosh! Elder Ancestor Bai rushed into a group of people and started a massacre. Fart! 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 More than 10 cultivators were killed by Elder Ancestor Bai in the blink of an eye. All of you should die too. Elder Ancestor Bai's body flickered and appeared in the next formation eye. Kill. More than 20 experts were killed by Elder Ancestor Bai. Elder Ancestor Bai seemed to have entered a realm where no one could stop him. He killed more than 100 experts in a row. Everyone was killed to the point of trembling with fear. Damn it! Lin Feng's eyes were bloodshot. Many of his clansmen were being killed by the Bai clan's ancestor, and Lin Feng couldn't do anything. Lin Feng felt like he was going insane. Go, we must break out. We will cover you. Feng go quickly. Fifth Elder's fat body rushed to Lin Feng and grabbed Lin Feng's hand. Feng leave quickly. Lin Beitian also walked over and said in a deep voice. Lin Feng was the hope of the Lin family, nothing must happen to him. But now, the formation was in tatters. Obviously, no one could be a match for Elder Ancestor Bai. If they stayed, they would die. So it's here. Kid, I finally found you. A sinister laugh was heard. It was Elder Ancestor Bai. He found Lin Feng's location. The Bai family lost several direct descendants to Lin Feng. Elder Ancestor Bai naturally wanted to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Leave quickly. Fifth Elder, Seventh Elder, Eighth Elder, Lin Beitian, and more than a dozen experts of the Lin family shouted and rushed towards Elder Ancestor Bai. A bunch of trash. You're all courting death. Elder Ancestor Bai sneered and attacked the experts of the Lin family with a palm strike. He was too strong. This palm strike came crashing down. Bang! With an earth-shattering sound of collision, everyone from the Lin family was sent flying. Fart! They spat out mouthfuls of blood in the air. Every one of them had suffered serious injuries. Father, Fifth Elder. Seeing his father, Fifth Elder, and the others get injured to save him, Lin Feng's eyes were bloodshot. How could he abandon his family and run away alone? If he were to run away, all of his family members would definitely die. Kid, it's your turn, said the Bai clan's ancestor, smiling ferociously. He jumped up and threw a punch at Lin Feng. The moment of life and death had arrived. Chapter 109. Elder Ancestor Bai. A terrifying existence in the martial general realm, he personally made a move against Lin Feng. No matter who saw it, Lin Feng would definitely die this time. Elder Ancestor Bai was naturally the same. After all, Elder Ancestor Bai's cultivation was more than 10 levels higher than Lin Feng. It was too easy to kill him. But Lin Feng didn't run away even though he was facing the ancestor of the Bai clan and he was sure he would lose. Because Lin Feng could not abandon his family and escape alone. Elder Ancestor Bai's palm strike came. Lin Feng knew. Whether he lived or died, it would be decided in the next moment. Lin Feng's face was filled with a cold expression. The more dangerous the moment, the calmer he became. Die! Elder Ancestor Bai laughed sinisterly. A palm strike came down brazenly. In Elder Ancestor Bai's eyes, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. Haha, this kid is going to die. Outside, the people from the 3 major forces saw that Lin Feng was about to be killed by Elder Ancestor Bai's palm, and they all smiled. In their opinion, Lin Feng was definitely going to die. There was no way he could survive. No, Lin Beitian and the others screamed. Their eyes were about to pop out of their socket. However, there was nothing they could do now. They had no ability to save Lin Feng. They had no ability to stop Elder Ancestor Bai. Everyone thought that Lin Feng was definitely going to die. At this moment, Lin Feng moved. Whoosh! A green light flew out. Looking carefully, there was a palm-sized bronze plate in the green light. It was the bronze that Lin Feng accidentally obtained in the market. This bronze's power was astonishing. However, every time it was activated, it would absorb all the power in the body. Lin Feng only had one chance. If this chance failed, Lin Feng would definitely die. Therefore, he was waiting for the best opportunity. Now, this opportunity finally came to Lin Feng. What is this? When Elder Ancestor Bai saw the green light, his expression changed slightly. He wanted to dodge, but he was too close to Lin Feng. Elder Ancestor Bai. He couldn't dodge it either. He could only reach out and slap the green light. Poochie. The power of the bronze was so shocking that it instantly pierced through Elder Ancestor Bai's palm. Ah! Elder Ancestor Bai could not help but cry out in pain. Bronze's momentum did not diminish. Puff! Another piercing sound was heard. This time, the bronze shard pierced right through Elder Ancestor Bai's chest. Elder Ancestor Bai's body was sent flying. He coughed up blood in midair, and a bloody hole appeared in his chest. He was severely injured. If it was not for his strength, this attack would have taken Elder Ancestor Bai's life. After one strike, Lin Feng's strength was completely drained. He no longer had the strength to fight. He collapsed to the ground. Good chance. Lin Batian and the others' eyes suddenly lit up. They did not expect this to happen at all. Lin Batian, the 5th elder, the 7th elder, and the 8th elder could still stand. They gritted their teeth and used all their strength to get up and charge at Elder Ancestor Bai. Elder Ancestor Bai was now heavily injured. Lin Feng's bronze not only injured Elder Ancestor Bai, but it also shattered Elder Ancestor Bai's protective chi. Elder Ancestor Bai could no longer be as invulnerable as before. Elder Ancestor Bai saw the 4 Lin family members charging at him. His expression changed drastically. However, Elder Ancestor Bai, who was in mid-air, had no way to dodge. Die! Lin Batian, the 5th elder, the 7th elder, and the 8th elder roared. The sharp blades in their hands all stabbed at Elder Ancestor Bai. Puff! The sharp blades in their hands directly pierced Elder Ancestor Bai's body. How is this possible? Elder Ancestor Bai murmured in disbelief. Then, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and died. A venerable general-level powerhouse, who could be ranked as one of the strongest in Zhenwu country, was killed just like that. Elder Ancestor Bai is dead. Everyone cried out in shock. The people from the Lin family were naturally ecstatic. A venerable general-level powerhouse, who stood at the top of the pyramid of Zhenwu country. But he died just like that. No, it's impossible. Bai Changlei and the other Bai family members who were watching the battle from outside could not accept it. They roared in disbelief. They knew that Elder Ancestor Bai was dead. What did it mean to the Bai family? It was very likely that the Bai family would decline because of this. Elder Ancestor Bai is dead. Haha, kill. Kill all the people from the 3 major forces, the Wang family's Grand Elder shouted excitedly. Kill, everyone's morale was greatly boosted, and they charged at the people from the 3 major forces. Run. The people from the 3 major forces were already scared out of their wits when they saw Elder Ancestor Bai, a venerable general-level powerhouse, being killed. Who would dare to fight? They all ran away in panic. The Lin family's people killed more than 100 strong cultivators from the 3 major forces. The rest of the people ran away. Feng, how are you? Lin Batian and the others rushed to Lin Feng and asked with concern. I'm fine. I'm just a little weak, said Lin Feng. Feng, you just. The 5th elder asked in bewilderment. A beam of green light flashed past. Elder Ancestor Bai was a terrifying cultivator, but he had been severely injured. Everyone was astonished. It's this treasure. It's a fragment of an ancient weapon. It's extremely powerful, said Lin Feng to the elders of the Lin family. I didn't know you had such an opportunity. The elders of the Lin family were happy for Lin Feng. Lin Feng put the bronze fragment away. At that moment, the Wang family's Grand Elder, Wang Kuei, Su Chongtian, Su Zimo and the others came back. Being able to turn defeat into victory this time, everyone had a look of joy on their faces. Elder Ancestor Bai has been killed. Is it time for the Bai family to make a move? Lin Feng looked at Su Chongtian. The Su family of Sangharan City was ranked first among the top 10 families. The Bai family was ranked third. Now, the Bai family's elder ancestor was dead. Lin Feng was convinced that the other influential groups behind the Bai clan would also be interested in the Bai clan's position in Jialan City. Moreover, without the protection of elder ancestor Bai, many of the Bai family's businesses and territories would be targeted by the various factions in Sangharama City. Let Zimo stay here. I'm going back to Sangharan City now. Su Changtian was a sly old fox. He knew that the Bai family's elder ancestor's death would cause a bloodbath in Sangharan City. Su Changtian returned to Sangharan City to make ample preparations, hoping to gain more benefits in the future. Take care. Lin Feng clasped his fists. Su Changtian said meaningfully. Don't worry, the Su family will make sure that the Bai family will never be a threat to the Lin family again. Thank you, said the Lin family gratefully. We're allies. Su Changtian smiled. The Lin clan knew that the Su clan of Jialan City had formed an alliance with the Lin clan because of Lin Feng. Lin Feng was the pride of the Lin family. Chapter 110. Green Cloud City was shrouded in a deathly stillness. This was because something big had happened the night before. The Nalan family, the Su family, and the Bai family of Sangharan City had joined forces to attack the Lin family. Naturally, this was a big deal. However, what shocked everyone was that the Lin family was not annihilated by the combined forces of the three major forces. Instead, it was the three major forces that suffered heavy losses. In the middle of the night, the Wang family received the news. Under the leadership of the Wang family leader, they joined forces with the Lin family to form an encirclement against the three major forces. The three major forces suffered heavy casualties. Some of them managed to escape. The young master of the Bai family, Bai Shentian, was severely injured. Under the leadership of the remaining members of the Bai family, they quickly left Green Cloud City. Naturally, the Bai family could leave without a hitch. However, the Nalan family and the Su family would not leave so easily. Their families were rooted in Green Cloud City. Now, the Su family and the Nalan family had closed their doors. It was the same for the Lin and Wang families. Clearly, an even bigger storm was brewing. Especially when the news of the Bai family's elder ancestor's death spread to Green Cloud City. The atmosphere in Green Cloud City became even more subtle. How could this be? It was a flawless plan. How could it fail? Nalan Zhenghong muttered. He could not believe that this was real. Go, quickly send a message to the main family. Ask them to send powerhouses to help us. Nalan Zhenghong shouted. The Nalan family. They were one of the top 10 families in Sangharan City. They were ranked 5th and their power was not to be underestimated. Immediately, someone disguised himself and left the city. He rode a horse and galloped towards Sangharan City. Whoosh! Under the night sky, an arrow was shot. Fart! The arrow pierced through the Nalan family messenger's chest. The messenger fell off his horse and died. More than 10 young men rushed out from the forest. Brother Lei, you're awesome. You're indeed the master archer of our family. Someone said with a smile. Come on, don't flatter me. Compared to Brother Feng, I'm thousands of miles away. Search this guy. The burly young man said. Immediately, someone searched him. We found a letter. A young man said. Open it. The burly young man said. After the young man opened it, he said, it's a letter asking for help from the Nalan family. Little Brother Feng's foresight is godly. You told us to hide here and ambush the person who went out to report. We really did manage to ambush him. Send someone back to report. The burly young man said. I'll go. Immediately, a young man from the Lin family took the letter and returned to Qingyun City. The current Green Cloud City was not as lively as it used to be because of the battle between the 4 great clans. The doors were all closed and the streets were quiet. Obviously, everyone was waiting for the final result of the battle between the 4 great clans. Green Cloud City was about to change. The Su family was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. Su Yueshi had also received the news of elder ancestor Bai's death. Her face was extremely pale. 3 years ago, she had joined Jialan Academy with Lin Feng. At that time, they were still childhood sweethearts. Right now, the Lin family and the Su family had already turned against each other. What do we do now? Even the Bai clan's patriarch died at the hands of Lin Feng, the great elder of the Su family sighed. If Yushi didn't betray Lin Feng, how could our Su family end up like this? A clansman said coldly. That's right. It's all Yushi's fault. She made an unforgivable mistake and implicated our Su family. I think we should let Yushi go to the Lin family to apologize. Maybe there will be a turn for the better, a clansman said. Su Yueshi's face became even paler. She naturally knew what it meant to go to the Lin family to apologize. She would be abandoned by the Su family. Su Yueshi had never regretted anything so much. She had never thought that she would face such a terrible situation one day. Chumph, what's the use of blaming Yushi now? Back then, when we established a relationship with the Bai clan, who was the one who praised the Mid-Autumn Festival's performance? Su Dongtang said with a gloomy face. Then what do you think we should do? One of the elders said coldly. The great elder sighed and said, I heard that the Su family of Sangharan City and the Lin family have formed an alliance. To be honest, we are related to the Su family of Sangharan City. According to the genealogy, we are from the same clan. Why don't we send someone to contact the Su family of Sangharan City and ask them to help us? Maybe there will be a turn for the better. Okay, let's do that. Su Dongtang nodded. Not long after, Su Zimo received a letter from the Su family of Sangharan City. Seventh uncle, this is a letter from Su Dongtang. He said that he is related to the Su family of Sangharan City and wants us to plead for mercy. After reading the letter, Su Zimo handed it to a middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man sneered after reading it. What a joke. How come I didn't know that the Su family of Sangharan City is related to the Su family of Qingyun City? Our family has a few branches, but that obviously doesn't include the Su family in Qingyun City. Everyone wants to establish a relationship with us, let alone at this critical juncture. Even if we do have a relationship with them, we'll have to give them up. The middle-aged man said it simply, but his attitude was firm. No one could stop them from forming a relationship with the Lin family. The entire Su family of Sangharan City was optimistic about Lin Feng's future. Before Lin Feng grew up, the Su family of Sangharan City might benefit from Lin Feng's rise in the future. That's right, I think so too. Just send someone to get rid of them. Su Zimo sneered. Su family. The other party didn't respond. Why did he send you back here? The faces of the upper echelons of the Su family were extremely ugly. We are all members of the Su family, why didn't they help us? Why didn't they help us? Some people in the Su family had completely lost their composure. Their last hope had been cut off. Report, there are many people outside. They have completely surrounded the Su family. Someone ran into the room in a panic. The faces of the upper echelons of the Su family turned pale. Outside the Su family residence. Young Master Feng, everyone is here. They have completely surrounded the Su family. A guard came to Lin Feng's side and reported. Looking at the tightly shut door of the Su family residence, Lin Feng sighed slightly. Back then, he often went in and out of this place, but back then, he and Su Yueshi were still childhood sweethearts. But after joining Sangharan Academy, everything changed. There were many things that couldn't be returned to the past. And the Su family. They wanted to destroy the Lin family. They had completely angered Lin Feng. Wait until midnight, we will attack together with Second Grandpa and the others. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Second Elder, Lin Xiong, and the others led people to surround the Naylan family residence. Midnight arrived. Kill. Earth-shattering shouts rang out, breaking the silence of the cold night. Chapter 111. Countless eyes were looking at the two main battlefields. The Su family and the Naylan family. Just a few days ago, these two families had failed to besiege the Lin family in the middle of the night. But now, the situation had reversed. Now it was the Lin family and the Wang family that besieged the two families. There was almost no suspense in this battle. In the last battle, the Su family and the Naylan family had suffered heavy losses. And in the battle in the mineral lode area, these two families had also suffered heavy losses. The strength of these two families had been weakened by at least 60%, and they would not set up a great array to deal with the Lin and Wang families. The destruction of the two families seemed to have been destined long ago. This was a night of bloodshed. Many people from the Nailan family and the Su family were killed. But this was war. The war between clans was just that cruel. Among the people who died in the Nailan family and the Su family, there were naturally good people with a good character, but so what? When a tragic family battle broke out, no matter who it was, they could only face everything that was about to come with their clansmen. Regarding the Nailan family and the Su family's encounter, even though Lin Feng sympathized with him, but he would not pity them. This matter was originally caused by them. If Lin Feng had not set up a great array in advance, perhaps the Lin family would have been exterminated. The Su family's resistance was destroyed, and people were constantly killed. The Su family's higher-ups led people to break out, but they were also killed one after another. A great battle gradually subsided in the second half of the night. "Young master, we caught a person." Someone came to report and brought a person with him. It turned out to be Su Yueshi. "She almost managed to escape, but we managed to stop her," said one of them. The leader of the guards said, "Lin Feng, kill me." Su Yueshi bit her lips and said. Lin Feng said, "The circumstances of life are really hard to imagine. 3 years ago, we left together. A year ago, you still occupied an extremely important position in my heart. But today, our two families are fighting to the death. These are all things that I have never thought of. What's the use of saying this now? If you want to kill me, do whatever you want." Su Yueshi bit her lips and said, "It would be a pity to just kill him." Lin Feng walked up to Su Yueshi and gently stroked her face with his right hand. "What are you doing?" Su Yueshi looked at Lin Feng in horror. She seemed to have guessed Lin Feng's thoughts. "Bring it to the house," Lin Feng said. "Yes, young master." Several guards brought the tied-up Su Yueshi to a room. Then they retreated. "Take your time, young master." They laughed and left. "Get lost," Lin Feng jokingly scolded, then entered the room. "No, no. Lin Feng, you can't do this to me. Just kill me." Su Yueshi's frightened cry came from the room. Rip. Then, the sound of clothes tearing could be heard. "Ah!" Soon, Su Yueshi screamed in pain. Dawn. Lin Feng walked out of the room. "Young master, there's news from the Nailan family. The second elder and the others have taken control of the situation. Only a small part of the Nailan family managed to escape. The rest have been killed." A guard came over and reported. "All right, I'll go and have a look," Lin Feng said. "Young master, what should we do with this woman?" asked a guard. "Throw her out of Qingyun City and let her fend for herself," said Lin Feng. The bloodshed in Qingyun City ended with the destruction of the Su family and the Nailan family. This caused a huge uproar. Of course, compared to the bloodshed in Jialan City, a battle in a small town like Qingyun City was nothing. Jialan City was one of the 16 main cities of Zhenwu country. Everything that happened in Jialan City was known to the outside world. During this time, the Su family, the Xiao family, the Ouyang family, and the Li family had formed an alliance to eliminate the Bai family of Jialan City. Xiao Yafi, the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, was the eldest disciple of Changhe group. She had a good relationship with Lin Feng. Ouyang Li from the Ouyang family and Li Kuan from the Li family had gone out with Lin Feng to hunt beasts. They were brothers who had gone through life and death situations together. Even their families were on the Lin family's side. The Bai family couldn't withstand the attacks of the 4 great families. When the other families saw the 4 families besieging the Bai family, they quickly received the news of the Bai family's elder ancestor's death. Without a martial general in the family, the Bai family had a lot of territory. Naturally, it was difficult for them to maintain their business. The other forces also wanted a piece of the pie. Therefore, these forces began to attack the Bai family. Even the royal family of Zhenwu country was alarmed. After all, it was a private fight between so many families. The royal family intervened and saved the Bai family from being completely destroyed. However, the Bai family declined completely because of this battle. They fell from being one of the top 10 families of Jialan City to being a third-rate force. Half a month later, the experts of Sun Moon City arrived. They were led by 3 experts of Yin-Yang Realm. After the experts of Sun Moon City arrived, they observed the spiritual mine under the guidance of the Lin family. The people of Sun Moon City were delighted. If they could control one more spiritual mine, they would be able to increase the strength of Sun Moon City. The Lin clan, the Wang clan, the Su clan of Sangharan City, and even the entire Zhenwu country had benefited greatly from this. This was especially true for the Lin clan. As the discoverers of the spirit mine, the Sun Moon City had given the task of mining the spirit mine to the Lin clan, allowing the Lin clan to recruit miners. The Sun Moon City would also send a large group of people to oversee the mine. The Lin clan would receive 100 spirit crystals every month from the Sun Moon City as compensation. One had to know that only these ancient powers had the ability to purify ores. These spiritual crystals were extracted from the spiritual mine. They were extremely valuable. The spiritual crystals contained the purest spiritual qi of heaven and earth. If used for cultivation, it would definitely increase one's cultivation by leaps and bounds. 100 spiritual crystals every month would be able to increase the strength of the Lin family members quickly. Of course, the most important thing was that the Lin family had obtained a golden feather eagle's egg. Now, the Lin family was trying their best to incubate and nurture this golden feather eagle. Once the golden feather eagle hatched and was nurtured, the Lin family might have another martial king-level guardian deity. At that time, the Lin family's influence in the Zhenwu country would definitely become one of the strongest forces. Lin Feng stayed with the Lin family for more than 2 months. Then, he bid farewell to his father and relatives and returned to Jialan Academy. There were originally many disciples of the Bai family in Jialan Academy, such as Bai Yilong and the others. However, with the decline of the Bai family, the disciples of the Bai family had all withdrawn from the academy and left Jialan City with the Bai family. Their whereabouts were unknown. The Bai family that threatened Lin Feng had disappeared just like that. However, Lin Feng did not feel relieved. He felt that the Bai family would not let this matter rest. He also had to be on guard against the Neilan family. After all, the Neilan family of Qingyun City was a branch of the Neilan family. Now that they had been destroyed, the Neilan family would not let this matter rest. Chapter 112. Although Lin Feng was worried about the Neilan family's revenge, the Neilan family had yet to make a move. Lin Feng was merely on guard. After all, the Neilan family had yet to make any moves. Day after day, the Jialan Academy became increasingly lively as the day of the Azure Dragon Institute's recruitment drew closer. The Azure Dragon Institute was the true martial country's highest institution, the cradle of true martial country's experts. Most importantly, the Azure Dragon Institute's principal was a master from the Sun Moon City. In other words, outstanding students within the Azure Dragon Institute. In the future, there was a chance they could join one of the ancient forces. If they wanted to grasp the ability to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. If they wanted to live forever like the immortals in the legends, they had to join the ancient forces. Then, he would need to join an ancient faction. Only an ancient faction would have such a powerful legacy. For the upcoming recruitment test, the Jialan Academy, Sea of Clouds Academy, and Skywind Academy's disciples who had reached the 9th heavenly layer of martial warrior were eligible to enter the Skywind City's Skywind Academy. Every 3 years, the Azure Dragon Institute would recruit students, and each time, they would be divided into different districts. Among them, the Jialan Academy, Sea of Clouds Academy, and Skywind Academy were in one district, and these 3 academies would take turns. 3 years ago, the recruitment site was set at the Sea of Clouds Academy, 6 years ago it was set at the Jialan Academy, and this year it was the Skywind Academy's turn. Those who could participate in the Azure Dragon Institute's recruitment test were definitely geniuses among geniuses. Skywind Academy's testing courtyard number 1, more than 300 students were gathered here, waiting for their turn. This one is Skywind Academy's Sun Hai. May I know this brother's name? While they were waiting, a 17 to 18 years old young man cupped his fists at Lin Feng, greeting him with a smile. Jialan Academy's Lin Feng. Lin Feng also cupped his fists in return. Haha, Nice to meet you. Looking at Brother Lin's young age, this must be your first time taking the recruitment test, right? Sun Hai said with a smile. Lin Feng nodded. Yes, this is indeed my first time taking the recruitment test. Could it be that Brother Sun has taken the recruitment test before? Sun Hai smiled wryly. That's right, 3 years ago, I also participated in the Azure Dragon Institute's assessment. That time, I came in brimming with confidence, but in the end, I returned disappointed. This is already my second time participating in the Azure Dragon Institute's assessment, but I heard that this year's assessment will be more difficult than previous years. Lin Feng's interest was piqued. Just as he was about to inquire further, 3 examiners walked out from the inner courtyard. One of them was an old man, while the other 2 were middle-aged. These 3 people were the examiners in charge of Courtyard 1's test. They were either elders or deacons of the Azure Dragon Institute. The old man in the lead said, "Everyone, please follow us in." Creak. The door was opened. The 3 examiners took the lead and walked in. Then, the rest of the examiners followed one after another into a large hall. This hall was built like an ancient Roman Colosseum. There were high platforms around it with many seats on them. Below them was a concave building that looked like an Colosseum. It was sealed by an iron cage. This was where the assessment was held this year. Among the 3 of them, the old man was the main examiner. He said, "This year's test is to defeat the Earth Puppet." Hiss. Hearing the words Earth Puppet, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. The Earth Devil's body was tough, almost impenetrable by swords and spears. After being refined into a puppet, its defense was greatly increased. Wanting to defeat an Earth Puppet wasn't an easy task. Earth Puppet. Looks like these Earth Devils were killed during the demonic beasts rampage in the Azure Dragon Institute, then refined into puppet beasts to be used in this year's assessment. This Azure Dragon Institute really knows how to make the best use of everything. Lin Feng couldn't help but grumble in his heart. They really are Earth Puppet beasts. This is going to be troublesome. These Earth Devils can't be chopped with a blade or pierced with a sword. Wanting to defeat them is too difficult. Sun Hai shook his head with a wry smile. Lin Feng said, since Brother Sun knew about these Earth Puppet beasts in advance, he must have made ample preparations. What's there to worry about? Sun Hai reassured, after all, it's hard to be 100% certain. Release the Earth Devils. The chief examiner barked. One of the deputy examiners guarding the cage directly opened the cage. Roar. In the next second, a low growl sounded from the cage. A behemoth charged out. This monster was 4 to 5 meters tall and 7 to 8 meters long. Its entire body was covered in pitch-black scales, giving it a hideous appearance. This was an Earth Devil. It was one of the Earth Devil's races. Because its body was covered in scales, its defense was extremely strong, and its strength was boundless. Sensing the terrifying aura coming from this Earth Devil, everyone was shocked. Their faces paled. Earth Puppet beasts. Why are there Earth Puppets this year? In the past years, it was only ordinary beast puppets. Why are they using something as terrifying as Earth Puppets this year? This assessment is much more difficult than the previous years. The Azure Dragon Institute changes every year. We don't know what the Azure Dragon Institute will do. We can only abide by the Azure Dragon Institute's rules. Some of the students were discussing in low voices. Many of them had worried expressions on their faces. The chief examiner looked coldly at the 300-plus students who were either eager to give it a try or worried. He then turned to his 2 assistants, smiling, "Brother Zhong, Brother Li, how many of these students do you think will pass the assessment?" In the past years, it's considered not bad if there were more than 20 people in a batch, but this year's assessment is made up of Earth Puppets, increasing the difficulty by a large margin. Therefore, if there are more than 10 people passing, it's already considered a good result. One of the examiners said. Now that the Azure Dragon Institute has increased the difficulty of the assessment, it's clear that they want to recruit more geniuses to nurture. This action increases the difficulty of the assessment. I hope there will be a few true geniuses in this batch. Another examiner said. The chief examiner nodded in agreement. If they could recruit a few geniuses for the Azure Dragon Institute, they would also be rewarded by the Azure Dragon Institute. The assessment officially begins. Now, who will be the first to take the assessment? The chief examiner asked. The crowd fell silent. I'll go. After a brief moment of silence, someone finally spoke up, taking a step forward. This person was a young noble, clad in white robes, handsome and confident. Yang Qi, son of the great general of the north, Yang Zhenbei, someone exclaimed in surprise. This person's identity was extraordinary. The great general of the north was one of the 4 great marshals of the true martial empire. He had a large number of troops under his command, and he guarded the borders and defended the empire. He had an extremely high prestige in the true martial empire. As for the sons of the great general of the north, each one of them was the son of a general. Yang Qi was the youngest son of the great general of the north. He possessed outstanding talent and had been cultivating in the Ocean of Clouds Academy. At this time, Yang Qi had already jumped into the arena. Roar! The earth demon puppet roared and charged at Yang Qi. Swish! There was a flash of light. A spear appeared in Yang Qi's hand. It was his weapon. Facing the earth demon puppet's attack, Yang Qi stabbed out with his spear 3 times in a row. The first spear split the world. The second spear pierced through mountains and rivers. The third spear calmed the world. Yang Qi stabbed the earth puppet 3 times in a row, each spear faster than the last. Everyone watched as Yang Qi forced the earth puppet to retreat repeatedly. Pu. With the third spear, Yang Qi's spear pierced through the earth demon puppet's chest. Ha! Yang Qi shouted and actually lifted the earth puppet's mountainous body into the air. Chapter 113. How strong! He killed the puppet in 3 moves. Is that the Shanhe state of earth spear technique? Legend has it that it was created by the great general of the north. It's so powerful. Many people were talking among themselves as they looked at Yang Qi with envy. Not bad, not bad. The Shanhe state of earth spear technique is the great general of the north's unique technique, said one of the examiners. He's already 30% as strong as the great general of the north. Another examiner also praised. The head examiner's eyes lit up. He looked at Yang Qi and asked, not bad, not bad. What's your name? I'm Yang Qi, the son of the great general of the north, said Yang Qi respectfully, cupping his fist. Like father, like son. Very good, you can come up, said the head examiner. Yes. Yang Qi jumped up under the envious gazes of the crowd, waiting for the test to end. After that, more and more people entered the arena to fight against the puppets. But most of them failed. The puppets were extremely strong and invulnerable. If you wanted to defeat them, you had to be extremely strong, or you had to find the puppets' weak points and attack them. That was the only way to win, but it wasn't easy. Therefore, only 4 out of 100 students passed the test. The success rate was too low. This also showed the difficulty of the test. Look, Fan Ming went down. Suddenly, a burst of discussion came from the crowd. The one who had jumped down was tall and had a huge blade on his back. He was a student of the Tianfeng Academy, and he was quite famous there. He was an expert in blade techniques, the 3 blades of the Bloody Sea. He's the son of the Western region's king, Fan Tianhu, whispered one of the examiners. I see. He's just like his father. I wonder if he'll pass the exam, said the head examiner, nodding. The head examiner also knew the Western region's king, Fan Tianhu. Even though they weren't very close, they could still greet each other. Roar. A thunderous roar shook the heavens as an earth demon puppet was released. This earth demon puppet was actually an Azura puppet. The Azura clan was one of the largest and most powerful clans of the earth demons. This race could continuously evolve. First, there were normal Asuras, then there were white-furred Asuras, and then there were flying Asuras. Flying Asuras could evolve further and become exactly the same as humans. This Azura puppet was actually a white-furred Azura. Fan Ming and the white-haired Azura were locked in a fierce battle, and it was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. After fighting for more than a dozen rounds, Fan Ming began to show his might. He displayed his unique skill, the 3 blades of the Bloody Sea. The saber shadow was like a tiger. Bloodblade Heavenly Dragon. Bloodlight Blade Sea. Fan Ming executed the 3 sabers of the Blood Sea. Layers of saber light and blood-red light swirled around. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 slashes landed on the white-furred Shura puppet's body, but to everyone's horror, the white-furred Shura puppet managed to block Fan Ming's blood-sea 3 slashes. Then, it raised its claws and slapped Fan Ming's body. With a bang, Fan Ming was sent flying by the white-furred Azura puppet. Wow! He vomited a mouthful of blood in midair, and his complexion paled. The white-furred Azura puppet roared and pounced on Fan Ming. Bastard, scram! Shouted the vice-examiner coldly. With a palm strike, he sent the white-furred Azura puppet back into the cage. Next, he closed the entrance and turned to look at Fan Ming. Are you all right? I'm fine, thank you. Fan Ming cupped his fists. His face was a little pale and ugly because he knew that he had failed the assessment. Heavens, even Fan Ming failed. That white-furred Azura puppet is so powerful. Many people paled. The head examiner said, the following Earth demon puppets will only get stronger. The head examiner's words made the faces of those who didn't participate in the assessment turn even paler. That's too abnormal, we're not participating. That's right, if we're careless during the battle, we might be killed by these Earth demon puppets. Wouldn't that be too unjust? That's right, let's go, what's the big deal? Even if we don't join the Azure Dragon Institute, we can still join other forces. Some people shouted. The head examiner sneered, "Mph, Martial Path. Martial Path. Do any of you know what the Martial Path represents? More often than not, strength doesn't represent the martial path, but a martial heart. What is a martial heart? Advancing courageously is a martial heart, facing death with equanimity is a martial heart, never admitting defeat is a martial heart. You haven't even taken part in the assessment, yet you're already feeling fear and retreating. No matter which force you people join, your future achievements will be limited. Students like you, my Azure Dragon Institute, will definitely not accept." The head examiner's reprimand silenced many people. Many people shut their mouths, not daring to utter another word. "I'll give you 7 to 8 minutes to think. If you want to leave, use this time to leave." The head examiner continued. Below the stage, discussions broke out. One after the other, more than 20 students left. Obviously, they were scared stiff by the Earth Demon puppets, not daring to participate in the assessment. As for the others, they continued on. One by one, the students took the assessment. Not long after, Sun Hai also joined the assessment. This was Sun Hai's second time participating in the Azure Dragon Institute's assessment. This time, he was well prepared. After fighting for 70 to 80 rounds with the Earth Demon puppets, he finally defeated them and successfully passed the assessment. Sun Hai was clearly excited when he came out, dancing with joy. Being able to join the Azure Dragon Institute was Sun Hai's dream, and now that it had finally come true, Lin Feng could understand Sun Hai's excitement. Following that, more and more students entered the battle arena to take the assessment. At this time, a young girl in black jumped into the arena. Seeing this young girl in black participate in the assessment, many people exclaimed in surprise. This included Sun Hai, who was the same. This black-clothed girl was about 16 or 17 years old. She was tall and slender, and her exquisite and graceful body was wrapped in a tight black dress. She looked very attractive. She had a delicate and beautiful face, but her small face was always cold. Lin Feng asked, "Brother Sun, who is this person?" "This is our Heavenly Wind Institute's inner courtyard's third-ranked genius, Dongfang Xinyao," Sun Hai answered. Lin Feng nodded. Being able to be ranked third in the Heavenly Wind Institute's inner courtyard, one could see how extraordinary this young girl in black was. Roar! The Earth Demon puppet roared and pounced at Dongfang Xinyao. Shua! Dongfang Xinyao unsheathed her sword. 3 consecutive sword strikes flew out. Twilight snow. Falling rain flowers. Sword rain silk. Puff, puff, puff. 3 sword strikes later. That powerful Earth Demon puppet was actually split into 3 parts by Dongfang Xinyao's 3 sword strikes. Isn't this a little too powerful? Many people exclaimed in surprise. Dongfang Xinyao's attack was even more effortless than Yang Qi's. Only the Heavenly Wind Institute students didn't seem surprised. Good, 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 another monstrous genius. The head examiner was pleasantly surprised. Next, the assessment continued. One by one, the students took the assessment. Some failed, some passed. When there were about a dozen people left, Lin Feng also entered the battle arena. "Where's your weapon?" the head examiner asked. "This pair of iron fists is my weapon," Lin Feng answered. "A pair of iron fists is your weapon? Isn't this brat a little too arrogant?" "This brat is really arrogant. These earth demon puppets are invulnerable, but he wants to use his fists to break their defense. There'll be a good show to watch later. At that time, he'll pay the price for his arrogance." Many people shook their heads, sneering at Huang Xiaolong. "The Azure Dragon Institute's assessment isn't child's play. Are you sure you don't want to use your weapon?" the head examiner asked. "Yes. Please release the puppet." Lin Feng cupped his fists and said. "Release the puppet." The head examiner barked. Roar. Following that, an earth demon puppet was released. It was a yakshaw puppet with a green face and sharp fangs. The yakshaw puppet directly pounced at Lin Feng. "Good timing." Lin Feng sneered, leaping out. Peng, peng, peng. 3 consecutive punches flew out. What is this brat trying to do? Everyone was dumbstruck looking at Lin Feng, including the head examiner and several other examiners. Even though Lin Feng didn't use any weapon, they still thought Lin Feng would use some kind of powerful fist technique to fight the earth demon puppet. But the truth was, Lin Feng didn't use any fist technique. Just 3 ordinary punches. Neither did he use any earth demon puppet. Instead, he fought head-on. This gave everyone a feeling of "has this brat gone crazy?" At that moment, everybody could see that Lin Feng and the puppet were about to collide with each other. Catcher, catcher, catcher. Following a series of cracking noises, the earth demon puppet was actually sent flying by Lin Feng. In midair, it shattered into pieces, turning into a pile of rubble. Chapter 114. This, is he still human? What did I just see? Inside the great hall, shocked gazes fell on the young man on the stage. An earth demon puppet. An invulnerable earth demon puppet. Yet, it was blasted apart by 3 punches. How much strength did one need to be able to achieve this? Everyone was in a state of extreme shock. The chief examiner was the first to recover, excitement bubbling in his heart. As the chief examiner, he could recruit such a genius student for the Azure Dragon Institute. The Azure Dragon Institute would reward him handsomely. "What's your name? Where are you from?" the chief examiner asked, suppressing the excitement in his heart. "This student is Lin Feng, a member of the Green Cloud City's Lin family, currently cultivating in the Jialan Academy." Lin Feng cupped his fists and answered. Many people muttered under their breath, "Green Cloud City's Lin family? What kind of family was that?" They had never heard of it before. Could it be a small family from some small county? If that was the case, this family would rise to prominence after producing such a monstrous genius. The chief examiner was also grumbling inwardly, for he too had never heard of this Green Cloud City's Lin family. After all, even in the true martial country, the Lin family wasn't a big family. This was very normal. The chief examiner smiled. "So it's a student from the Jialan Academy. Good, come up and rest first, let the rest of the students take the test." Lin Feng cupped his fists and jumped up. The rest of the students took the test one by one. However, not a single person succeeded. In the end, out of the 300 students, 12 of them passed the test. Those who passed were naturally ecstatic, whereas those who failed hung their heads low in dejection. They could only hope that they would pass the test 3 years later. "This is your student token. Report to the Azure Dragon Institute 3 months later." The chief examiner handed the student token to the 12 students who passed the test. Everyone put away their tokens. After the examination ended, Lin Feng returned to Indigo Academy to take care of some matters. His main purpose was to bid farewell to his old friends. Lin Feng planned to use these 3 months to temper himself, increase his strength, and broaden his horizons. Among Lin Feng's good friends, Su Zimo had successfully passed the test while Zhong Shidi and the rest had failed and could only wait for the next test. Lin Feng stayed in Jialan Academy for 3 days and bade farewell to elder Xian Tian. However, he did not manage to meet his teacher, Sun Tiantu. Sun Tiantu's whereabouts were erratic and Lin Feng did not know where he was. Lin Feng then left Jialan Academy. No. In the mercenary town, in the mercenary association, Shangguan Fei's shy voice rang out from her room. At this very moment, a good show was being played out on the bed with layers of gauze. Shangguan Fei's defenses had also been breached by Lin Feng, and she was completely naked, without any strength left in her, and she could only allow Lin Feng to take advantage of her. However, when Lin Feng was about to touch Shangguan Fei's bottom line, she began to struggle violently. "You bad guy, you can't, come in." Shangguan Fei's face was so red that it was almost bleeding. Lin Feng and Shangguan Fei had a 3-point agreement. Of course, Lin Feng had long forgotten about it. In fact, Shangguan Fei did not fully abide by the 3-point agreement. If she had, she would not have slept with Lin Feng. However, Shangguan Fei had always insisted on one principle, and that was to not let Lin Feng cross her bottom line. Therefore, Lin Feng had tried to enter her body several times, but Shangguan Fei had pushed him away. "It's very uncomfortable," Lin Feng said as he bit Shangguan Fei's earlobe. Then what should we do?" Shangguan Fei asked with a red face. "Why don't you use your mouth to suck that bad guy?" Lin Feng's lips pressed against Shangguan Fei's soft, red lips. Shangguan Fei closed her eyes shyly. To Lin Feng, this was a sleepless night. To Shangguan Fei, this was a night where she had lost all her dignity. Many things that she had never dared to imagine in the past had been accomplished under Lin Feng's coaxing. 300 li northwest of Sangharan City, in a mountain range, there was a huge stronghold. This was the famous Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Group's headquarters, the Heavenly Wolf Stronghold. Outside Duanmu Tianlang's room. "Sir Leader, the brothers who went to scout have returned." One of the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Group experts knocked on the door and said. Duanmu Tianlang's voice rang out from within the room. "Come in." "Yes." The Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Group expert walked in. Duanmu Tianlang was about 40 years old, tall and burly, with a scar on his face that looked like a huge centipede, looking extremely ferocious. Duanmu Tianlang had started as a nameless nobody, and now he had established the terrifying Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Group, relying on his viciousness. The Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Group was a very famous mercenary group in the desolate forest. Ordinary people didn't dare to provoke them. It was also because of this reason that Duanmu Fei Yang had dared to kidnap cultivators and use them as bait for the vicious winged serpent. "What's the result?" Duanmu Tianlang asked. "We've found out. According to our brother's investigation, we even caught a cultivator who was lucky enough to escape. After we tortured him, we found out the person who killed young Master Fei Yang. This person looks very similar to Lin Feng from Sangharan Academy. It's most likely him," the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Group expert said. "Lin Feng? The brat who killed many of our Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Group's guards?" Duanmu Tianlang's face became extremely gloomy. Back then, the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Group didn't help the Zhenwu country fight against the beasts. Instead, they surrounded and killed many weak cultivators, including Lin Feng and the others. However, they were defeated by Lin Feng. After the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Group found out the identity of Lin Feng and the others, they didn't dare to openly take revenge. Although the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Group was strong, they couldn't afford to offend Sangharan Academy. "That's right, sir. It's that brat," the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Group expert said. Duanmu Tianlang laughed sinisterly. "Old grudges have yet to be settled. But now I have new ones. So it was this brat who killed Fei Yang. I'll definitely capture him and grind his bones to dust. Send people to investigate his whereabouts. As long as he's alone, it'll be the day he dies." "Yes, I'll do it right away." The Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Group expert left. Duanmu Tianlang's lips curved into a cold smile. The scar on his face looked like a wriggling centipede. At that moment, Duanmu Tian Lang looked extremely sinister and terrifying. Chapter 115. After a round of lovemaking, Shangguan Fei lay lazily in Lin Feng's arms. Although they didn't break through the bottom line, many things that should and shouldn't have been done had been done. If you want to join the Azure Dragon Institute, that place is a good place to go. If you seize the opportunity, you might be able to use the Azure Dragon Institute as a springboard to enter the Ancient Era's forces. Shangguan Fei said. Lin Feng nodded. That's what I was thinking. There are still 3 months left. I plan to train well, increasing my knowledge and strength. Shangguan Fei was a little reluctant. Then you have to accompany me for a few more days. Naturally, no problem. Lin Feng laughed mischievously and jumped back onto his horse. Scoundrel, don't, Shangguan Fei's voice came from inside the room. Lin Feng stayed in the mercenary town for 10 days, and during this time, his relationship with Shangguan Fei had improved greatly. Beauty Town, Hero's Mound. Lin Feng was very clear on this point. Therefore, Lin Feng set out on his journey 10 days later. He planned to travel through the desolate forest to report to the Azure Dragon Institute. During this long journey, not only could he increase his strength, he could also increase his knowledge. Roar. A thunderous roar shook the sky. In the forest, a young man was fighting with a giant tiger. The tiger's body was 100 meters long and 70 to 80 meters tall, possessing extraordinary strength. However, the young man's strength was also extraordinary. Using his iron fists to fight with the tiger, he did not seem to be at a disadvantage. This young man was Lin Feng, who had entered the desolate forest to train. This was already the 10th day since he entered the desolate forest, and from start to finish, he had experienced no less than 50 to 60 battles. In the process of fighting with fierce beasts, Lin Feng's strength also increased at a rapid pace. This made Lin Feng happy, for he found that he was about to break through to the 4th heavenly stage of the martial master realm, as if he only lacked an opportunity. After a round of fighting, the giant tiger knew that it was no match for Lin Feng, so it turned around and fled. Lin Feng did not chase after it. I think you should kill that giant tiger, because our dinner has yet to be settled. Not far away, the fire Chelin, who was lying on a huge rock and watching the battle, said with some dissatisfaction. I hope we can kill that big guy, but if we push him too far, it'll be very troublesome. Lin Feng said. Night fell, and darkness enveloped the desolate forest. The desolate forest at night was extremely dangerous as ferocious beasts ran amok. After Lin Feng and the fire Chelin ate some food, he laid down on a branch of a big tree to rest. Roar. Deep in the night, that earth-shaking roar suddenly resounded. Lin Feng was awakened from his sleep. The fire Chelin also jumped up. It narrowed its eyes and looked into the distance with its sharp eyes. Roar. The beast's roar rang out once more. This time, it was even more terrifying. Lin Feng could clearly feel the ground shaking. The distant mountains were also shaking. This caused Lin Feng's expression to change drastically. What kind of terrifying existence was this? A single roar could shake mountains and rivers. The entire ancient desolate forest seemed to have quieted down at this moment. A terrifying, suffocating pressure pervaded the entire desolate forest. Even from a great distance, Lin Feng could still feel that terrifying pressure. It made his soul tremble. What kind of existence is this? How can it be so terrifying? Lin Feng asked with a pale face. The fire spirit said, I'm afraid it's a beast emperor in the desolate forest. Beast emperor. That was an existence that stood at the peak of the desolate forest. For example, the flood dragon that they had seen before was a beast emperor. An existence at this level was a powerhouse that stood at the peak of the 99 prefectures. In the desolate forest, there were probably only a few existences at this level. However, any one of them had the power to turn the heavens upside down. It was rumored that in ancient times, there was a divine bird, the Kuan Peng. It was a fish in the sea and a bird in the sky. When it spread its wings, it was 3,000 miles long. With a flap of its wings, it could fly 87,000 miles. It was also rumored that in ancient times, there was a giant demon that raised its head and roared at the sky. Even the stars in outer space would fall from its roar. These existences were all terrifying existences at the Beast Emperor level. In the past, the Fire Chileen was also a powerhouse at this level because it was a divine beast. Of course, the Fire Chileen's godly power had been devoured by the demonic orb, and it had lost all of its battle prowess. Boom! At that moment, in the depths of the desolate forest, endless flames soared into the sky. The sky instantly turned into a sea of fire. A ball of scorching light slowly rose from the sea of fire. It was like a scorching sun. It floated in the sky and illuminated the earth. That's... Lin Feng looked at the scorching sun floating in the sky in shock. He was deeply shocked. The Fire Chileen said, "That's a savage beast." Lin Feng was shocked. It really was a savage beast. Could it really be as the Fire Chileen had said? Was it a beast emperor? Not long after, Lin Feng got a clear look at the savage beast's appearance. It was a fiery red ferocious beast with barbs all over its body. It had a pair of huge wings and looked like a tiger. The Classic of Mountains and Seas recorded that there were 4 savage beasts out of billions of savage beasts: Dao Tai, Hun Dun, Baian, and Cheong Qi. The 4 savage beasts were ferocious and devoured all living things as food. One of the 4 savage beasts, Cheong Qi, had a pair of wings and looked like a cross between a bull and a tiger. Its claws were sharp, and its entire body was covered in barbs. When he saw the savage beast in the flames, Lin Feng thought about the contents of the Classic of Mountains and Seas, and his heart was filled with shock. He said, "Could it be a Cheong Qi?" The Fire Chileen nodded and said, "It is indeed one of the 4 savage beasts, Cheong Qi. It is definitely a terrifying existence at the Beast Emperor level." Each of the 4 savage beasts was extremely terrifying. In the ancient era, everyone's expression changed when they mentioned the 4 savage beasts. After the passage of countless years, the 4 savage beasts, Dao Tai, Hun Dun, Baian, and Cheong Qi, were very rare nowadays. However, in some ancient forests, such as the Desolate Forest, one could still see them, just like the Beast Emperor Cheong Qi he had seen today. The Beast Emperor Cheong Qi flew above the desolate forest, and wherever it passed, countless savage beasts would cower on the ground and tremble in fear. Evidently, they were all intimidated by the Beast Emperor Cheong Qi. The entire desolate forest was terrifyingly quiet, and only the Beast Emperor's roar could be heard. Roar. The Beast Emperor Cheong Qi roared again. Lin Feng saw a scene that shocked him to the core. Following the Beast Emperor Cheong Qi's roar, a mountain range in the distance instantly collapsed. A single roar could shatter mountains and rivers. This was the terrifying strength of a Beast Emperor. Has this Beast Emperor gone mad? Lin Feng muttered. In the end, the Beast Emperor Cheong Qi flew into the distance, and the desolate forest finally regained its calm. Chapter 116. The Beast Emperor Cheong Qi left, but the beasts in the forest still hadn't recovered from their fear. The entire ancient forest was still deathly silent. Lin Feng let out a long breath and said, "Is this the might of the Beast Emperor? It's too terrifying." The Fire Chileen narrowed its eyes and said, "Such a high and mighty existence is acting so strangely today, as if it's warning us. I feel that something is wrong. No matter how strange it is, we don't have the ability to provoke such an existence." Lin Feng said. The Fire Chileen waved its claws and said, "If I still had my god power, a mere Beast Emperor would be nothing. I'll kill it with a single claw." Then, the Fire Chileen started to ramble on, bragging about itself. Lin Feng had seen it before. In terms of bragging, the Fire Chileen probably couldn't find an opponent. However, Lin Feng sympathized with the Fire Chileen. It was indeed very powerful before, but now it was so weak that it was a complete mess. This kind of contrast made the Fire Chileen go crazy. The night quickly passed. In the following days, Lin Feng didn't care about the Beast Emperor Cheong Qi's strangeness. He continued to train in the desolate forest. Every day, Lin Feng would look for extremely strong ferocious beasts to challenge. This was obvious for Lin Feng to see how much his strength had increased. Lin Feng hoped that he could have an epiphany during battle and break through again. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that if he wanted to break through, he couldn't rush it. He had to take it one step at a time. Only then would his foundation be as firm as a rock. Bang, bang, bang. In a valley, Lin Feng was attacked by a dozen or so forest monsters. These forest monsters were over 100 meters tall, and they carried mountain-sized boulders and threw them at Lin Feng. The boulders smashed into the ground, creating deep craters. The forest monsters were a very strange race. They had boundless strength, were invulnerable, and had savage natures. Lin Feng dodged the boulders and arrived in front of a giant forest monster. He slashed at it with his sword, but to his surprise, he was unable to break through the giant forest monster's defense. This caused Lin Feng to be quite shocked. The fire Qilin called out, "These mountain monsters were formed from meteorites. They're basically invulnerable. Let's leave quickly." Lin Feng and the fire Qilin quickly ran into the distance. The forest monsters' roars shook the sky as they madly chased after them. The fire Qilin said, "Quick, climb up the mountain and let the sun shine on the monsters." Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate and quickly ran towards a mountain peak. The ferocious forest monsters chased after them. They were too terrifying. Even if a yin-yang realm expert came, he would probably have to flee. Even a yin-yang realm expert wouldn't be able to break through their defenses. However, if the forest monsters were to seize the opportunity to strike their bodies, a human's body of flesh and blood would not be able to withstand it. Finally, Lin Feng ran halfway up the mountain. The sun shone through the dense forest. The sunlight shone on the bodies of more than 10 monsters. Roar, roar, roar. The forest monsters roared angrily. They wanted to quickly retreat to a shady place, but it was too late. After being shone on by the sun, the forest monsters quickly turned into stone statues. They stood in place, motionless. Lin Feng said in shock, "How did these forest monsters turn into stone statues?" The fire Qilin said, "Although these forest monsters are terrifying, they have a weakness. They can't be shone on by the sun. Once they're shone on by the sun, they'll turn into stone statues. However, when the sun can't reach them, they'll turn back into forest monsters. Let's leave quickly. We can't stay here for long." Lin Feng nodded and quickly left. That night, Lin Feng saw a temple in the distance. Lin Feng walked over and saw that it was a mountain god temple. There was a mountain god inside the temple, but the statue of the mountain god had long since been destroyed. Who knew how many years had passed since then? The mountain god temple had long since been abandoned and turned into ruins. Lin Feng planned to rest here for the night before continuing on his way. Night fell. Boom. A terrifying fluctuation came from the distance. 3 balls of light appeared in the sky. One ball of light was surrounded by golden light, one ball of light was covered by black fog, and the last ball of light was covered by brown fog. A great battle broke out in the air between the 3 balls of light. The black ball of light and the brown ball of light were besieging the golden ball of light. Terrifying shockwaves swept through the heavens and the earth. The energy shockwaves from the great battle spread out and crushed numerous mountain peaks. This was an earth-shattering battle. Dongfang Yue, hand over the worldly Chenkuan sword art. Otherwise, you'll die here today. A sinister voice came from the black fog. Dark Nether Ancestor, if you want the worldly Chenkuan sword art, come and get it yourself. Let's see if you have the ability. A cold snort came from the golden ball of light. Here he, Dark Nether Ancestor, this Dongfang Yue doesn't know what's good for her. Let's go all out and capture her. You want the worldly Chenkuan sword art, but I don't want it. I want her 9-yin body to cultivate. A sharp, ear-piercing sound came from the brown fog. Ha ha, Dark Nether Ancestor, if you take this Dongfang Yue's 9-yin body, then your cultivation will reach great success. Good. Let's go all out and capture this girl. Dark Nether Ancestor shouted. The 2 demons unleashed their full strength and began to frantically attack Dongfang Yue. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the 3 powerhouses clashed in the void. This battle was extremely intense. In the distance, mountains collapsed and large areas of the forest were completely destroyed. The sky fell and the earth cracked. It was like the end of the world. The destructive power of a battle of this level was too great. In the end, Dongfang Yue was only one person. Under the joint attack of Ancestor Darknether and Ancestor Joyous Union, she was struck by Ancestor Joyous Union's palm. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her face was deathly pale. Clearly, this palm had injured her quite badly. Dongfang Yue waved her sword and repelled Ancestor Darknether and Ancestor Darknether before rushing into the forest and disappearing without a trace. Chase. Dark Nether Ancestor and Dark Nether Ancestor smiled sinisterly and quickly chased into the forest. In the mountain god temple, there was a bonfire with barbecued meat on it. The fire Chelin shouted, "I'm starving. Are you done yet? Haste makes waste. Why are you in such a hurry?" Lin Feng pursed his lips and threw a piece of meat to the fire Chelin. The fire Chelin opened its mouth and started chewing. The fire Chelin chewed on the meat as it shouted, "I haven't reached the level of the grain god. In fact, my godly power has been devoured by the demonic orb, so I need to eat more to recover my body." The fire Chelin could always come up with 1,000 excuses for its gluttony. Rumble. Outside, thunder suddenly sounded. Then, dark clouds rolled. Lin Feng said, "I'm afraid it's going to rain." A gust of wind blew into the mountain god temple. The bonfire was almost extinguished by the wind. Lin Feng felt a chill and couldn't help but shiver. He said, "What a sinister wind." The fire Chelin said, "This is a sinister wind, not an ordinary wind. However, this is normal. Who knows how many creatures have died in the forest? It's not strange for it to form a sinister wind." Whoosh. Not long after, heavy rain began to fall. Lin Feng and the fire Chelin ate barbecued meat and drank wine while looking at the dense rain outside. It was a rainy night. The wild forest was much quieter. Whoosh. Suddenly, a white figure flashed into the mountain god temple. Lin Feng was shocked and looked over. He found that it was a woman dressed in white. She was tall and outstanding, and her face was covered by a veil. He couldn't see what she looked like, but from her snow-white skin, her charming eyes, and her beautiful eyebrows, this woman should be a peerless beauty. This woman was none other than Dongfang Yue, who had escaped with injuries after fighting Ancestor Xianming and Ancestor Concord. Dongfang Yue also looked at the strange combination of Lin Feng and the fire Chelin with some surprise. Seeing that it was a young man and a strange spirit beast with no strength, Dongfang Yue was relieved. She sat to the side, took out a porcelain bottle, poured a pill into it, and swallowed it. Dongfang Yue sat cross-legged and quickly entered a meditative state, motionless. Her body emitted a faint fluctuation. Lin Feng guessed that this woman should be seriously injured, so she couldn't wait to start healing. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Dongfang Yue's beautiful figure. She was indeed very impressive. She had a pair of gigantic breasts which made her clothes look like they were going to burst. Lin Feng secretly compared her breasts with Shangguan Fei's, but he didn't know which one of them was bigger. Fortunately, Dongfang Yue didn't know about Lin Feng's dirty thoughts. Otherwise, she might have slapped this bastard who dared to fantasize about her to death. Screech. In the latter half of the night, a sharp, ear-piercing cry came from outside the mountain god temple. Ah! Lin Feng, who was sleeping, was awakened. He suddenly hugged his head and screamed in pain. He felt as if his soul was about to split open. "Quickly seal your hearing." The fire Chelin's expression changed and shouted. Lin Feng hurriedly circulated the ancient dragonesque elephant art, using the ancient dragonesque elephant art to seal his hearing. Only then did he feel better. Dongfang Yue, who was healing, was struck by the sound. She suffered a backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. That beautiful blood dyed her snow-white dress red. Her face was very pale, and her body was weak. Obviously, the backlash this time was very harmful to her. "It's a zombie. Little brother, take me away from here. I will definitely repay you in the future." Dongfang Yue's weak voice sounded. "Zombie." Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. According to the mountain and sea scripture, zombies were monsters formed from the resentment of some powerhouses after they died. Their bodies were poisonous and invulnerable. It was a very terrifying evil creature. Lin Feng didn't dare hesitate. He stood up and helped Dongfang Yue get up. They quickly left the temple, but at that moment, a horrible smell came in from outside. It was disgusting. A corpse with a rotten smell came in. It smelled like rotten meat. Lin Feng looked at Dongfang Yuwei.